I'm no human. I don't wear your clothes. Sex in the sky, love on TV. Let the eyes ring it off for me. Won't it let me all night? And I can't feel anything you say. I can feel the bloody secret in the atmosphere. Like over here, with Columbus again. Sex in the sky, love on TV. Have you ever heard of the flat earth theory?
The flat earth theory?
Yeah, flat earth. The idea that the earth is flat.
Yes.
You have? Yeah. Yeah, welcome back to the show. What's up, everybody? Stop sharing that. Yeah. Yesterday I was live, and actually my podcast got shut down, and fortunately it wasn't because I gave the link to P Mars. It was because I had a fire department. I think something happened outside, and the building lost power for like until late last night. So I thought that was interesting, though. I think Nathan Oakley had the same thing happen. I was like, oh my God, like my conspiratorial reptilian shape shifting brain thought to myself, like, all the conspiratorial thing. I was like, am I getting attacked? You know what I mean? But really, I wasn't sniped. It wasn't anything big. It was just some technical difficulties here in the Big Apple. So yeah, it wasn't too anything too bad. But we did have a good talk yesterday, and we kind of got shut down. But Hank Hill was up in here. Be more than happy to open it up to the to the people that were here yesterday. And I look. I think I don't know. I just find that I like to provide a place for people to be able to come and talk about everything, and for everyone to be on a certain behavior. I don't know, and I just enjoy being able to provide that for people if they can behave accordingly. And I think I would like to thank everyone that's been on this panel for however long now, has always been holding it down. They only had a couple occasions, and they weren't, they're far and few between. So, uh, I don't know. I just uh, to not see it, to not be able to tune into flat Earth and see some rationality or something. I liked. Shout out to Infinite Plane Society. They put on a video. There's a video from. I really wish what, bro. I wish you could put the guy's name in, but he had a good talk, and he was an English gentleman, and he was just sitting there on the street. It looked like Flat Earth Taxi, to be honest, the old school Flat Earth Taxi dude, and and he's always a trip because he was just sitting on the block chilling, and he was just talking about people. How the Earth is flat, and she was like, "Well, how do you know it's flat?" He's like, "Well, it's always been flat." It's just like he handled everything so eloquently. And shout out to the brother. I forget his channel name, but if somebody puts it in the chat, I will shout it out. And shout out to the chat right now. Charlotte Twitwit. Shroomy, what's up, brother? Ola. Let me see. What do you call it? Hank Hill, what's up, brother? Nice. Ian Tinsley. Yup. Monique Miniki, what up? Yeah, Life of Riley. Uh-oh. What's up, Anthony? Yeah, IPS. What's up, brother? Yeah, definitely. Stay away from Riley. Yeah, man. Cat's eyes. Everybody out there. Yeah, I think this is good. Thanks for stopping in. I don't know what else is popping out there. I just kind of been not really tuning in too much, but tuning in from time to time in the community. I saw Pancho Pete still chilling. Pancho Pete's, shout out to Pancho Pete. You know what I mean? All the good ass, I love all the great parts of all of us people, man. There's a lot of good people out here. So creative, so fun. I almost wish you could, we could cultivate it. And like, I've always thought of it like this big traveling pantomime of flat Earth, and that's just how I've always seen this thing is, you've got your villain, it's this big Broadway production to me. And I think actually, like, if it isn't manufactured, then we should make it manufactured, because I think it's something that we could speak to the people through art with, because essentially all of us have really valid points. And I was watching, I think I mentioned yesterday, was Rupert Sheldrake, if I'm not mistaken, and how he had a TED talk. Unfortunately, he was being interviewed by David Wilcock, which I don't know. I don't really like David Wilcock. Forgive me, but I don't. I just don't trust the guy. He reminds me of like one of those dudes. I don't know. There's just something about Mr. Wilcock. No disrespect, brother. I've never met the guy, but there's a little far-reaching element of salesmanship that I don't really like. But the gentleman didn't have his TED talk was removed because what he was doing was questioning the fundamental um, assumptions of science. Like he was saying, what if the laws of nature aren't laws, but merely rules, and and not so much, and just he was posing all these interesting questions. I unfortunately have yet to hear his speech that he made, but um, we need to challenge our perceptions. It's funny, and the point that he was making most poignantly was that here you were, a bunch of people who say that they practice the scientific method and are the champions of freedom of thought and all the rest of it, and yet they cannot even challenge their own most basic assumptions. Like the irony. That's what we've been pointing out. That's really what I've noted that has happened out here. It's funny. Like people used to try to almost scare people that would come into this and be like, "Oh, what do you know? What do you think? Maybe this is like a big sociological test being run on you." And I've always thought to myself, well, what if it's not being run on you? What if it's actually me that's not doing the study on you? You know, maybe it's like, I just think of that sometimes. Like maybe we need to take the position again of authority and realize that we're the ones conducting the study. We're conducting the study on how the average mind handles an idea that is so far outside of their norm, but cannot be disproven. And we're noting that most people tend to experience what's called cognitive dissonance, where they lose their shit, because it goes so against their ingrained initial thoughts. This has made some of us liken this condition or recognize the condition of someone who's never challenged these ideas as someone who would be likened under mind control. Whether that's purposeful, or just manipulated from the outright, we don't know. But it seems like we've assessed that when certain people behave a certain way, in either paradigm of any spectrum, actually, they take on the characteristics that are well documented, and in the process can be sold and manipulated anything in that state of frenzy. Some people have said, "Oh, well, YouTube, we are the product, and it's our information." They said, "Well, really? You sure? Are you sure that we cannot just as quickly recognize that we can assess the problem for the way that you have tried and attempted to diagnose what you think is ours?" What's the line from, I believe it's J. Staples White? Many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting. So let's see. Maybe I can add a couple people to the call. It's always a treat to have Hank if you're around. Let's see. I hope that's the right Hank. He always got these funny and stuff with the Hank Hill. Let's see here. I'm gonna add a couple people. Forgive me, guys. I will be right with it. And well, you know what? Maybe we'll see. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Let's see who's in here. So yeah, I got a couple people invited into the call, and if you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to. Check out the chat for a sec. What's up, everybody? Yeah, anything interesting? Anything out there in the news? Maybe we should address, talk about, because I think some things need like a certain element of a filter and like to be discussed. Because I was looking up, there's just all kinds of things. I was looking up this interesting cat earlier, just because due to this one post, like I always try to double check certain stuff, and I came across what was somebody saying how Donald Trump's one of his scientific advisors, or someone that may be one of his scientific advisors, was saying that the moon landing didn't exist. And what was his name? David Gellinter. Yeah, David Gellinter. And it's just interesting to watch. Like I was looking over, just gleaning through some of the little blurbs here in the thing, and it's just all like, Trump's science advisor may also be a nerd, or is not only a nerd, but it's just like all this kind of detrimental stuff. But I think in a way, there's kind of this backlash to all the fake crap that has been put in people's faces. I don't know if people really look at it like that or ever have looked at it like that. And that's how I think we all see it, is we see it as just some pushback to, some of us didn't want to go to the movie that everybody else went to. That's really what it's all about. Some of us were like, really? And I've been victim of going to the movie, and so is everyone else in certain sense. But there's also certain people that don't. They don't go to the movies, or there's people that stop going to the movies, and they no longer think what you think is cool anymore. Because the only thing that remains really, and the only thing that ever will be cool, is learning nature. Because it's consistent. It's always here. Nature, including the earth, the stars, the sun, the moon. The things that go over your head. Because you're not spinning away from it. Because if you were to think you were spinning away from it, that would just be lunacy. Because it's not what you experience. And to think that you are spinning away from it is just to put a model into your imagination and lock yourself onto it. And if you're willing to do that, well, what else will you do? I think it's how they got people to dress up in funny gear and go all over the world and kill people. If they can get you to do that, they can do anything. It's like really like mass mind control. If you can believe and go against every aspect of your senses, then you will go against every aspect of your morals. Right? And if we'll go against our morals, then what the fuck are we? Really? What are we even? It's like it's just this blind acceptance of like some AI nightmare. You know, like yeah, we'll figure it out. Derp. And just clueless. And that's where they've got most people. But I think a lot of people are sick of it, and they're waking up because they've gone too far with their imaginational ventures. They've kind of like they've already stepped the bounds. It's like you look at some of the craziness that they've shown us over the years, and you're like, that can't be real, bro. There's too many people that understand graphics and everything that won't let that slide. You know, but that's why I've always said there has to be a diplomatic solution, because maybe not everyone's hip to it, and there could be just the idea of like, hey, can we just feed the world? We'll just do it like that. Do something positive, push forward in a beautiful way. It doesn't have to be some destructive thing. It could be like a positive move into the future. It could be something to that. Could be a read like something I've noticed is the argument of how modern science or whatever is saying that the educational system has failed us because we have flat earthers, and then you find flat earthers saying, "Oh, the educational system has failed us because they gave us the globe Earth model," and it's just another paradigm, another Hegelian dialectic, another spectrum for people to run game on other people's emotion. When in reality, it's that neutral point of recognizing that essentially we don't know. And you can't independently verify any of what has been proposed. You can use models for navigation. You also remember this. They say that they use models and they can predict everything. Well, when you do navigation, you use a flat model for 600 nautical miles, which is 690 statute miles. There's no curvature in that projection that you're mapping a course on that people do every fucking day. So plain sailing navigation treats 600 nautical miles as flat and level. It doesn't alter it. It uses plain sailing, or what do you call it? Plain trigonometry. This is why what I find so fascinating is how the Masons look at the square and compass, because the square is for the measuring of the earth, which was the ancients believed to be a flat level plane. And then you had the compass, which for measuring the stars, which was the celestial sphere. But as any honest scientist will tell you, the celestial sphere is essentially imaginary because it's due to perspective. I found, actually, I posted it a couple of times on my, whatever websites, but like, this quote, it's a poem from William Blake, and it goes, it's from Milton, and it's the heavens and the earth. I've heard a couple people read this in the flat earth movement, and I love that it's out here, including I forget the guy's name. The Jean Mike or Bale. What's his name? Jean Michael Bales. I want to say he's very flamboyant, but he's well spoken. So um, anyway, William Blake, he writes, "The sky is an immortal tent built by the sons of Los, and every space that a man views around his dwelling place, standing standing on his own roof or in his garden on a mount of 25 cubits in height, such space is his universe. And on its verge the sun rises and sets, the clouds bow to meet the flat earth, and the sea in such an ordered space. The starry heavens reach no further, but here bend and set on all sides, and the two poles turn on their valve of gold. And if he move his dwelling place, his heavens also move wherever he goes, and all his neighborhood bewail his loss. Such are the spaces called earth, and such its dimension, as to the false appearance which appears to the reasoner as of a globe rolling through voidness. It is a delusion of Ulro." I love that. The spinning globe is a delusion of Ulro. Hmm. Yeah, I like that. I know you lie, I know you steal, I know you know that you can't feel. I know you hide all your pain, and on and on, 'cause I'm doing the same. Listen, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. No, you try to make me a fool, but you see, my friend, don't have to you. And you don't know what you like to talk, but it's alright. Take the walk, I said, 'cause I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you, 'cause I'm free, yeah, not like you, 'cause I'm free, yeah, not like you. don't like you. Said I don't like you. I'm free, yeah, not like you. 'Cause I'm free, not like you. I know you lie, said I know you steal. No, you know you can't feel. And I hide your pain. And I only know 'cause I'm doing the same. But I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you. 'Cause I'm free. Not like you.
This just in, he's
Yeah, what up, brother? Can you hear me?
yeah, man.
Hey,
Sounds
what
great.
up, brother?
Just
Hold
was
on.
looking through my news feed. This is breaking news that NASA is looking for someone to protect Earth from aliens, and they're offering a six-figure salary currently.
I'll do it.
Right? Where do I sign up? It's called the Planetary Protection Officer, and starting at 124,000 a year.
At how much a year?
124K a year.
Oh, that's not enough.
Yeah.
Fucking aliens.
Basically, it's involving preventing alien microbes from contaminating Earth. It's of course how they're
Sounds crazy.
saying, yeah.
It's a high risk job.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah. And it's funny because it's just
Especially
like that movie Life.
Well, yeah.
That just came out.
Dude, the writers, they've just predicted it all. You know, you got to wonder.
Exactly.
Is it art? Is it art imitating life? You know what I mean? Like, or is it life imitating art with all this intergalactic stuff? I mean,
I think it's a roadmap. I mean, really, if you look at the book in the 1800s, one of the first science fiction books, it was called Mission to the Moon or Mission something to the Moon. It was just, I forgot, Trip to the Moon, something like that. Anyways, it was Werner von Braun and Jack Parsons' like inspiration, right? This is the first idea of some type of rocket, you know, to the moon. Well, the dimensions that were explained in the book of the device that would get them there was the dimensions that they used for the Saturn V. Literally, like to the inch.
yeah. We'll talk about lack of creativity.
It's just like paying homage to their, you know, holy books or some shit. It's really weird. But we see it all the time. I mean, it's you know, and the conspiracy theorists would call it pre-programming, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, all these pre-programmed, but it's these elites who do write these books, you know, the ones that at least get pushed the way they do. H.G. Wells or Huxley, Orwell, if you go into the dystopian stuff. These guys were writing roadmaps, in my opinion.
Well, I think that they didn't know that they were writing roadmaps, in my opinion. I wonder.
Not with Huxley. No, Huxley fucking fooled me well. He was giving speeches at the time explaining it. Like Orwell was a different story, but I think he had a conscience, and that's what that book was. But with Huxley, no, that he is 100% overtly trying to create this new
I don't know
chemically sedated
see,
dictatorship.
I don't know if they were. I mean, maybe they spoke of it like they were like, well, if one wanted to, because like like I think what they kind of the way I always kind of heard them through the poshness was in a way of trying to warn the people versus opposed to
Well, that's what we'd
about,
like to think, but when you look at the
yeah.
speeches that he was giving to general assemblies of governments and even the U.S. State Department, he was talking about using psychotropic drugs to create an environment along with injections and vaccines and all this stuff in order to create a population who do not possess even the mental faculties to be able to question
Right, but isn't that? But
their servitude.
I wonder if it wasn't almost speaking to the conservative class of like like it's almost like a social commentary. Like, look, this is what's happening. Like
No,
the
it's
peanut
that
gallery.
is an element, but you then you look at his associates. I'm talking about Huxley, okay? I mean, Orwell is something different, but with Huxley, he was part of the Frankfurt School of education. He was a social Marxist, like overtly. He was a globalist in every meaning of that word. Now, Huxley was no good guy. I mean, for my research, and I don't know the fucking guy, but it appears that he had every intention of trying to bring about this scientific dictatorship.
Yeah,
But like I said, Orwell, on the other hand.
Well, yeah, but didn't you tell me an interesting story about him with LSD on his deathbed or something allegedly? Is that true? Is that true?
He had his wife. His wife injected him with a good amount of LSD straight to the vein. Right, the day he died, he knew he was going to pass, basically, and that was his last. He died on a shitload of LSD.
That's crazy.
Which is kind of scary if you think about it. Like, that's a pretty bold move.
Yeah. You thought you were being a drum and bass DJ was badass.
Yeah, this guy's shooting up 100 UG intramuscular on his deathbed.
I wouldn't be surprised his last words, thinking of the future, were like pussies.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Oh, and there's also an interesting thing about Huxley too. C.S. Lewis also died on that day too. Now, Aldous Huxley was the one for the scientific dictatorship. C.S. Lewis wrote 2 books on we need to stop this scientism, this scientific dictatorship. That was what his nonfiction work was about. He's the guy who did Witch Wardrobe and whatever, the fiction series. But he was very active against the scientific dictatorship. Well, both Aldous Huxley and C.S. Lewis died on the same day. But here's where it gets even crazier. It was November 22nd, 1963, which is the same day that Kennedy died. Kennedy was opposed to this scientific dictatorship. He realized that the Project Paperclip had infiltrated all corners, so to speak. And I think he was going against it, hence why he had to be removed, I guess.
You know what's so crazy to me is you almost think like how they almost adopted all of those thinkers and potentially could have wiped them all out in the same stroke, because it's like they garnered all the ideas they needed. You know what I mean? To move forward. But that's the thing, is that this is where I think like they fucked up, is that they didn't ever have this. There's some element of like where they disrespected the honor of the code is the only reason we even know about any of this.
Yeah,
I feel
absolutely.
like it's like like when you're like
well, Well,
there's been some kind of like that's the only thing that's allowed any of this out to us. I think almost.
well, I mean, listen. I actually thought Huxley was a good guy up until a week ago. No BS. It was through researching mind control over the past month that, and getting to where I have now, reading that book by Estalon on Tavistock. It is just disgusting the things that Huxley said, just absolutely disgusting, and even in either in context or out of context, doesn't matter. He is talking about sculpting this scientific dictatorship in a way that will bury us in darkness for 10,000 years. For him to even put the ideas in the consciousness of humanity the way that he did is already enough to be a villain. I don't know how he had carte blanche to do it, but if you look at his associates, yeah, you know how he did it. He was how he got away with it, you know. So, but yeah, I think though it's still a warning, and it still could be used as a, you know. But I think we're past the. I don't know. We have a moment right now, this window of time, that if we do this right, if humanity, or excuse me, if man and woman or mankind does this right, we will have 1,000 years of peace and a utopian direction. If man does this wrong, we're going to have 10,000 years of darkness, a darkness that we have never seen before, and perpetually in servitude.
And that's what makes me think why I talk about so much law, why we talk about this stuff, because really I think
Absolutely.
that the notion is that these two things will coincide.
Big time. And absolutely. This is grown up. These are grown up conversations that need to be had right now. Now, I'm sure they're being had behind closed doors in a lot of ways. You know, there are people with letters behind their name and influence who understand these issues. It'd be silly to think that they don't, you know. But I just hope more people come out, you know, as we are, and at least show that we have an interest, at the very least.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing too, is that why would people come out if there is no fucking interest from the people? Like, you know, this is where the people's interest is so.
Yeah, I get it.
You know what
I mean there.
You know, it's well, I'm just saying it to others, let's say, you know, that are out there.
Yeah, let's get the interest, people.
Yeah, like, you know, and just, you know, but then also the discernment, because it's like, you know, you see stuff. That's why I'm convinced people are out here trying to make this whole issue look retarded. Is because it gets people to look away from it. It gets people to not want anything to do with it. They get scared. They get told that, you know, even if they're a flat earther, that they get told that they're not a flat earther. They get told, you know, they get barked back by people that have no place to do it, that do nothing.
Well, I'm not talking about flat earth.
Well, no, I'm talking. Well, from myself, I saw some stuff earlier today, and I thought to myself, like,
we need to stop using it as an umbrella term. With all due respect, we really do, dude. It does no service.
Well, hold on now. I think if anything, I mean, I think moving in the future, you may be right to some extent, but I also think that, and you know, I feel it's almost had its kind of burst.
I mean, I get it.
I
get it when you say that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
well, hold on. I like to garner the attention of the other people that would want to, like, you know, come and let's say something against it, and then recognize that, wait a minute, these are some gentlemen that are out here discussing these finer points in regards to cosmology and a whole bunch of other topics.
No, you're right. You're right. It's multi-layered, you know, whatever. But I just think that bundling everything up under that, it was the biggest mistake. And it wasn't our fault. It wasn't, I mean, the internet got Cass Sunstein. Okay. You don't know who Cass Sunstein is, people? Go fucking Google him. But anyways, yeah, everybody, this is what we were worried about in the beginning. And I'm not accusing you of, or just whatever. I'm just saying that this is an issue that we need to address moving forward. Is that, okay, well, you talk about law, I talk about philosophy. This person over here talks about the science of the shape of the earth. And then, you know, we just need to distinctify it a little bit better.
I look at it, that's why for me, I call it the flat earth court, because it's more as though,
I forgot that's
yeah, you know,
that's where I'm at.
Well, it's about, like, you know, it's that that checkered floor of discernment, man. You know what I mean? It's that notion that, you know,
You
any
on the level, Lisa?
any topic is what it is. Well, how would I know, right? Aren't I just experiencing and walking every day? You know, am I? You know, it's like how could any man claim to know? And that's the reasoning out here, and that's why if someone were to manifest some concept and say that they could confirm it, well, then I'd like to see it attempted to be done.
What
And
was
show
that
me
old?
and show me I can't, like, this is my old thing. I remember I talked to you one time before. The beauty about court and the beauty about words and the beauty about ideas is much like the Mad Hatter in in Alice in Wonderland. And whether or not, I don't know wherever I got this from, but the Mad Hatter was drinking a cup that was half broken, right? It was
Yeah.
a broken cup of tea with a full cup of tea in it. And they said, "How are you doing that?" And he said, "Because I said so."
Yep. That's
And that
exactly what
is
we're doing.
and that is the lesson. And, like, you know, and that sounds crazy to the mind that doesn't understand that. And, like, doesn't have the seat, like, and that's why I've talked about sitting in that seat of power in your own life, but also having humility and grace while you do it, because you understand the severity of the tides of fortune. Rah. You know, but seriously,
Absolutely.
like, you know, every man can fucking be at his knees one day. So, you know, respect to every man. You never know
Yeah.
where you're finding anybody. And that's like, you know, but then there's also a time when, you know, when we're going to mince ideas, then, you know, roll your sleeves up and be a big boy and fucking be able to handle with the blows. Because if you can't, then I don't know what to tell you. You know,
And
it's like,
these topics are extremely controversial, So I mean, I understand why you choose to use the flat earth moniker. And I mean, remember when we did that show together, I was your apologist. You're like, and what, bitch?
for
Flat
real.
earth. Get flat earth out your mouth, flat earth
Oh yeah,
now.
that was my whole
You
shit
know?
back. People don't even know that side of me. I feel like anymore is that I came out here like, yo, excuse me, you said what? Like, I said, like, get flat Earth the fuck out of your mouth. That's right. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, 1 second. Apologize for me, Cathexis. He's my apologist.
Hold on. I'll be like, yo, hold
Straight.
up, Texas, get him. Yo, for real. I just love that shit, dude. Because seriously, because that's where I was at. Is I was like, look, get the fucking flat Earth out of your mouth. Especially if you're gonna say flat Earth is, you know, anything but an interesting, fucking amazing topic.
Well, flat
Like,
earth math is an interesting case because everyone thought when he broke on the scene, everyone thought he was a flat earther. Everyone did. And then all of a sudden he started twisting the comments up. Because he started in comments and started going on the hangouts and stuff. But it was him proving, doing what he does, proving the ball, so to speak, in his mind. And so everybody was confused for like 3 weeks when he came on the scene. I thought it was hilarious. Then he started talking on hangouts, and no, it's no offense to Charles, but it's kind of a deceptive tactic. He's even admitted to it being a tactic. Putting that in his name. People don't know what they. He did it on purpose. So get it flat earth out your mouth is really the point behind that, I think.
huh? Yeah, exactly. And that's where I mean, that's. I think of it. If you can't, have that conversation, and that's something too, man. I wouldn't want to limit. And I like the bit of it's got a cutting, like in a way. I always, like I've said, flat Earth is a big fuck you to like just academia in a certain
Well, it's
sense.
punk rock. Well, it's just punk rock as fuck. I mean, honestly, there is that element to it where it's like, oh, this is the foundation to your modern scientific, you know, this was the biggest thing that science figured out, at one point, the Copernican revolution. This is why it's lauded as it is. Oh yeah, take all that. Yeah, fuck you. Whatever, it's wrong. There is that element to it. And I think you see this. What I've noticed about most of the people who really hang on to, the ball being the actual literal shape of the earth is they operate with moral outrage. It's not from an intellectual position a lot of times. There are sometimes, but they seem so offended is really it. I've heard Jeremy say on numerous occasions, like, oh, so for 500 years, this deception has gone and deceived all of these great, brilliant men. And a couple conspiratards on the internet figured it out. It's just this huge argument from incredulity, and they're just offended by it. They, and I don't think they understand that it's not even about the shape of the earth. It's not even really important. It's about everyone got forced into this model of the universe. This cosmology was anchored and concretized when NASA went up and said, "Hey, we checked it out, guys. We've been right for 500 years. That's exactly what it looks like. Yep, we got Lagrange points over there, and those magical spots in between the sun and the moon, where things can just sit there, because it's gravity canceling each other out." Not telling us that that was just a mathematical concept put forward towards the ellipses in 1700 that would theoretically be there. But NASA goes up, "Hey, guess what? He was right too. Good old Lagrange was right." It's this forcing everybody into the model is what I'm talking about, like this mind control aspect. What's happened over the past 3 years is there are people who are calling out not the heliocentric model. This is what gets me about Morgan. Morgan's like, "We're poking holes in the heliocentric model. We've debunked the heliocentric model over and over." And this is how people are talking past each other, because that hasn't happened. The heliocentric model is an amazing mathematical system. It exists, and it is great at mapping out the stars. But where the detachment is, I think, is that of the past 3 years, there have been people calling out the falsification of our reality.
Well, the problem is that people.
That's the word.
Yeah. But I would also say people that, let's say, even believe in heliocentrism cannot relent the reality that even their science purports.
But hold on, let's get the language
understand.
right here. Okay, you said believe in heliocentrism. Okay,
Well,
I believe in heliocentricity. It exists, and it is a wonderful, wonderful system for mapping out the stars. Where I disbelieve is the actual falsification of our reality that NASA conscripted. That when they went up there and said, "Oh, guess what? All those numbers and math and what we thought it might look like, that's true. So you are absolutely, actually, moving at all these speeds and whatnot that are necessary for the math to work in the heliocentric model." Do you see what I mean? It's a subtle difference, but I think this distinction needs to begin to be made, because I think people are talking past each other. They don't understand. And people are just calling out the falsification of our reality. They're like, "Show me the fucking evidence. Show me the evidence. The real, tangible, confirmable evidence that that's what the system is up there actually." And there isn't any. It's all through government agencies, and there's no real way to verify. And there's been enough evidence to say that they're frauding a bunch of things. So that's what they've done. The government has falsified our reality in that context. I mean, I know it's a subtle difference, but do you see where I'm coming from?
yeah, man. I don't know. I see it. I just also, well, what I mean by saying that most people, even if they are heliocentrics, right, or like they believe that the world comports to that model, they do not even entertain. Like they have a conundrum in their head where they cannot experience curvature, yet they believe that boats have gone over the curvature. And even in their own math, that's something that doesn't comport. It's something that we cannot confirm. And that alone is just something to me that they let's say you believe in heliocentrism, that's fine. Well, you have to give us that even at 100,000 feet, no boat went over a curve, man.
Well, I still hold that these are atmospheric conditions, and that the 24,901 miles that they say our circumference is, it would be impossible to see such a thing of going over the curvature, because there is no hump. You'll see two explanations of this. Well, really, we're on top of the ball and everything's falling away from you. or that there is this weird hump in front of your. It's listen. The boats over the curvature is an old wives' tale, and I don't even care if you believe in globe Earth. Just as you stated, if you don't see it at 100,000 feet, then there's no way you'd be able to see it at 3 fucking miles. Sorry, it's just let's be honest. Let's be. I'm talking to the strict ballers here. Let's have some intellectual honesty here, and not just go with an old wives' tale. So I agree with you in that context. I just would like to address something real quick. Anonymous guest said, "Cathexis, if you believe you are your mind, most likely you are mind controlled." I actually would agree with that. No, I believe I'm the electricity driving the meat suit, and my mind is a function of my brain and my consciousness. And there are multiple parts. So no, I'm not my mind.
Yeah,
I'm not yeah, not a
I was,
brain in the jar or anything.
I was gonna say, carry on for a sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
So yeah, I don't see it that way. I don't know if I hope I didn't sound like I see it that way though, anonymous guest. But the mind is a tool, and it is a function of consciousness. Um, so yeah, definitely don't see it like that. So a big shout out to all the people in chat. We got good old Lewis can't hack it. We've got good old Negator X. Shout out to you, man. Seriously, talk about a man in the trenches. You're a good soldier. Good soldier. Shout out to Synonym. Absolutely. Upside Down Ed, Monique, Rusted Soul. We've got some real great people out here. Really, and that's the thing is like this conversation or the conversations that surround these topics are really important. And there are people who see it. Oh, Solomon, great seeing you, brother. Seriously, man, be blessed, everybody. You know, there's some very unique thinkers out here, and we don't need to be so polarized anymore. We just simply don't. Like I've been seeing these flat Earth meetups, right? They seem like very enjoyable times. Well, I don't think we should. I mean, maybe if you want to do that, but I think we should have Earth meetups. I think I saw somebody say that. Might even have been Twitwit. Shout out Twitwit. We should have Earth meetups. We got good old ad blocker here. Yeah. Yeah. Nicely put. Catheter, don't make fun of people's names. It's not nice, I guess. I love Lewis Hackett, but he clearly can't hack it. I mean, it's just obvious. I'm stating facts. So, but seriously, my whole issue is that not enough people out here. I know this is like a couple times I've said it, but the flat earthers need to face geodesy. They need to face what astronomy says it's a globe. There are other sciences that are, or applied mathematics that are related to these fields, and there are a lot of hyper advanced sciences, really, that go along with them too. I mean, shit, satellite geodesy is a thing. I've spoken to Jesse Kozlowski concerning this, and he's gone to the facilities where now he. A little side note: Jesse's great because he's a very outside of the box thinker, and he's I guess you could say he falls in that conspiracy minded type person. Because when I was talking to him, he was like, "Look, I've been to the facilities. They shoot a laser beam up into the sky, and they get back, you know, a a marker, so to speak, of like where that particular satellite was. They get data about, you know, where it was, and they triangulate it onto other positions because there's other geodetic satellites that exist, is what they claim." And he goes, "I don't know what it is, but there's something up there. You know, personally, I think all of these satellites are some type of, you know, advanced technology like anti-gravitic stuff or whatever that we don't know about, which I share that view, and I don't want to put words in Jesse's mouth, but he's open to other possibilities outside of what has been conscripted to us, and that's, I think, all it needs to be. We need to think differently about things is all. Nothing wrong with that.
Um, well, let's see here, right? I was looking up, for instance, something that came up was spectroscopy.
Yeah.
And how that works, and how, like, they like
Well, it's
it goes. Hold
just
on,
a quick caveat.
it goes around an angle, and then they
Well, hold on. No,
they
hold
judge
on.
how fast.
Spectroscopy on the Earth is amazing. It is amazing. It's used in so many fields and so many technologies, and it works beautifully to determine chemical compositions of things. It really is. It's an insane technology. It came from quantum mechanics, or certain understandings from quantum mechanics. And where the disconnect is they say, okay, well, if it works here on Earth, this spectroscopy, and I can determine that this, is this part helium and that part whatever. Well, I can then point this laser, this spectroscopy device, at a light in the sky, and because of the color that, or the type of light that it receives in the spectroscopy telescope mechanism, that's going to tell me the chemical composition of Neptune.
Yeah, but look at it like this. What are they?
That's absurd.
What are they using on spectroscopy on Earth?
Well, no, it's everything. I mean, really, it is one of the most. I mean, it is one of the most helpful tools that we've ever created as humans. Because if I bring you a rock, and you want to know what's in that rock, you get spectroscopy testing. You have it tested. You send it off to a lab that does that, and it's more complicated than.
So
I'm not.
saying? Hold on. Are you saying
Not a
that
professional.
Hold on. Are they? Well, I'm curious, because, like, I started looking into this whole notion of, like, this idea of the molecular, the atomic, and then all the quantum, like, and I just wonder if it's just not fucking more bullshit.
No, it's
On
not.
some levels.
This is the thing. Well, yes, okay, it is. And here's where well, no, because here's where the disconnect is. Okay, atomism. You actually said this the other night beautifully. They falsified our reality on the macro and the micro level. Okay, the macro and the atomic level. So atomism is a philosophical position that the smallest bits of matter is actually matter. The smallest bits that we could ever get to is it's this. It comes from ancient Greece. It was an Aristotelian idea that everything is matter. Okay, and atomism is the philosophical position of such. So when in the early 1900s, when they did the Manhattan Project, God knows what they really found. Right? I mean, now it seems that, it's not really atoms, it's just small packets of energy or whatever. Whatever. What they did was they concretized this science, and they were like, oh, guess what? We split the atom. Atoms are totally real, guys. Now we're going to lock down this science, and we're going to say it's dangerous, deadly, and we're going to make it into a big national security issue, and nobody can fucking look into it. That's what they did. And then when they went up to space, they pretty much did the same thing, falsifying a model, saying that was real, or falsifying reality, saying the model was real, that kind of thing. But when it comes to spectroscopy, what it's doing is it's analyzing essentially the color and the emissions of matter in a way that there's a scale, there's a spectrum that they understand at this point. And like I said, it's not directly from quantum mechanics, but it's more information found from it. So this is why we have this whole particle wave duality weirdness concerning quantum mechanics. This is why quantum mechanics seems so spooky to people, though, or woo woo and all this stuff, is because atomism isn't necessarily correct. So we have almost like a false science built on a false presupposition. And we see this in so many fields. Just it keeps stacking up, kind of thing. But no, spectroscopy works very well. It is 100% on Earth. On Earth. I can't point it up to Neptune and say, oh, 74% nitrogen, 20% based off of the color of the light emission from something 700 million miles away.
Yeah,
That's where it gets retarded.
Flat Earth math, didn't he say it was very easy to see through a vacuum?
Yeah, he said that. He said, oh, God, how do you put it? Oh, it was so funny when he did
Very,
that.
very, yeah, what did he say? No, there's no
Mhm.
visibility problems seeing through a vacuum or something like that.
Yeah, it's very, well, he's right.
It's very
But-
clear. It's very
But
clear.
this, yeah, it's very clear. But I mean, he's right. A vacuum, there's nothing to obstruct. But what is it? Fucking magnifying it? No, it's crazy. We're taking a light from 700 million miles away from into a machine that we use on Earth for things, and we're saying, oh, that's what it is. So now they have the chemical composition of Neptune. They've weighed Neptune too. I could Google right now the weight of Neptune. Do you believe that? Does
Exactly.
anybody fucking believe that?
Well,
If
this
you believe that, you might be under mind control. Just
yeah.
saying.
I'm looking up this thing right now. It's like, okay, so check it. I'm gonna read it real quick. What is spectral geology? Spectral geology is the measurement and analysis of portions of the electromagnetic spectrum to identify spectrally distinct and physically significant features of different rock types and surface materials, their mineralogy, and their alteration signatures. Spectral techniques can be used able to detect hydrocarbons present in the water column and on the sea surface, as well as its dissolved organic matter and living microorganisms. All geoscience. At Geoscience Australia, there are numerous projects across various disciplines which use spectral data to help understand and map geological parameters. Yeah, it's got a couple
Okay.
things. Interesting though. It's I brought it up. It was 2007. Geoscience 07 scientists created one of the world's largest aster mosaics. Oh, mosaics. I don't know.
You know, I'd just like to address good old Andres here, which I've known for a while. I'm pretty sure I just explained spectroscopy.
Yeah, he did.
If I've made a mistake,
But I
then
think well, the
please
spectroscopy.
let
it
me
out.
know.
What I've heard about from spectroscopy is that they're taking some. I would imagine that they're taking the light and running it through. They're probably taking the emission of the light and they're running it through a spectrometer. And that what that does
Yeah.
is it puts the speed.
The frequency of that light matches up with a
hold on.
database.
Hold on. It's with the what do you call it? It goes around a corner, and the weight of the like it's, I guess it's shocked with electrons, right? And forgive me, I was just watching this thing last night, but it's sent through a tube that goes around a corner, and then they have a sensor. That sensor, it measures where it hits that around the corner, and by the weight of it, by how far it flew out, is what they measure. And by the nature of the weight of it is what it will come to. But they've also, I think, I wonder if they don't have to also calculate it for certain things. Well, it's kind of like they almost know what they're putting in it, and then they just read it out and say, "Look what it is. We found it. We were right."
Well, yeah, that's the thing is they have.
I don't know.
Okay, they have on Earth done every single element. Okay, it's essentially what they have. They have a database. And when I'm concerned, I'm talking about when they apply this to spectroscopy into space. Okay, they have collected a database over the past 100 years of all the elements and what is the result of the element on the spectrum. And within that, they then apply that information knowledge to the light emissions that they're getting from the stars. What my argument is that spectroscopy works beautifully on Earth. It is the reason why we have so many other technologies. It is an amazing field. But to say that it is working on a light emission from the cosmos 700 million miles away,
and forgive me,
I don't think that that's the case.
I may have maybe a mistake. I'm getting told that's mask. What would be mask spectroscopy? Let's look it up.
Sure, but there's different forms of spectroscopy. What I'm saying though is that on Earth it works great. It does. They have it to a science, and this does come from the quantum eraser, type experiments and such. So, I mean, the quantum
Got it.
realm is real, Issa. That's the thing. It's like I know we have an argument from incredulity. Well, you have an argument from incredulity about it, but you can do this. If you had $600, you could do a quantum experiment and get the results.
Yeah. Okay. So the mass spectronomy or spectrometry is not what not what they're doing with light.
Okay.
Is that what I'm being told? I'm curious what we got chat out there. I'm wondering is that I was just under the
Like I
impression that
said, there's
maybe
different.
that's what they were doing with the light that they were receiving from these particular
There does
planets.
seem to
That
be.
seems to be make much more sense than shedding a light on something.
Well,
So
there are different types of spectroscopy. I mean, that's obvious, but they share a common concept.
yeah,
Is really.
let's
I'm
see.
being extremely general too, guys. But if I have made a mistake, then please let me know.
Astronomical. Yeah, let me see here. Okay, so let's see. Astronomical spectroscopy is the study of astronomy using the techniques of spectroscopy to measure the spectrum of electromagnetic radiation, including visible light and radio, which radiates from stars and other hot celestial objects. Spectroscopy can be used to derive many properties of distant stars and galaxies, such as the chemical composition, temperature, density, mass, distance,
Exactly.
luminosity, and relative motion using the Doppler shift measurements. Background astronomical
Exactly.
is used to measure
Exactly.
three major bands of radiation: visible spectrum, radio, and X-ray. While all spectroscopy looks at specific areas of the spectrum, different methods are required to acquire the signal depending on the
Yes.
frequency. Ozone, the molecular oxygen, absorbed light, the wavelengths under 300 nm, meaning that X-ray and ultraviolet spectroscopy require the use of a satellite telescope or rocket-mounted detectors. Radio
Well, yeah.
signals.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
You're reading Wikipedia. We
Radio,
get it.
radio signals have much longer wavelengths than optical signals and require the use of antennas or radio dishes. Infrared light is absorbed by atmospheric water and carbon dioxide. So while the equipment is similar to that used in optical spectroscopy, satellites are required to record much of the infrared spectrum.
Yes, there are several methods that are used in order to come up with this information. What I was just asserting is that to know the chemical composition of Neptune seems a bit presumptuous, even with all of their technology,
Oh
because
no,
they
I
are
agree.
applying a technology from Earth based off of a light. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, I don't know what they were on about. I mean, you just confirmed everything I was saying. So,
No, it's yeah, it's just I find it's like I said, like you reminded us is the whole thing that they've lied to us about the micro and the macro. And I wonder to what extent they've done it, but we can't really confirm it because it's like trying to catch someone who's already gotten away with crime.
big time.
And so it's
Yeah,
just when you recognize that the only thing you can do, like, it's like after you've gotten robbed and there's nothing you can fucking do about it.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, the
That's kind
thing
of
is
where people have
about,
to, it's kind of just recognize, okay, I have to find out where I am and do my own thing and try to, conserve myself, you know? And that's what you learn from stuff like that. And that's what this is about. It's the waking up of like, that's why why I think it's like all of us think it's kind of like you have to have that gallows humor of like, ha ha ha, motherfucker, you got or something like,
yeah, I get, yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
that ability to do it at least. I mean, God knows, man. I don't know.
Concerning the quantum situation, I actually, John, Quantum Eraser, the guy I do my show with, he takes major issue with my position, and we haven't really hashed it out, publicly. But I think there's a deception in there. I think it's very possible that atomism, which is a philosophical position, is not necessarily correct. So just the same as heliocentricity is a great system, it's a great way to explain things. It's not necessarily what the system looks like
I think
if you were
more,
to pull back from a
well,
God's eye view.
well right.
Now,
And look,
hold on. What John it says is that that's absurd. You see, if you go and look at like theory hypothesis in his work, he says quantum mechanics is nonsense. They're explaining things incorrectly. This is why there's this particle wave duality confusion, this wavical concept, is because they are working off of the philosophical presupposition of atomism being true. Now, he explains it through electromagnetism and a variety of different ways, and it makes more sense. We see with John, and he'll take issue with this, but John is where he believes that atomism is correct in that way, and he doesn't see that that's where the deception could have been slipped in. He thinks theory hypothesis is an idiot, and you see this is actually conversations being had between physicists. If you pay attention, you know where to look on YouTube. So, but yeah, I mean, what it seems to be is that everything is just vibrational energy, and there's different, and there's smaller packets of energy. I suppose you could call that smallest packet of energy an atom, I suppose, but there is no actual matter at that level. These are just different levels of electrons, different levels of protons at different frequency rates. That's what determines the hardness, softness, or the molecular aspect of it. But I mean, I'm way out of my depth. I'm not gonna lie. Most of my I have questions. I'm not stating what is. Like these are arguments from incredulity, and I'm perfectly fine in recognizing that. But I don't dismiss any of it in any way, shape, or form. I try to learn about all perspectives concerning this.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, I don't know, it's kind of easy to say, fuck you, the earth is flat. Just on principle. And
Well, that's
it's
the
like,
punk rock attitude, but that's not what should be said, though.
No, look, but it seems in the same stroke, it's also like, everyone should be able to recognize why I might say that. Like, it's like, that's why I think like if we have our, it's like for friends of mine, let's say that, right? It's like if I say to them like, "Hey, the Earth is flat," like they have to think twice about it in a way.
Well, look,
Like,
I get that. It is like
hold on, but that's already because, like I've said before, that in certain elements of information and stuff, if you've already earned your element of credibility and this kind of thing, and this is what I think is severely what some people are at a detriment, what we're all short of. But, and I may be thinking that people think what I think, it's okay. But I've had friends tell me as much. And so I think that when we have a certain element of decorum that we keep to ourselves and we keep ourselves gentlemanly, you know what I mean? Then our ideas carry merit. And we also recognize that ultimately in this real conversation, what makes me feel so strong and being able to be like, yeah, well, the earth is flat, is that because I look out and it's what we all experience. And the point is that if you can't entertain the complete, what this exercise in free thought really is, and you can't understand it, hey man, maybe I'm dead fucking serious. The earth might be totally fucking level and there's nothing anyone can do about it. And like, if that is the case, I think that's, I mean, I don't know, man. Plain sailing navigation.
That unfortunately is
things, like, hold on.
Listen, Issa,
That may
that's a
sound
dogmatic
look,
position.
hey, bro, that's fine. I understand, and I'm giving myself that. What I'm trying to also say is that it is, it is a conversation that really it's something that is beyond all of those things, but it's also not for like. You have to have a certain element of heart, let's say, to even be able to feel as though one might be able to say that with some semblance of conviction. And if you don't have it backed by the information of some of the stuff that we are referring to, then I think it does it a disservice, but it doesn't make it any different. It's just what it is. And I've always said that it's like the earth. The earth has always been taken advantage of, misunderstood, and abused. So it's like, I'm not surprised that, it would happen upon the ideas and stuff. I don't want to see it happen in front of me, though. And that's what I look at it as. That's why,
okay, I get you. Okay. But the problem with this is if you state something as a fact like that, and I get what you're doing. It's in a way, it is this guerrilla ontology that, Robert Anton Wilson speaks about. If you walk up to somebody and, the earth might be fucking flat, you're going to make them think differently about their reality. It's going to create a cognitive dissonance, and then this will create a positive change for most people. It's going to put them on the path, and there you go. Okay, great. It's going to get them thinking for themselves, and they're going to have to go and find out for, for themselves. Where I take issue with it now is, do you know you're doing that in that context? Because when you look at the facts of the matter, look, geodesy and astronomy measure a globe. They do, and it's through their methods. And sure, I could speak further into how there might be a deception put in before it. I don't know, but the point is, in flat Earth land, nobody talks about that. That's what pisses me off, because this is the rap that everybody's getting. That this is being ignored. That this is an intellectually dishonest action if those are being ignored. This is the reason I'm coming back out and talking about it, because I was a flat earth apologist for a year and a half. I gladly would go out there and initiate people into these ideas, but I didn't know exactly what I was doing. I didn't realize that it was this guerrilla ontology that I really didn't think that that was the case. I was like, oh, these are interesting questions.
Yeah, but
Let's go ask these
but here's my
questions.
okay. Let's have okay. So look at it like this though. What if, let's say there is, what if it was that real?
What if what?
What if it was that real? What if the deception was that real, that it actually was a flat Earth?
I've always given way to the potential. Always.
Right,
You
but
know that about me.
right, and that's the and that I think is something a lot of people. I mean, after having gone and looked through all the information, right? Even then, you know, that's when I think, the more information, the more it's you're into a point of Gnosticism. But you have to take a position, let's say, in certain semblance of our life. I feel in a way there's a certain part of us, and I think inherently we experience it a certain way, and the more we cling to what it is that we experience, the more we will find a way out of this lie. As we said before, after you've been took, the only way to recover from that is to now only trust yourself. And you cannot bow on that when you've recognized that you've been took before, and when it looks like it looks like a con, smells like a con, and you're seeing it everywhere you look now because you got took once. You have to go with what your own perception
No,
tells
I
you.
agree. There is a deception here, and I will admit it freely that they've concretized this heliocentric model as 100% confirmed. Okay, it is a falsification of our reality because it is not what anyone experiences. Only in that context. Okay, we don't possess the money or the legal rights or the because of the space treaties that and shit like that. I can't go up in a rocket and check it out. It all has to go through these gates of space agencies and government agencies before that can be verified. Even if I wanted to launch a sounding rocket, if I was in a college, I was a college professor, and I wanted to launch a small rocket in order to do tests on the upper atmosphere, I have to go through a military agency, and that has to be done usually on Wallops Island. There's a couple other places that you do that. The Go Fast rocket had several approvals before it could do what it was doing because of its power and the height at which it was going, etc. So what I'm saying is it's very possible they have falsified our reality in that context. Like they've concretized an incorrect cosmology, or they've concretized the system of heliocentricity, or now it's acentric, whatever they want to say, as the way it looks if you had a God's eye view. Okay, but from Earth, all of these systems that they've been working on for 500 years were only there to match the lights in the sky to the position on the ground that individual was at. That's all it was. So look, I am all for this new way of thinking, of questioning authority on this level, questioning our systems, and you know that about me. But I'm taking issue with it, people saying it's flat. That to me is a problem. And unless you know that you're using it in this guerrilla ontology way, if that's what you're like, IPS, I see what he's doing. He's an artist. He's trying to make people think differently. And you're an artist too. This is why I find it more interesting that most artists understand this. But I think we need to get to a point, because the mainstream has latched onto it finally. in various ways. Like, I mean, dude, I pulled away for 3 months because of the Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Kyrie Irving. Once I saw it was this Pandora's box type situation, I don't know how this is being directed at that level. Like this new rocket science, what is it, the redneck rocket scientist? This is a direct response to Mad Mike Hughes. That is not a coincidence. They're having a laugh. They're having a laugh and they're making fun of it, and they paid an actor to do this. And it's fucking hilarious if you were on that side of things, if you think about it. But what I'm saying is, yeah, you're good. For me, I think that we need to be more aware of, and I get why you ballers out here are so upset, because it has been guerrilla ontology in a lot of ways, and nobody even knows they're fucking doing it. That's the thing. There is no, outside of our experience and outside of a couple laser tests and a couple sight tests and whatnot, there is no way for them to come out and say, I know it's flat, absolutely, it is a level plane, based off of sea level, here it is. It's not that easy. And this is why I hope to at least inject some intellectual honesty into this by saying, hey guys, geodesy a thing. Hey guys, this is why astronomy says it's a globe. Okay. Now there are reasons behind that concerning the celestial sphere and the local sky and how our eyes work. But that's neither here nor there. So, but yeah, shout out to the chat. Thank you, Twitwit. You know how I roll. There you go, brother. But look, I'm with you in the sense that let's get people thinking differently about the world around them. That's it. That's all I've ever cared about out here. I just want people to think differently about their world. But my issue is that we need to be honest about it and not be like, hey, it's fucking flat. Unless you are doing it in that guerrilla ontology method. If that's what you want to be about, then just be honest about that. Which I think you are. You are.
Well, I think also it's just more about it's weird for me because I've come into this through the understanding of first legal side and lawful and this position in the seat of philosophy in our system. And for that, it leads me to believe that all the way on the other side of the paradigm, if you will, the ultimate inversion is that we are at the seat of power and that the earth is fucking flat. That's my position. And if I were to now, can I say that there's room for doubt? But of course, because just as much as there's room for doubt on the baller side, and if there weren't a room for doubt, then you would be a dogmatic whatever. But I see it. I've come to just accept that I'd rather live in that of what that
for you. Look, I experienced this earth as a level motionless plane.
Yeah, man.
That's a fact. That is a fact, and I think that is a fact that we have all become very aware of over the past 2 years. Now, that doesn't mean anything past that experience, okay? And this is why I think this whole zetetic mindset that has come about to people on the internet, I do think it is healthy in the sense that it is a return to the senses. And if you then now move your position back to that sense base, that look, this is what I see, this is what I feel, this is what I experience, okay? Now, how do I move my piece up from there? I'm saying, okay, now that you're back to your senses, excellent. Now go research geodesy. Go learn trigonometry. Go understand astronomy. Let's see why they say what they say. But we don't see that in this community. And, I've even seen it written off as just
hold on.
Fake.
How about this, though? Hold on. I don't think... Okay, you've seen it written off as fake in that sense. But I don't think that the people that would actually be... we're judging something on the appearance of a community of people on YouTube. And that's the thing is, I think there are other men out there that, in a certain sense, and other men and women out there that it's like, the problem is that they're coming in and trying to make it look like it's fucking fake. And I've noticed this with the legal side of it too, because I noticed that they come in with their bullshit arguments, and they notice that they come in with their red herrings and their mascara for a fucking beautiful, it's like the earth. It's like a beautiful woman, and they want to come in and fucking paint it up with their mascara. They want to give it a fucking boob job. They want to fucking, and do all this crap to what initially is actually an ultimate and sublime fucking truth, which to me is that the fucking earth is flat, dude. I look around me, I see the earth is flat. I fucking go out on a boat, the shit looks flat. I zoom in on a camera, I understand that there's something in the foreground that it could be likened to a sagitta due to my perspective, but really ultimately if I do it on land and there's land behind it, that sagitta becomes quite apparent that it's not the fucking shape of the earth that's in my way. I'm sick of the lies. I've seen it permeate every aspect of the system, whether it be medicine, school, whether it be whatever it fucking is. It's like everything that is caked in this bullshit of like, and I feel like it's like this poor fucking earth has been attempted to be manipulated, but really it just needs to be retoiled and replanted with beautiful seed, and to grow on the earth and be beautiful again, and to live in peace. And I think ultimately that everyone wants that, this illusion of this debt system and everything. If people understood the notion of what I've been fucking talking about with discharge, and people really grasp that, I think even the people that call us useless eaters would have to respect our integrity and would have to recognize us as the children of Adam, because that's why I even wrote the Flat Earth Republic, or the Declaration, is because it's like, look, I live amongst these intellectual midgets, but I'm not one of them. And now, do you want to talk about the shape of the earth or whether or not the fuck I have the right to say that? That for me all comes down to, well, who are you? And by what authority would you tell one of the children of Adam who doesn't have the right to have dominion over everything that was created by man?
Yeah, I understand where you're
And
coming
no,
from.
no, but hold on. No. But I'm just saying.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm about to add
I'm saying,
to you,
but that notion, that existence, that fact, like, it's the only reason I come out here with my voice, because I don't judge the community of people that listen to me based on the people that I see on YouTube. I don't. I like to think that there may be other people that don't have accounts that maybe tune in randomly because of some tag I put on. And those people are listening for the first time, and they're checking the information out, and they should, you're right. And that's why they should hear a gentleman like yourself to have that discernment, to not be a dogmatic flat earther who thinks everything's a fucking hoax, or going to tell everyone that it is, and that the earth is flat, and not know about geodesy or about theodolites or about atmospheric conditioning, angle of attack, looming, lensing. If you're not going to know all about, if you're not going to know about the 69 miles per 1 degree of the arc in regards to the celestial sphere, but if you're not going to know that the celestial sphere is technically imaginary, you know what I mean? Like, if we aren't going to know
this is information that has to be computed
right, that's
through
the information
this process.
Right. That information has to be gone through all that filter of knowledge that is already it is the sieve, that all that knowledge has to, be there, and then digest this information.
And just quickly, I've been getting clowned for 6 months on this whole angle of attack thing. It's angle of incidence is what I should have fucking said for the first time, but it's been everybody's ran with it. I think it's funny. I'm not saying to you. I'm just correcting the record for the clowns out in the fucking
good
chat.
Looks. Oh, that's right. That's fine. So I'll tell you, it'll now be angle of incidence, bitches.
But listen, man, you're absolutely right about all this. We have systemic problems, and the only reason why people are out here speaking about issues that may exist within the scientific community is because there are dogmas that exist. There's a reason why I did 13-hour-long episodes about this. There is a dogma of materialism that is being essentially stated as fact. It is falsifying our reality, essentially, by fucking gaslighting humanity into this authoritarian structure of white coats say it must be true, so therefore it's true. Evolution is nearly taught as fact these days, and if you even question it on the higher academic level, you are ejected, you're removed, you're just, your voice is destroyed. So they have an agenda. There is agenda, there is dogma, there is greed, there is influence, there is corporate science. All of these things are a fact. And this is what brought me to these topics. Concerning, and this is why I gave way to the possibility that such a deception may exist in this matter of the shape of the earth. Go read King's the Throne. Okay, like I'm telling your audience, that book right there will give you another perspective. I'm not saying it's true or 100% correct, but it'll give you another perspective. Perhaps there were mistakes made by these older astronomers that we put them up as some type of saint in modern scientism. But we need to question these things, because we'll question our money system, we'll question the governments and how they were established and the history. We'll even go to like flamenco levels and question if our history is even real. But for some reason, the sacred cow of modern times is science. If you begin to question science in a critical way, that's when people get triggered, that's when people get upset. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. And this is something we've observed for 2 years, or however long you've been out here. I mean, that should tell a person something. That should be an indicator that, hey, wait, there might be something here. If so many people get upset just by talking about the shape of the earth, or upset just by saying, evolution. Because, I mean, the evolution debate was going on. It's been raging for 10 years on YouTube. The great debate community, and Jeremy's been over there, and all these guys. This creation versus evolution concept. And, we need to address these things. We need to think critically about the world around us. And all the benefit I see in flat earth, at the very least, is it is just a return to the senses. Okay, you've got a new starting point. Great. Now here's a 600-page textbook of geodesy and trigonometry and astronomy. Go figure out why they say what they say. But that's not happening, Issa. I understand they're difficult subjects.
Well, no, but hold on though. But like, for instance, I talked to the navigator the other day, and I would say, like, some of these gentlemen, like, I had to remind him that people figured out their latitude by the altitude of Polaris. It was like pretty odd for me, and I think I got a great book from him that I'm reading. But I also just think that there may be more of a social element to it than more of a physical element to the idea that the Earth, like the idea that the Earth is a sphere, is such. I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't know if like that idea works because of the way that we can predict and the way that we can do this. But there's also so much that is asked of us to accept, and that to me seems to burden us to the point where it, like I've said before, it lobotomizes us, where we're now subject to. I mean, I think there is a genuine conundrum that we are not being permitted to experience, and that conundrum is that the Earth may be flat, level, stationary, but the stars, the heaven, everything looks to be a sphere. This is a mental thing that I think that this is a question. That's why I've called this Flat Earth Court, because I think this question of flat Earth has always been asked of, and even in the days of Hammurabi. This is an ancient conversation. It's been, and this revelation, I think, is
it is. I mean, there's indicators.
Hold on. Now, this conversation of the shape of the Earth and everything should be also ushered in with its proper regalia, in the sense that it's propers. It should be given its due, and the information should be sussed, and people shouldn't come into this lightly. But and that's really what it is, because it's an individual experience. That's why you can't really judge someone if they're going to be a flat earther this week, a ball earther next week, because it's senseless. Ultimately, we're still here. We're all still in conversation. So,
Well, yeah. It's just more about, let's have. I'm trying to promote more intellectual honesty, and this has nothing to do with you. I'm not coming on here to like reprimand you or the people who like you. It's just there's just been a sincere lacking of certain topics. And I understand they're very difficult. I mean, honestly, geodesy is not a science. It is applied mathematics. It says it right out of Wikipedia. And that's what it is. They take planar surveyor data of triangulations, and they go to these little committee meetings, and they decide what geoid is the most effective. Which geoid are we going to use? And there's actually a big controversy in the little geodesy communities about which geoid is the most accurate. And then what they do is they take the triangulation points and they map it into the geoid. They wrap it around the geoid. And that's geodesy. That's what that is. Okay. But there are such a thing as geodetic surveyors. And I spoke with Jesse Kozlowski for a good 5 hours when I spoke with him. And I honestly, I really appreciate his time. The guy's been in the field. He's a geodetic surveyor for 25 years. He uses old school techniques. He of course, he uses the technological stuff for his, when he does his job, but he loves it so much that he's gone out and committed hundreds of hours to try to show flat earthers how this works. And I actually, as much as Negator gives me shit, I'd still give him credit for helping me with this situation, because he was the one that gave me Jesse Kozlowski's his blog and his YouTube channel, which everybody should look at, especially if you're flat earther. Understand that what they're doing when they measure what they call, you want to see the curve, everybody? All they're doing is using two theodolites, and they are using they're measuring the inclination from the 90-degree mark off of that, and they're seeing how far down it is. Now, you could get into where a deception might lie, or maybe they're doing it wrong. Oh, they're using the radius of the earth, and you can pick it apart. But I'm to a point of just like, hey guys, this exists. You should look at it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to do is give people information and say, look, if you want to go around saying it's absolutely flat and that is a fact, that is not, like, you don't have proof of that. And I'm not talking about you. I understand you're an artist. You're trying to make people think differently. That's different. And for the record out there, I've seen people say this. It's gorilla ontology, not oncology, you clowns. But anyway, gorilla oncology.
Well, yeah, but well, no, I would say in a sense that it is a
treatment of tumor.
To be flat, I think this intellectual, I still think that there is a certain intellectual hubris that I think, we need to, it also for someone like myself, it's like, I'm not, in a way, it's like, when it gets down to it, your perception is everything. And that is so important. I don't know, man. I think a lot of people actually fear that more than we give credit to. I don't know.
Gorilla ornithology. Dude, shout out to Lucifer Tebb, man. That cat's helped me out a lot too. And he's one of the most brilliant artists I've ever seen out here. I have to give him the credit. But yeah, look, I want these conversations to be had. I absolutely do, because that return to the senses, at the very least, is one of the most important things I've ever encountered. The reason why I was the apologist as I was is because I had that return to the senses. There is something deeply psychological, deep in our psyche that, and I quote it all the time, but the Beatles song, "The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and in his eyes sees the world going round." Now, that's something that exists in every single one of us, if we know it or not. And especially the more unaware you are of your cosmology or how you fit into it, if you're just a normal person working 40 hours a week and you go to the beach with your family and you watch a sunset, you're not going to ask yourself, wait a second, is that going away from me? Or am I rotating backwards? Which way am I rotating backwards? Instead, this is something that was implanted into your subconscious, essentially, at an age of 4. These are issues you've never dealt with. And when somebody walks up to you and says, hey, doesn't that shit look flat? Oh, look, it looks like the sun's moving away from us instead. That's that gorilla ontology, where you're going to make that person have cognitive dissonance, and then they're going to have to go out and check for themselves. So, overall, I see a lot of value in these ideas and these pursuits. It's the reason why I took all the stances that I did for the past 2 years. But it's still important to understand why they say it's a ball. I just wish people would understand the mind control issue more. And they would understand that They falsify. It's highly possible that the governments of the world have falsified our reality in the context of stating that heliocentricity is correct. And this is the way it would look like from a God's eye view. We see the model all the time, and the model is amazing. It works. It's predictive. You can use it all the time. Nobody's debunked the heliocentric model, but people have a misunderstanding of what it is. It's just a model to explain what we see here on the ground, what the lights in the sky are doing. I don't know. I'm repeating myself at this point. I love listening to your guitar playing though.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. We got a very active chat today.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I agree. People should have a general awareness of what what we're talking about. And granted, like some of it you may not have to know. It's kind of like I've said before. It's about your own experience and also it should be simple in a certain sense. Not that understanding heliocentrism shouldn't be done. It's the proposed thing. It's just, do you believe that you're the pale blue dot going around the sun, traveling?
Yeah.
Do you believe that? And that's what this is
Yeah.
for me. Is that I just look at it like that. Whole philosophic. I think talk about guerrilla ontology, fucking heliocentrism, man. You know what I mean? It's like they just fucking blasted everyone in the head with that shit.
Oh, they totally
it's like,
blasted
and
everybody.
that's where everyone was just like, what? Like, and that's where everyone thinks that they have this meaningless side to them. And that whole pale blue dot business to me seems just like I said, man, I just think it's like, I don't buy any of it, on the macro level, on the micro level, with your spectroscopy, like I'm fascinated. It's interesting, and I would like to understand it, but I don't know if it does everything that you say it does.
Yeah.
And that's the fucking point. Is that, like, stop telling me that it says, that you're saying it does this, that, the other thing, when it fucking doesn't.
Well, it doesn't match to our experience, and that's why this whole return to the senses element is what is so important, because if they falsified our reality on a deep level, far beyond anything that we can verify for ourselves, then they have us in this suspended animation, almost this left brain prison mind control of this nihilism is essentially the end result of it. Atheism is a symptom, and the nihilism, of course, down the road. It's a sliding scale, but the Big Bang cosmology is exactly that. They have a creation story. They've got the billions of years for the evolution to take place. They have completely removed the possibility of this being a creation. And look, and I get it. They call it the Enlightenment. It was after the Copernican revolution. Nietzsche has made it very clear that God is dead and we have killed him because it was Copernicus who unchained us from the sun and flung us around it. Are we not going upward, downward, leftward, rightward? We don't even know what up is anymore. That's what he states in the parable of the madman. Okay. First of all, I do find it funny. Why do we go around saying, "Hey, what's up, man"? Nobody knows what up is anymore. Like, that seems to be a problem if everybody's asking everybody. But anyways, this is what Nietzsche had pointed out in the parable of the madman, that it was Copernicus's fault.
Well, that's
now
why,
it did produce the.
That's why always the people got to ask the people who know where it's going down.
Right, it's going down, bro.
No, you got to know where it's going. You got to hang out with those people that know where it's going down, and then you can figure out mathematically, logically.
Absolutely. But what it did, though, and you could go back and read Frances Yates, who was an amazing scientific historian. She covered the Enlightenment very well, early 1900s. She states she has a whole book about Copernicus, and he was a hermeticist. He was essentially a sun worshiper in the, well, there's a lot of elements to it, but he gave a lot of the great Helios. He praised the great Helios. We'll put it that way. He called it in his books. Actually, on the Revolution of Spirit, he called the sun the great visible God. the great visible God Helios. And so what he wanted to do was create a system in which everything circled the great visible God. And I mean, this is from Francis Yates's mouth, you know, that he was his hermetic and occult concepts influenced his philosophy of what's going on up there, because that's all it was. But it was his work that started what we call the Enlightenment, because, and this is my theory, is that because they pushed themselves away from God, or I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson say, he was called a journalist of some kind. It was with Charlie Rose. And he goes, yeah, I guess we are kind of a journalist, us scientists. You know, we ask the where, the what, the when, the how. But the one question we'll never ask is the who. Ha 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 ha. Like that was a, and they're so crass about it. They really are.
That's
You
just a
listen
witty.
to
Yeah, I mean that's a witticism of their
it is, but what they're admitting exactly what the issue is here is that they push the
Well,
question
no,
of
but
who.
and it's an accepted issue that's already been just people have already accepted that most likely there is no God. I remember being with a friend of mine when we were young. He always like when you're young, like I forget how old we were. We were young, like 10, fucking, and he used to always just think that when you died, that it just went to black. And that was it. Like he
Yeah,
even like at that point in that, and still to this day he thinks that. He's very
yeah.
and that's just how they just have no. I don't know, or maybe I don't know who am I to say now, and what he thinks and so
Well,
forth. But I think that
to,
it surprised me that as a young age, that was something that my brother thought. That my boy thought, whereas I was a little more religious, just in my family.
well, the thing, I thought that at one point when I was an atheist. I thought it was just a ceasing of the system, a ceasing of energy. Maybe the energy will go back to it'll be transmuted into another energy, and there you go. But the reason why I think it's so important to point this stuff out is because I see a creation now, right? I'm not telling you what book to read. I'm not telling you that it's this creator, that creator, or one creator, or 10 creators. That's not my point. My point is there's enough hard science and enough perspectives that have been gained through these hard sciences, the real sciences, that to exclude the possibility that this system has an order that was prescribed, that I mean, go look at the fine tuning issue. Go Google fine tuning issue, people. There are things that we don't talk about in science, and the reason why we don't talk about it, we don't hear about it, is because it's evidence that, wait a second, this Big Bang is nonsense. The materialists have taken over. There is a materialist dogma, and they have a reason for it. They have a very good reason for it. And I think what it is when you remove the who from the question and you say, okay, well, it's up to man now. No more saying, like, when you saw fire, before it would be attributed to the gods. Well, God of fire, God, God, whatever, he must put that there. Now we know it's chemical combustion and what elements it is and whatnot, because we're no longer accepting the answer. When we see a phenomenon, we go, oh, well, God did it. We're no longer accepting that as the final answer. And for that, I am grateful, actually. Mankind should be grateful, because look at the technology that we have now. It came from removing that cop out of, well, spirits did it, God did it, supernatural did it. Okay, everything is supernatural before you can discover its origins. So if you remove the who from it, then all of a sudden man has to figure it out. And I think that's their agenda. That's the materialist dogma. That's what it's there for. That's the agenda behind it. Now, is that right or wrong, or was it only a necessary step for humanity? Perhaps. Perhaps. Maybe they are the good guys, Issa. You ever contemplated that? That it was necessary to get humanity out of the dark ages, materially or intellectually. I don't know. I think
For
about
what?
these
Wait,
things.
what was?
Oh God, Issa. The whole thing that I just explained.
Well, no. But I'm just saying
I'm
what
saying the
ramifications.
deception of removing the who from the equation made the
Oh,
Enlightenment.
wait,
It
hold on. I
made
disagree
our
with that.
technology.
No,
No, no,
no,
no.
no.
It made. Hold on. So you didn't listen to what I
No,
just
I
said.
did hear what you said. I heard what
You
you said.
did not listen to what I just said the past 3 minutes.
It's what,
You didn't.
make a synopsis for it. Yeah.
I am. What
Carry
I'm
on.
saying is these men decided at one point, the reason why Copernicus is lauded and carted around by him removing the possibility of God, of the who, or excuse me, not God, the creator, this being a creation. What it did was it made man have to go, okay, well, what did that? When they saw lightning or fire or some what seemingly was supernatural at the point.
Well,
Before, hold on, before it was as simple as, well, God did it. That was a final answer before the 1700s, before the 1600s, okay? And what I'm saying is these men of that time frame, when they removed that as a default, where they couldn't ask that question anymore, it pushed science to the brink. They had to figure this stuff out, and it's been
well, no, that's
a
not true though.
materialist progression.
Well, I mean, it may have been
Oh
what
my
they took
God,
from
dude.
it. Well, no, wasn't all of the Renaissance created by what is Islamic scholars 600 years before the Renaissance?
No,
Are you sure?
Isa. There may have been elements,
Hold
but it
on.
was
No, no, no. What are you
strictly
talking about?
within. Hold on,
Hold on. What are you talking about? Elements, dude. The whole
Isa.
thing.
Look, hold up.
Hold on. There was.
You're bringing things into it
Well,
that aren't
I
necessary right
think.
now.
Well, let me
The
explain.
Enlightenment was directly
They
resulting
understood.
from. Yes, there was elements. There's a lot of elements. But
My
what I'm
point is, they
saying is
understood
the
the
enlightenment.
relevance of the who. I think they understood the point. The relevance.
Yes, the Persians did 1,000 years prior in the ancient knowledge that
I
was
don't think they
brought
lost
back
sight of
into
it.
it.
I don't think they lost
Okay,
sight of
great.
that.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people at the forefront of the Renaissance, this new and this enlightenment that happened in Greece and the areas surrounding in England and whatnot. What I'm saying is they directly correlate the enlightenment of the 17 and 1800s to the Copernican revolution. This is why it's lauded the way that it is. That's all I'm saying. And of course, there's a bunch of Persian information. Sure. I mean, really, of course there is. Mathematics is, and the way we understand it comes from there. I always give the Persians credit. What I'm saying is in that time frame, in that
Also,
place of the
Muslim
world.
scholars. There
Oh
were
my
Muslim
God.
scholars also too. I'm saying though, there
Absolutely.
was this notion that there was this faith that was embedded in what they were doing. I think that it's been a perversion of that since the time of the, like the Sartre, this extreme form of art in like the 50s, 1950s. Like I don't ever think that atheism would played a role essentially or as strongly as it does in what we consider what we're modern. I think we've had so much of a molding of the society in the last 100 years. That I don't know if it goes back that far. I think those gentlemen, the sublime nature of these things was they understood the Arabic tendencies, the notion of the belief in the creator. Now, so whether or not they believed in it or not, I don't know, but it did shape it. It shaped it vastly. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Absolutely, dude. But that's not even close to the issue that I was talking about. I'm talking about the Enlightenment being a response to the Copernican revolution. This is very well documented. Now, during the Enlightenment, the progression of materialist technology, materialist concepts, was directly related to removing the question of who from their equation. They had to find out for themselves. It pushed man. This is why I said there might be good guys in this. Even though it's a deception, what they foresaw possibly is that, hey, look, if we make man have to figure this shit out, and we do this ideologically and philosophically, and we push this forward, then therefore it might be possible that we can raise our technology rapidly. And you look from 1900 till today, never, or at least in our recorded history, have we ever seen such a 1,000,000% fold increase
Right,
of
right, but I think the notion of the atheism has come into play and has had nothing to do but
yeah,
with
it's a side effect.
the downfall.
It is. It's a side effect, and it is the downfall. But that's what you and I are for. See what I mean? Like now is the time of the great revealing. This is the moment of history, the transfer into the new age. I mean, they've been saying it for a long time, but we're getting pretty fucking close in my estimations, right? So, There will be a great pouring out of knowledge in those times. All will be known. All hidden will become visible. What do you think the internet is? It's just the Akashic records. That's essentially, they've manifested that. So now I can go learn any subject. Now I can find out anything I want on a person. I can go I can Google your name and find out everything you've done for the past 13 years. That's the way this world is working now, right? This is the way it is. Everybody has become a public figure. Everything hidden has now been revealed for the most part, and it's just going to get more and more and more. And all information is now here. All information. I'm finding books written by Rosicrucians in the 1600s that were scanned in an obscure library, over in England, and I got the PDF of it right here. Like every secret, and they called it, and I know I talked about this the other day, but I'll finish up, stop ranting. Alice Bailey called it the externalization of the hierarchy. There is a very interesting book where she states that all secret spiritual systems, all secret knowledge must be made available to the public before we could move forward into the new age, as she was proclaiming it. This is theosophy. It's a specific type of, mentality. And what we see 100 years later is pretty much exactly that. Everything is the light is being shined on everything. So that includes any deception that exists within science. This includes pointing out materialism as a dogma. So that's my point. I hope I conveyed it properly to you.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I do agree with you. I try to, just I don't know. I've been doing a little looking over some videos and just looking at different stuff that I used to very interested in, and just refreshing some ideas and the just some of this notion of it. I think that partially almost even the Freemasonic order has some semblance and is some kind of reaction to what was, or I don't know. I feel like there's just this understanding of the creator and all of these people's works, and with that comes a certain semblance of understanding the law of the system. And I was looking into some interesting. I don't know. Have you ever heard of Ahmed Deedat? He's an interesting cat. I used to watch some of his stuff back in the day. But just an interesting cat, and just the idea of what scholars and the idea that history has had on history, or that Islam has had on history, and how the people, and I think that notion of a creator is so prevalent in all of these institutions that are in the people that hold those institutions. And I think that possibly what's happened is almost that you have this backlash of atheistic, like protesting, monsters that have driven off all of the intellectuals on
Yep.
the campuses. And now
Yep.
almost I feel as though what's happening is there's being an unveiling in some regard by the people or the institutions that know so much, and that in reality what we're doing it is it becomes some kind of cataclysmic event where the people that do fear God or have this inclination for what we call maybe the imagination, whereas other
The
people have
right
been
brain, even
have been
just the right brain.
and and
Yeah.
certain people have been lobotomized by these institutions because they've run amok without the guidance of good men and women behind them at the helm, because they gave in to that corporate persona. We've become concretized into being the name versus being the intelligent ones that understood the capacity. That's why the priests have some first semblance of power, because they understand that
The
part of,
mysteries.
well, they understand the capacity part, the idea that you're the soul first.
Yeah.
That's a big deal if you're going to have that premise. And then you look at the system that we live in, and it's set under ecclesiastical systems. And what we don't want is for this system to be overtaken by was it social justice, whatever there are, those people, like, just that, like, to
Yeah.
bark down the real tenets of free speech, to abuse the almost, what is really amounts to privileges of the capacity of citizens, and to also, you know, have no semblance of responsibility, and that goes on anyone's plate, I guess, right? You know, but people can look
Yeah.
at that. People can look at that from whatever angle they want, but I don't know what to
Uh,
say. But
yeah,
really,
I think that there is an unveiling, and this is really the fact that I'm having this conversation. You're having it, these conversations are being had. You know, I mean, what is saying the Pike's letter? You know, that before, you know, the end of the age and the Third World War, whatever, however he put it, that they were going to they're going to unleash the atheists and the nihilists, and then they're going to, you know, ramp up issues between the Christians and the
yeah, but see,
Muslims.
I
And
almost look at that like, you know
they,
what I look at that like though? That's like propaganda.
well, it is, and
That's
there's
well,
the
no, no,
whole
no.
issue of it
I
being
wonder,
fake. But
right, and that's my thing is I wonder sometimes if it's not fake to demonize these people that actually understood some semblance of dignity and
well,
law and
I'm
order.
not. Well, hold
Or
on,
not, I'm not
I'm
talking to
not.
you, but just in general,
Well,
just you know.
but let me finish my point.
Ah,
This happened. The four horsemen came out. Your good old Dawkins didn't, you know, Sam Harris and Hitchens and whatnot. It was an agenda. It was all within the same year, too. They all came out with a brand new book, you know, pushing atheism. It became normalized, essentially, where it went from 8% who professed atheism to, I think it was about 25% just in about 3 or 4 years. And, you know, that was, in my opinion, one of the last major deceptions. Sorry, I wrote. That was one of the last major deceptions, and I think though that there is this great pouring out of knowledge, there is this unveiling that is occurring that are giving people eyes to see, ears to hear, concerning, like that's what I find so interesting. Out here, you will find roadblocks of people like Negator, like Curved Water, basically anybody over Earth discussions. You think that's good? They will sit there and they can't even comprehend what it is that we're saying, or that, you know, people in this community are saying. They simply don't have the ability to see what it is that these people are saying. They're like, wait, how can you not see that this is fraudulent? How can you not see that this is a dogma? How can you not see that this is an agenda? They don't possess the ability to see. And there are people who do right now, and there are more people who are coming into that, who see it as well. So I do think it is some type of unveiling in a way where consciousness has shifted. People have now become more capable of thinking differently. Like it's almost like they're breaking out of their left brain prison. You know, they're accessing their right brain a little bit more, or they're starting to just think differently. And I think it's a great thing. I really do. So to all the haters about it, like, y'all, wake up, guys. Like, I'm not saying wake up, though. No, I'm saying that we have an opportunity now. We are all part of mankind here. We have an opportunity to see deceptions a little bit better, and they're all over the place. We're in this age of deception. We're in an age of deceit. The more, if you're in this rabbit hole this far to be listening to me right now, you're aware that there's a shitload of deceptions that humanity is under right now. Well, let's fucking talk about it. That's it.
yeah, man, that's what's up. You know, that's what's cool is that we can talk about it and all them kind of things. And
Yeah. Also, a real interesting thing. Lucifer Tim said soul puts the U in soul, SOL. I thought that was very interesting because if you do look into these spiritual systems like Hermeticism and other systems that are built off of Hermeticism or Kabbalah and whatnot, um, the sun plays a very significant role. And if it is this as above, so below, the sun is, well, I guess you could argue is your soul. But anyways, quick question. Where did I heard you say the other day that some quote about never look at the Kabbalah until you're 40 years old.
yeah,
Where did you hear that? Because I
I heard
laughed
that.
my ass off.
I heard that from a Jewish kid growing up that
Dude, that's some real shit.
they don't study the Kabbalah until they're 40 because
That's amazing.
they said you'll lose your mind.
Yeah, I get it. I get what they're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, they yeah, I guess that's what they did. Yeah. Because he was saying everything has a number and it's all this stuff. My thing is that I just think, yeah, you can lose your mind and all of that. It's like it's that in depth. But then there's a certain culmination of knowledge that, and whatever you want to call it, where you finally just you can recline in the knowledge and not be like, once you learn how not to be a dick, I think you're always at liberty to recline.
Yeah, I think it takes a mental flexibility, I say the quote every time I'm here, but that Aristotle quote of it takes a learned man to be able to, hold two opposing ideas at the same time and agree with neither. And I think that that's what they've taken away from us for the most part, except for a certain subsection of the population. That this left brain prison, this mind control that mankind has been suffering from, it doesn't get. You see, the left brain is linear. It doesn't have the ability to analyze its own paradigm, so to speak. It doesn't have the ability to step away from it. You have to have those neural pathways in the right brain in order to do that. That's why we see people out here who do not possess discernment. Is because they don't. The right brain it thinks in a way that the left brain can't make sense of. So if you don't know how to access it, then what happens is you are stuck in this linear mode where you're in a paradigm that you don't even know you're in a paradigm of. So that's all I want to talk about out here now is this particular type of mind control, which has been crafted by Tavistock and your Huxleys and all of these people who came before us. And the government has taken very much interest, and the education system has been built to create this concentration camp of the mind, as Huxley put it. So that's what I'm trying to get people to wake up to at the very least. Now, if it's these two words, flat Earth, that creates this, effect in somebody that they're going to go and check their paradigm, well, okay, great, that's fine. Let's just make sure though that we're equipping them with the information if you're going to do that. That's my whole argument. Oh, wait a second. I gotta shout Boost for Tim out again. He said, so appropriate here. Where'd it go? Oh, damn it. He said that if flat Earth may make you lose your mind, it may make you find your heart in the process. That is so on point.
It's going down. I know it's loud, but there's gold in there. Tell you that you're very scared, but learn your love like it's gonna die. You never know, you just might save your life. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind, it's cool now. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind, it's cool now. So are you to say I can't be loved? Sleeping and wanting takes come. They know that you've been taught to know. Said, boy, hold your head up high. Listen all those sweet arms asking why. The wise are loud, you can see it now. Boy, don't you know it's time to strike. Takes our hands to get around. Don't lose your mind. All kinds just to get around. Lose your mind, slow down. So are you to say I can't be loved? Skin pain and wanting change to come. Well, you know that you've been taught to know. All kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind, it's going down. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind, it's going down. You still there, brother?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, just another report. It does appear that Mr. Osmond may have left the building once again. So best of wishes and luck to him.
Shout out to
Seems
Mr.
deleted his
Osmond.
channel. Yeah,
Oh,
deleted his channel.
really?
Well, he does that every couple months. I mean, he's dissatisfied with what this is. You know, he doesn't. Yeah, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to speak on his behalf or speak on him, but I've been in communication with him over the past. I mean, I've known him for 3 fucking years. You know what I mean? Like it's difficult. Like I don't know. I've never considered him an enemy, even when he was doxing me and going after me the way he was. What people don't understand is the guy believes 100% what he's saying. 2 points of rotation, fucking globe, checkmate. Like he believes it, right? And he means well in what he's doing. He thinks that this is a psyop, and this is a psyop, bro. And he's going to defeat it. He's going to try to help people see the light. So whatever, man. I mean, people who have conviction and it takes heart to have conviction. So I've never. I mean, I know his tactics are dirty sometimes, but they're not as dirty as they can be. They really aren't. Like he's not as nasty as what people can be. I've gotten very disturbing, messages from people over the time I've been out here, privately or on comments and stuff like that. A very disturbing tactics. But with Tim, he's more of like I don't know. He knows there's a line. He won't cross that line. Like he'll push it back a little further than when I'm not going to dock somebody. But if he thinks it'll have a specific result, he's going to weigh it out. So, anyways, I don't want to talk on him too much, but I wish him the best in whatever he tries to do, I suppose. He's in Belize, guys. That's funny. No, I think it's a bit of a mutual fanboy situation. Twit. I'm gonna be bold enough to say. Ron Burgundy, welcome to the show. Cathexis talks for 7 hours about things he doesn't know. Oh, the level of projection from you guys who choose the adversarial role is just fucking hilarious. And what's so funny is don't you don't you don't realize how transparent you are. So you've got 80% of the people out here who see how transparent you are, but you guys are like, we totally own those guys. Here, let's go back to our Earth discussions cult and talk about how much we hate flat earthers all day. Seriously, it's fucking hilarious. But whatever, that's that atheist, materialist, rationalist mentality you guys have. Go ahead and run off to your rational wiki and your metabunk and get your prepackaged answers. Shout out the afterlife now. Big ups. I've known you out here for a good 3 years. Close enough. Oh man. Oh shit. What's up, Evie? Shout out to Rebel. Roller bearing. Who are you calling that? I've been seeing you say that. You're not all atheists, by the way. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a large percentage. Roller bearing. Are you? Who are you calling that? Are you calling curved water that? Whatever. I've seen you say it several times in this. Did I defend geodesy too much? That now I'm a curvert. I'm atheist as well, actually. Very good point. That's interesting. The language of that matter. Atheist. I'm an atheist. I always wondered about the word adult. Like adult is a stupid person. Adult. I don't know.
Hola.
Oh, Mr. Riley.
How are we doing, sir?
You're doing quite well. Yourself?
Reasonable. It stopped fucking raining for once here. It's rained all day. Really all day. It's finally
You
stopped.
do live in the UK. It's kind of known for that, isn't
Yeah, but man, come on, give us a break. It's summer.
it? Right.
It's been miserable for the last 3 days. We've had like a week of decent weather, and then it got wet, and it never got better for like 2.5 days. Finally, the clouds are clearing.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit better.
So what's up? What's on your mind today?
I don't know, I just got a couple of questions to ask you. I mean,
Sure, brother.
I come in peace is the first thing to ask, is to state, because I'm not coming for a fight. But you said something before about the heliocentric model has never been debunked. And I was just wondering, by what standard were you making that reference? Because for me, I'm satisfied by my own observations that the heliocentric model has been debunked. Are we talking an objective or a subjective model?
No, okay. Here, let me explain a little bit better my position. So when you say something like that, like the same with Morgall, he makes a similar assertion. Okay. The heliocentric model is just that. It's a model so that we can describe our observations at a certain point on the ground. Okay, that's it. Where the trick came in my opinion, and what we've dealt with, growing up in the society, is that the governments of the world went up there and declared that's what it is. We've been right for 500 years. That's what it is. So this model that we once understood correctly as just a mathematical way to, see when the lights are going to show up kind of thing. They said from a God's eye view, that's what it's like. Now, even though they use a geocentric coordinate system for all of their systems, but that aside. So my argument is that the heliocentric model works beautifully. Every astronomer, every person in academia is looking at people in this community going, what are you fucking talking about? You guys haven't debunked shit. What you've done is you've debunked the falsification of your reality. Now, so my issue is I am taking issue with these words and how we use them out here, because the heliocentric model, when something is debunked in the heliocentric model, what do? They patch it up. They've been perpetually patching it up for 500 years. So you see my distinction that I'm making here, Riley?
I think you describe an objective over subjective interpretations of the model, because the objective.
Do you live in a model, Riley?
Do I live in a model?
Do you?
I have absolutely no idea what I live in.
But okay, I understand that, but do you understand what I mean by that question?
No, I can't live in a model, can I? I can only live in a reality of some kind, but it can't be a model.
Exactly. A model is just simply the best representation on paper of what we see. Okay. So we are geocentric factually because we are the ones making that assertion here on Earth, right? If I'm standing right here, everything is technically geocentric, right? And until they can prove otherwise, which NASA has never been like, here's the proof 100% that the heliocentric explanation on paper is what it looks like up there when I fly a rocket ship to Jupiter and look back on everything. You see what I mean?
So what you're saying is, if a plane flies around the Earth, what moves? Is it the plane that's flying around the Earth that moves, or is it Earth that flies underneath the plane that moves? Right? From our perspective, it's geocentric.
Well, sure. I mean, we can go that far with it. I mean, I'm just saying in from an astronomical perspective, like from astronomy, from these space agencies and such, they use a geocentric coordinate system for their quote unquote satellites. They use it for flights. They use it for their shuttle, all this stuff. They don't use heliocentric coordinate systems. They just don't. So what I'm saying is that when we say the heliocentric model has been debunked, it hasn't. What you've debunked is the falsification of your reality, where you go, wait a second, I don't experience what this would claim I should experience.
Right. So what you're saying is then it's not when you said a heliocentric model, you could rephrase that, you could replace that phrase with the word mathematics, because the mathematics never gets debunked. It just means the maths is wrong, right?
Well, sure, yeah. Then they would just patch it up or alter it or whatever. But
Yeah.
so like, okay, if you're talking strictly about the lay of the land, okay, like is the Earth a level plane, or is it a globe? As this is different from what you would call the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model is the whole system of lights in the sky with us in it. Remember, it was Copernicus that flung us around the sun. Okay, so it is right to say the heliocentric model. We're part of it. I'm on this ball, etc., etc. But heliocentric model has nothing to do with geodesy, with surveying, with. You see what I mean? Like, I just wish people would be a little bit more careful with their language, because if you're going out to a beach and you're seeing that lighthouse or that light, because I've seen a lot of your work, and you're making careful measurements and observations, and if you can see it and it's a level plane, that doesn't debunk the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but when you say
the heliocentric model would work on a flat Earth too, just differently.
When you say, just one sec.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, in the drink.
Very good.
Sorry, when you said we all need to be a little bit more careful with our, what was the word you used? Was it? Did you say vocabulary? Our language.
Yeah.
The only people that need to be, in my experience, the only people that need to be careful with their language is flat earthers, because heliocentric priests, and that's the word I'll use.
I use that too.
That they are allowed to like misspeak frequently, and nobody ever picks them up on it because we're pedantic if we do. And they can also propagate the lie itself, and that's never questioned. In terms of, like, you're not allowed to question it, you're not allowed to challenge it. But if a flat earther says something that was the wrong pronunciation for something, or they misidentify sigma instead of octantis, or vice versa, or they get one element of, I mean, I misspoke once and I said that the clouds were like 600 kilometers high, and obviously I meant 600 feet high, and someone picked me up on it rather than the point that I was making at the time. It was a simple misspeak. You misspeak as a flat earther
all the time.
Yeah, you misspeak as a flat earther and you will get eaten. But you misspeak as a ball earther and it's just glossed over with trivialness, because it's, oh, he's clearly misspoke. Yeah, well, the same standard doesn't apply against flat earth. You're not allowed to misspeak of flat earth. You can't make a single error. So whilst I agree that we need to be careful the language that we use, the only people that need to be careful really are the flat earthers, because we're the only ones that get picked up on it. Everybody else.
Well, look, I understand that. I understand that perspective a lot, Riley, but I think we need to depolarize these situations, okay? We are earthers, okay? These people are arguing in favor for a shape of the earth just differently than you. And you're right, but there is this weird polarization that exists in this community. That's really not necessary. But look, the point is this: those people are trapped in a model, and they don't understand what that means when I say it. Okay, they think they're flung around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, going through all of these different motions. They think that is the nature of reality. That's what I mean when I say the falsification of reality. So the model works in explanatory terms. Like, I can explain it to you by showing you the ellipses and the orbits, and it works. Where the difference is and where this disconnect is, you've deprogrammed yourself from that reality tunnel, so to speak. Like, you don't live on a ball flying through space. Neither does Isa, and neither do I in a lot of ways, because the ball was only there to explain phenomenon. That was all the motion of the Earth. Copernicus said the terrestrial motion of the Earth was only there to explain phenomenon and should not be regarded as absolute truth. That's in the book On the Revolution of Spheres in the beginning. So, do you see my larger point?
Yeah, but then it creates me a conflict, because whilst I accept that when you explain it the way that you did, which was eloquently done, the model has never been debunked, because the model itself is what you're critiquing, the model, not the reality and how it refers to the reality. So when it comes to how does things reflect reality, this eclipse is coming up and everyone's talking about it. And we all know the issue. Why does the shadow go from east to west? Why does the shadow go from west to east?
Yeah.
And my position on it is I have no idea whether they're right or not on the heliocentric model. Now, I've seen evidence both for and against it from different people, ball, earth, and flat, and it appears that there is no consensus. Which one you would go with is your
I
prerogative.
agree with. Actually, Issa and I spoke about it before Jared did his video and went on Glowbusters. The way the heliocentric model explains it, it makes sense after further conceptualization, further thinking about it, trying to understand why they're saying what they're saying. At first, it didn't. I was 100% with people who were like, "This is checkmate." Just for about 24 hours. I went and asked a couple. I have an astronomer friend I asked, and I asked some other people because it didn't make sense to me. It's not intuitive at all.
Agreed.
And honestly, it needs to be modeled either way. It needs to be shown.
I've got a problem,
in my
though.
opinion.
Yeah, it is modeled. It has been modeled, and the issue is whether the modeling technique used is correct in terms of the model that it's based on. Because if you have it explained to you verbally, you just cannot conceptualize it because it's too difficult to get the scale and the proportions and the relative speeds to each other correct. You need to have it demonstrated on at least a 3-dimensional CAD software. But the problem with that is when you do that, the challenge.
I saw it done in Blender, and it's too difficult. You have to make different, like in order to pull the light off from 93 million miles, you have to. You can shrink it down, but you still have. It's difficult. I've seen it been attempted, and I haven't seen it been done right yet. I'll put it that way.
Well, I wouldn't know if it was done wrong. All I can see is the pretty pictures, and I trust that they've put the figures in correctly to make the model right, make it match the model. But what I would say is that Antonio appears to have backtracked. He said it was a ball earth killer initially, and he appears to have backtracked from that position now. But
I have too. I agree with Jaron, actually.
Well, hang on. That supports the idea of it not being based in CAD or demonstrated in some form of CAD. The problem arises when you have the Sun and Moon group that have done it on CAD, and they've challenged anybody to show them where the error in their ways is. Now, I'm not saying they're right, but what I'm saying is the Sun and Moon group have done it on a 4-dimensional CAD software, and it shows.
And I know they're pretty talented with it. The guys who are running with it right now. I wasn't even aware of that. See, I was only aware of a couple guys.
I don't actually know them. I only know of them. I've been in their hangouts twice, once on the panel, once off the panel. And they speak with a vernacular that's impressive because they sound like they know what they're talking about. It creates the perception that you could be at ease with them and they're not trying to trip you up. They're not trying to it's not a gotcha moment. They're explaining the way through it. And when they do that, it makes you feel comfortable because they are definitely advocating the model, the heliocentric model. The problem comes with when they show the results and then they challenge and say, look, we think we've done this right, but we're open to anybody that can criticize it, tell us that we've done it wrong. And these are the results. You then see the results and the shadow goes the opposite way, which then tells me that you got Antonio and Jaron that now have took the side to the saying that it may work. And these guys have got it modeled on a 4D demonstration and then say the only way we could get it to work, and these are their words, was to change the model. Now that's the bit that I struggle with because to get it to work, to change the model means that the model doesn't work or it doesn't match reality.
But I mean, you do understand though what the heliocentric model is saying though, as to why they say it's making sense, right? I mean, like I said, it's not very intuitive, but with the moon moving at 2,000 miles per hour or whatever the speed is, it's like a delicate ballet between the motion of the sun, our perceived motion of the sun and our perceived motion of the moon and its actual motion in relation to the stationary sun. You see what I mean? Like you have to be able to conceptualize that in order
this is the problem because when we talk about it in words, conceptualizing it based on description is not easy to do because we've all got a different interpretation of the actual adjectives that are used to create the picture in our mind of what we are expecting to see. And we all get different pictures, which is why people have got different views on it. But then when you get it demonstrated on CAD based on values that are claimed to be correct and challenged against it as if you think we've got it wrong, come and tell us where and we'll fix it. Their words are, we cannot get this to work unless we change the model. We believe we've got the model correct. The shadow should go the opposite way. Now, I don't know because I'm not blessed with the skills to be able to verify it for myself. I've got to trust what they're saying. But the reality is, a lot of people are curious about it. Now, the query about it is that I have is that it should be black and white if the model is correct, because they should be able to explain it comfortably. I mean, have you seen the guys, that girl, the girl with the straight brown hair that says, "I'm going to be answering on behalf of science today," and she absolutely fluffed it. She gave
Oh,
no
yeah.
explanation whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
And it was
All that said was they interviewed the guy and from NASA, and he was like, "Oh, at the speed of the moon."
yeah, and the next thing they're all doing these ballerina style dancing things in front of the camera because they're all trying to visualize and conceptualize, which is what you have to do when you've got words. But this is why people have been asking for somebody to model it, and it has been modeled. And I'm not saying that the model is correct that they've done, but they have challenged people to go and ask questions for the values that have been put into it to see have they gone wrong with it, because their view is they've got it right according to the heliocentric model, and on that model the shadow goes the opposite way around. Which leads me to the question: does anybody have any idea into? Has anybody done it other than the Sun and Moon group on a CAD? If so, let's see it, because it's confusing. Now, my position is I don't know, but I am asking the question: why is the model not clear enough for us all to be able to go black and white? Yeah, that's what it'll do.
No, I agree. That's a very good question. And for me, I'm neutral. I mean, honestly, I've seen both arguments, and due to how the conceptualization is so difficult for the matter, I feel like we should all be striving to understand it better as we have. So I'm going to go take a look at what they say concerning it.
I gave the link to
well.
Ethan earlier on, and I'm assuming that he didn't watch it because his answer was, "Hey, what I miss?" And I was like, "You only need to watch the first 4 minutes of it." I mean, I don't know if he wants to play it now. I'm sure Sun and Moon will be fine with it because we're all trying to learn, and they are in essence, they are skeptics. I don't know what their views are. I don't know if they're flat earthers or geocentrists or what, but they're certainly interesting to listen to. But they show clearly that the shadow goes the opposite way, and they've said, "Look, we think we've got this right. Somebody come and show us where we've got it wrong. You can come on the panel and discuss it, and we can go through all the values. But we think we've got it right. This is what the model should do." And then you look at the stuff from NASA who was saying it's to do with the moon traveling double the speed of the Earth rotation, and thinking that's clearly wrong. I mean, you've seen that reference from that guy, right?
Well, yeah, that's what he said, that the speed of the moon is what is really causing this. And if you look at how fast it is orbiting, even though it takes 28 days for it to get all the way around because of our rotation in conjunction with its rotation, you know what I mean? It's still moving 2,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but relative to our position, when it's demonstrated in the CAD,
exactly.
it doesn't do what they tell us it does. And this is why I guess what I'm saying is, regardless of whether Sun and Moon are correct or not, the point is that it's a really complicated issue to try and conceptualize based on a description. And when they've gone to the time and effort of like creating the model, and they come up with the conclusion that it appears to be the case that the shadow should go the opposite way to what we're being told, and that therefore the model appears to be wrong, that leads to the next question of, well, if that is the case, then what's going on there? Because it kind of does mean that their model doesn't reflect reality to the degree that it's black and white. The shadow should go the opposite way. We'll only know what happens on the day, I suppose, because I believe the key issue is how fast does the moon actually traverse the sun to create the thing, because if it does it really, really slow like the saying.
Well, it's supposed to be, I think, 7 degrees of the... I forgot how... actually, Flat Earth Math did work out how fast it would be moving in relation to the sun to our visible position. But, I do find it very interesting that this is not being shown in the mainstream. Like, they're showing these simple little cartoons, with no scale involved. Yeah. Just stating it. Oh, that's the and then if you look at every single one of them, has been pointed out, every single one of these little cartoons are incorrect in the direction of the fucking spins, and a variety of reasons. So, look, I'm with you. It needs to be further investigated, but I don't have any answers. What I'm saying is, I've seen enough of what the heliocentric people say is the way the model is portraying it to say, okay, well, that's plausible. But so is what the flat earthers are saying to some degree. I do think it's plausible that this might be a mistake. Not a mistake, but something they're going to have to cover up, rather.
Well, I mean, bear in mind, I've not spoke with you before at all, either online, offline, in chat, or nothing. This is literally the first time I've spoke with you. I don't really want to fail the attitude test with you because I'm the first person. It's the first time.
You're fine, Riley.
But on the other hand, I would like, given that you've got the background that Issa plaudits, really, I mean, he's told me of you. And I know that generally Issa considers you to be a good guy. Even if you disagree on stuff, he still considers you to be a good guy. And what I'd like you to do, if you don't mind, is consider the video that they've produced and take them up on their offer and discuss it from a neutral position. Because I'll admit, I'm confused by it. It should be the case that we can get a black and white answer based on the model that's supposed to be correct. It should match our observations. It shouldn't even be an issue, right? So I'm looking at it skeptically because somebody somewhere has suggested that maybe it runs backwards. But if it is possible on their model, then surely we should be able to demonstrate it in a way that makes it black and white, that there isn't even a discussion to have. Because my position on it is that we start from the position of acceptance unless we can prove otherwise. We generally accept the model that they give us unless there looks something to be wrong with it. Now, a lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon and saying, oh, this is a ball earth killer. Rich Thrive and Survive's done a video today saying exactly that, and he's got something wrong in it. He said that the shadows of which I won't even go into. But the point is, it shouldn't even be a debate. It should be that clear and concise from the likes of NASA that it shouldn't even be confusing, because their model is predictable, it's reliable, and it just fucking works. And a lot of the ball earthers describe it as what's the word that Kara uses to describe it? I can't remember. I can't remember what the adjective is. So I mean, really, I'm asking you politely, would you consider joining them and just chatting about it, because I'm confused. And it's all right saying, oh yeah, it just works. And yeah, fine, maybe it does just work. But somebody somewhere's come up with this idea that it might not work. And it appears from their model that it doesn't work when it's been modeled. So really, that's really where I want to just, and I'll leave it at there because I do want to move on. There's a couple of other questions I want to ask.
Well, let me quickly just address that. I'll be happy to take a look at their work. And I've watched several of their pieces, and I really like the electromagnetic toroidal aspect. I think that is very interesting. So I do like them, but I'm not somebody well versed enough to be able to explain it in a way. This is just, I'm telling you, like, I'm satisfied, but I'm still looking. I'll put it that way. So I'll take a look at their stuff and whatnot, but I'm not.
See,
I don't think there's anything of value I can add in that regard.
Well, I would be satisfied if it hadn't been modeled in a way that now comports to the opposing position, because they've said we think we've got it right, but if it is right, then it doesn't work. So yeah, you've got all the ball earthers that go, oh yeah, it's right, it's right. I mean, I can see Lewis in chat there saying it's not confusing and it does fucking work. Well, it doesn't work because they appear to have modeled it, and it appears to be according to them, but modeled correctly. So okay, well, why does it do it the opposite of what they're saying? So I'm not saying that it's flat all round. I'm asking, why is it confusing? And it should be black and white. So that's the point I'm making. I'm not trying to fight ball and flat. I just want to know, why is the model not correct? Because it doesn't seem to do, according to them, it doesn't seem to do what the model says it's supposed to do. So I'm assuming they must have made a mistake somewhere, and they must have got part of the model wrong.
If you look at the history of the heliocentric model, it's every time it's been debunked, sort of, or big holes have been exposed in it, all they do is they ad hoc more and more and more and create, new theories and different concepts in order to retain. And even Hubble said it in his book that we have to do everything we can to avoid this special place in the coordinate system that we need to retain it at all costs. So that's what these guys have done, and they've patched it up. So I imagine if there is a problem, let's say flat earthers discover it, I guarantee they'll have an answer for it within a couple weeks on space.com.
Would you agree though that equally, when a flat earther has an answer to a problem, it's considered as moving the goalposts? How can it be interpreted as not anything other than moving the goalposts if they found an answer to it? Do you get my point? Do you know what I mean?
How have people not found an answer for it so quick? Is that what you just said?
No, I mean,
what did you say? Sorry.
Basically, when a flat earther does it, when a flat earther finds an alternative answer after being pushed,
I see. Yeah.
And they add to their own model or their own perception or their own belief based on new evidence, it's considered moving the goalposts.
Yeah, they say it's ad hoc moving goalposts. Look, I mean, this is a problem with people, I suppose you could say.
It is. It's the perception.
Yeah, but you've got it's polarized. That makes it even worse. So nobody's working together except for a couple people, but you've got a whole other group working together against you. It's just it is what it is. That's the social aspect. But
I'm
I
liking,
understand where you're coming from.
I'm liking the comment in chat. It says, "You are misunderstanding the model because I have consistently said this whole time that you are not smart. You need to go and read a physics book." Well, to be
Who
honest, you,
said
you are not.
that?
You are not going to be able to understand this particular issue by reading a book. You need it visualizing based on the parameters of the heliocentric model. So, I mean, that comments, avoid comment from the start because the standard that you're applying is wrong. You have to model it. You have to demonstrate it. You have to visualize it using their model. The point is, it doesn't appear to work. So, whilst Jaren says it's possible, I mean, I'd be happy with, is it possible? Not whether it's probable. Is it possible? If they can show that it's possible, I'll accept it as it's just one of those things that somebody's thought of and got it wrong. But it doesn't appear to be possible based on a rendering of their model. So,
Well, and like I said, I'm with you on that, and I think the person whoever said that I would expect is one of those Ron Burgundies or Curved Waters, and I mean honestly, those people are more rigid and closed-minded than I think anybody I've ever experienced on the internet. It doesn't matter if you showed them absolute tangible evidence and proof; they're still going to deny it. They're reality deniers, is what they are, and I wouldn't even worry about these kind of comments. Just you've already made your case for it, and I think that
sure. To be fair, I was responding to Lewis Hackett in text there, not specifically.
well, Lewis is part of that fucking package too. Lewis Hackett can't hack it.
Hey, don't make me sing my song. Yo, hold on. I check this out, right? Do you know there was what was it? I was started up looking how often are eclipses, and the greatest number of eclipses in 1 year was 5.
He said, "Listen,
Yeah.
I just need to. I need to interrupt a sec. There's a comment in chat there that deserves a wrench going to him straight away. Donald Putman has put my P900 says fuck your ball earth. Give that guy a wrench. He deserves one."
Hold on, no, look at this, man. There's been 5 eclipses in 1 year.
Yeah,
in 1935.
Yeah, well, there's an eclipse every month.
There are a number. Well, there are a number. What?
There's an eclipse every month, technically. It's just
the new moon. Yeah, it's not that we would see though.
It's just not over. It's just not over land we can see because most of the Earth's apparently water. So
right, but how would you wind up? Okay, so if you don't mind, explain to me how you'd have 5 eclipses in 1 year.
It's just by virtue of you'd have to look at where the sun and moon was that year and how it was moving through there's a decent amount to it, but that's possible. We have 3 or 4 years. I think 2 to 4 we have a year.
I said, you know what? I'd like to see. Could somebody make me a model of that year, 1935?
You could do it in Stellarium.
Awesome.
All you gotta do is open Stellarium. I'll go back there.
I want to see how you would get 5 eclipses. That's fascinating.
Well, EC, you've got to consider that whilst I agree it is possible, it's not probable because an eclipse happens every 30 days. It just doesn't happen overland.
Yeah, it's
dynamics.
Yeah.
I want to.
Well, yeah, Stellarium is amazing. Seriously, download it immediately. Use it every day. I use it literally every day, and it gives you a very good understanding of what this guy's doing because it is really complex. This is why I'm arguing in a way for the heliocentric model. I'm arguing that people need to understand it's just a model. Even if it's wrong, then they just patch it up. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just a model, guys.
I know
you know that, though.
When you say download it straight away, it's amazing. You actually remind me of Kara from Earth Discussions 2.0, and that's instantly a switch off. That would just make me say, uninstall. I actually had it installed, and then I uninstalled it because...
Wait, you're talking about Stellarium? You don't even have it?
I did have it. I removed it because, well, basically, it's the go-to model that... I mean, the thing is...
shit. It's a model, Riley.
Yeah, it is a model.
It just explains observations.
Sure.
I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but you get what I'm saying. No. Like, it is the current model. You should know it. Like, it's just a tool, dude. You see what I mean? Like, you're not trying to necessarily disprove that model by saying the Earth is a different shape. You see what I'm saying?
To be honest, Kara's kind of killed it for me because it's a go-to answer for everything. and I understand
What
the model.
is?
I understand the stellarium. I mean, I was waiting to catch somebody to say something along the lines of, "Hey, why don't you get Cara to model that for you on stellarium?" So just so I could sample it and play it as a sample, because that's what she is. She's known for stellarium and her access and her applicability to it, which is great. But
And listen,
it's
and
wholly
quickly,
unpers-
Negator, he's talking about the new moon. Okay, he's being hyperbolic. I know you don't understand it because you live in a model, dude. Anyways, look, I understand where you're coming from, but it is just an amazing program that shows you when the stars are going to be over your head. That's it. It's based off of the heliocentric mathematics, and that's it. That you see, I understand in the version because it's Kara, you know, whatever. Yeah, I've talked to her before. Whatever. The point is, it's just a tool, Riley. This way, you don't even need to worry about conceptualizing. You can go look at it. What are the heliocentric saying? Okay, that I'm looking at it. Like that's all you have to do is to understand it better, Riley. And seriously, brother, you shouldn't deny information or deny looking into something because Kara told you. You know.
I didn't find any value or benefit to it. I understand how the model works. I don't necessarily agree with it, but once I've done it once, it was
Okay,
enough
what
for
do
me
you
to.
not agree with it?
Oh well, for
And I
instance,
want to ask, and I actually want to ask Morgile this too. What is it about the heliocentric model you don't agree with?
all right. Well, Kara challenged me to explain the equinox on a flat Earth. I didn't know the answer, so I went to somebody that I felt did know the answer, and he explained it eloquently. And there was no response back from Kara other than I failed to debunk her claim, which I didn't actually. I wasn't asked to debunk her claim. I was asked to describe it on a flat on the flat model, so I did, and there was no response. There was literally crickets. Okay. Now, her claim was based on the equinox and the idea that the sun rose directly due east.
Due east, 90 degrees from everybody. Yeah, I know the issue, and they carted around like it's some kind of fucking flat Earth killer, and it's not.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Go on, sorry.
When she modeled it on stellarium, it didn't rise due east. She emphasized the word directly. It didn't do it. So instantly that just made me like, hang on a minute.
Here's
Kara?
the issue with that. Look, I understand where you're coming from with Kara. I know the issue, actually. Negator is the first person I ever saw who brought this up, and he's the one who injected it into this conversation. He actually did it to me first time, I think. Well, it's a really interesting thing, and I know they're going to not like this, but Jaron has a video that he addresses Wolfie with directly. I don't know if you've seen this. This is concerning the equinox issue with the globe model. Have you seen this? Just curious real quick. The point is, Riley. Well, we may have lost Riley for a second. You there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Have you seen that video by Jaron?
Which video?
The one where he addresses Wolfie concerning the equinoxes. It's like a 30-minute video. Have you seen that by any chance?
You need to tell me more about what was in the video because I can't remember.
Okay, well, this is concerning the issue of the equinox being some type of flat Earth killer that Kara, Negator, and these guys cart around. I'm trying to explain.
Case, I don't remember it.
Okay, well, you should absolutely take a look at it. If you go look to their model, once again, of the globe Earth model, which the most effective tool to do that is Google Earth. If you go to Google Earth and you stand on a longitude line, okay, let's say you're standing on the 30-degree longitude, whatever it is, to look towards the east, to watch the sunrise due east, due 90 degrees, essentially, because that's what it is. It's 90 degrees from that longitude line. When you look at it on the Google Earth, every single time you draw a line from your position, 90 degrees, due east, so to speak, you're going to point to the equator. It's a really interesting thing about the globe Earth in that. He does a video about it, and he shows that literally, even on the globe Earth model, everybody is looking to the equator, and this is why everybody sees the sun the way they do. It's just the way the map is made, and these guys were right to point it out, but there appears to be an answer concerning Google Earth, is all I'm saying with that. Anyways, back to Kara. I know, Kara, I understand. Look, these people don't want to accept these. See, look, negatory say, oh, he's fucking apologizing for it, blah, 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 blah. I care about the truth of the matter. Is what I care about, Negator.
I
Sorry,
think he's on
Riley.
about Salomon there, but the problem with the Caro comment was that she made a big deal out about the equinox, right? Her claim, and I went through it word by word, and I pulled it apart every single element to every single word she used. Okay, her claim was the sun rises directly due east. She emphasized the word directly, but when she modeled it on Solarium, it didn't do it. I mean, try it yourself now. Just go and get onto the equinox, rise the sun, and watch that it doesn't rise due east directly. It's off.
Oh, you're saying it doesn't do that?
Correct.
Huh.
Do it. Just pull it up and have a look. Just go back to the equinox. Anywhere on Earth, she said, directly rises due east. It didn't even do it when she modeled it.
On which location?
Any. She said her claim was any location, anywhere in the world, everywhere will see the sun rise due east. Directly. That was the words. Directly. And I copied the words down. I made all the assertions that she made. And I put them in point by point by point. And I went through them point by point, word and syllable by word and syllable. And that word directly, which she emphasized, did not do what it. Go and do it. Go back to the equinox and look at the sun rise, and it doesn't rise due east. It's off. And that is not what her claim was. So on that basis,
I know, but
How far off
like
is it?
nitpicky, though.
pardon?
Sorry, go ahead. So.
It seems like it's just I don't know. I just feel like if she's saying due east, like I don't know. I feel like
No,
it's
she said
really
directly east. Her word was directly, and she said due east initially, and then she said directly.
90 degrees from the longitude.
Anywhere in the world, her claim was anywhere in the world, the sun will rise due east directly. They were her words, and I wrote these words down, and she emphasized directly, and it doesn't do it. Check it. I mean, I'm assuming.
No, of course it doesn't do that. I mean, like from a position, like if you're below the equator, you have to look. If I'm not mistaken, you're still
No.
You'd be looking towards the equator.
Right,
No. Her claim clearly stated that everywhere in the world, the sun will rise due east directly.
It does.
Yeah, maybe it does in real world, but on the model, it didn't, and that was one of the point.
Oh, I see what you're saying. On the one that she, well, yeah, you're right. Okay. We're talking about the same thing. Let's not talk past each other. We're talking about the same thing, actually. Because if you look at the globe model, if I was in the north, if I was in, let's say Alaska, on that longitude line where Alaska is, I would be having to, if you were to draw it on a globe Earth, on Google Maps, Google Earth, the line of the 90 degree, okay, the 90 degree from that longitude, for some reason creates a diagonal visually to us on that map to the equator. Every position on that longitude line is looking directly towards the equator, meaning that perspective, it will show up as due west.
Now, are you talking in real world or are you talking on Stellarium?
Okay, in the real world, it happens.
Okay.
It does. Okay, I could be in Alaska, and I'm going to look 90 degrees from the longitude line, and I'm going to end up seeing the sun directly in the center of my view. Okay.
Right, well, let me
stick with any longitude line.
Let me just ask you to model the assertion that she claimed. The model that she claimed was that everywhere on the Earth it would rise due east directly. So pick anywhere on the Earth, because this was her assertion. Yeah. Pick anywhere. Just pick North America, somewhere in North America, and then watch the sun rise. And she said her words, and I'm quoting, "The sun will always rise due east." And then she said directly. Now my question is, does it rise directly east in any location in the world? Pick anywhere in North America. Your house.
No, North America, it's always to the south.
Directly, yes. Directly from the longitude line, the 90 degree from the longitude, the due east. You see what I mean? Look, you got to take a look at it.
No, hold up. That's not true though. It lines up. It would be. I know in the north, it's always a little bit like it depends what latitude, but I know up by like let's say New York or.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can show this to you guys.
Well, hold on one sec. That always you're always looking somewhat due south, or there is a somewhat semblance that the sun is on the southern portion of the sky.
It's fine. I got Google Earth right now. I'm trying to be able to explain this a little bit better. I got it up right now.
See, I'm never going to find the original assertion that she made in the thing, but in my own video,
look, I'm not worried about Kara. I mean, honestly, she has a. She's not. Look, she's a smart girl, but she has these filters on, just like Negator, just like all these other guys.
They can't look at information alternatively. They're always trying. It's a confirmation bias. They're always trying to confirm their reality. So they purposely overlook things. So I don't even really care in that regard. But honestly, it's worth it to download Google Earth, to download Stellarium. I'm serious. I don't care what she told you, like, or how it made you feel, dude. If you do that and you just look at what they're saying, then match it up to what you experience, and then wherever the difference is, there you go.
Well, I looked at what she said, and then matched it up to the model that she cited her citation from, and it didn't verify the way she described it. So I don't know what it happens on every single point of the Earth, but her claim was fallacious. It was wrong from the start. The sun did not rise. The sun did not rise due east directly from all places of the Earth on Stellarium the way she described it. And when she did it in real world with me at the, in her own video, it still didn't do it. And I was like, what?
Yeah, I understand. Like I said, I mean, when you got to look at it yourself, it's the best way to understand. But I'm not confirming the globe when I say this. I mean, really, I want you to get that, man. I'm not confirming the heliocentric model by defending.
I'm not taking from it that you are.
Okay, good. I want to make sure, because when you do draw it out on their model, on their tools, you will see the line is not straight. The line goes towards the equator at every position on that longitude. Now, if you look at it from a flat Earth map with we'll say the AE map, guess what? It does the same fucking thing. It just doesn't look like it the way that the globe looks like it. So it's a non-issue, is what I'm saying. And they think it's some kind of checkmate, and it's not, Riley.
I agree. I don't believe it is a checkmate for different reasons. I mean,
yeah, okay,
similar reasons, but different reasons. There was an anomaly in the evidence that she cited, and I don't accept that the claim that she made in the first place, the assertion that she made in the first place, was accurate, because it didn't rise due east directly. There were other things that she said that were wrong as well, but it wasn't just that. It was just that when we were talking about the model, and you said that the model does work. Well, it may work as a model, but in the reality, the perception that Kara had was wrong. Now, I know that there's ball earthers in chat right now that are saying, no. The reality is she modeled it and her assertion did not validate up. That's the problem. So even though the model may well work, Kara's interpretation or assertions based on the model were wrong. Didn't do what she said it was going to do. Cry Havoc. I don't know what the date was that she had in Stellarium. I'd have to double check what footage she had. She played the video, not me. Brenda, it doesn't work in reality. Whatever it is that you're talking about. Anyway, on a different note, I don't know whether you're still playing with Stellarium now, but I do have another question.
Yeah, what's up?
It's got nothing to do with flat Earth or whatever. I was downstairs watching the news before, and you know these RF chips that are in like credit cards and a variety of other things that we carry with us. They're talking about these Dermtex chip things. You know, where they're like it's like a grain of rice that you can implant under your skin, commonly known as the mark of the beast. Are you familiar with
that conspiracy reality filter? Yeah.
That happens to be a conspiracy reality filter.
Well, sure. It depends on what you're looking. How you're looking through filters, I guess. But yeah, that exists. No, I'm not dismissing. I'm saying that exists.
Okay.
For sure.
Well, the question I was getting to was they were modeling this particular little grain of rice thing that you can embed under the hand or in your forehead, which coincides with the biblical mark of the beast. Now, whether you accept the biblical or not isn't really the point. The question that I was going to ask was, they were talking about because they were talking about it from a big company point of view. So, for example, Cadbury's or Ford or whatever, big company, thousands of employees. And instead of them all having swipe cards or little key fobs that keep getting lost and generally being useless in terms of practical use, they work for a while, but they end up getting worn and knackered and whatever.
Well, sure. I know in Switzerland you had an issue with it recently, and then over here, or Sweden, and then over here in Minnesota, there was a tech company that started doing the implants on people. It seems to be widely being pushed and widely accepted.
Yeah, it does. That's what my question is. Would you consider getting one yourself? And if not, why?
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
I wouldn't either.
Well, I mean, listen, I was into transhumanism for several years because, I was in that atheist paradigm and whatnot. And the technology is amazing. There's a book I read by Ray Kurzweil like 12 years ago. It was called Live Long Enough to Live Forever. And of course, Kurzweil is about the singularity and all of this such. Well, that's a huge reality filter, that those types of people who hold those particular values, you know, the atheist perspective, the humanist perspective, transhumanist, etc., you know, that's their worldview. And they think that that is absolutely the way forward, is the singularity between us syncing up the internet or a highly advanced computer with our brain.
Yeah.
That's what they're about.
Because
Right.
what they were also saying. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to push it out from a little bit, because what the argument wasn't that big companies could benefit from it. It was more to do with the idea that yes, big companies could benefit from it, but you can actually get access to your own car with this technology. You can get access to your own house because you can put your hand up to the scanner, the car will read it. And I thought, well, that's going to be promoting its convenience for everybody. I mean, you don't need car keys anymore. You don't need house keys anymore. You could pay for things.
Yeah, they're selling it hard, bro. They really are.
Yeah, they are selling
We've known about it for a while. You know, growing up, I was a Seventh-day Adventist. My folks were. What the word means is that we went to church on Saturday because that was the real Sabbath, and the mark of the beast was coming, and the advent of Christ. You know, Adventist. Like that's what we talked about all the time. It was so back in 1993. We were talking about the mark of the beast and like RFID chips and this kind of stuff. It was really crazy because there were pastors who were that up on it at the time who saw it coming down the line. Cashless society, they were seeing it because of credit cards. RF technology existed, and you know, people knew about it, so they were projecting it. So I've been aware of this for a long time. And so as I see the humanist perspective as what I just, you know, it's a particular way of looking at existence, so to speak, right? And they think that that's the right way forward for humanity. Personally, I just want to make it clear about my position on it. It needs extreme caution, extreme scrutiny. The conversation of ethics needs to be brought to the table like a way we have never done before, and just look at it because it's here and they're doing it kind of behind the back, so to speak. Like I'm noticing that. So I'm all for the progression of humanity, but there are significant costs in doing so. That's immediate. I mean, we already have it in our pocket, for Christ's sake, if you really want to think about it. So of course they want to make it smaller and then eventually get it in under the skin. I get that completely, Riley. I do.
So then the question becomes, even if you have all these extra, I mean, it was originally cited as being useful for us to pay for goods and to be able to get access to stuff. But now they're making it sound as though you can drive your car and nobody else can drive your car other than the people that are meant to drive your car.
Yeah. There's a lot you can do with it. Medical records and, you know,
yeah.
security.
So they're trying to make us, basically, they're trying to make us more kind of like, not bionic, what's the word? Computerized. They're trying to make us a computerization of what we really are. And essentially it's they're pushing it on the convenience. You mean you don't need cards anymore, nobody's going to clone your stuff. And I thought, yeah, but really, if they wanted to steal your life, all they've got to do is chop your hand off. You know what I mean?
Well, there are a lot of things. They can just deactivate you. Hell, there are devices that you can completely destroy it, essentially, from just walking by it. I mean, there is tons of concerns. This is a big deal, and I think the conversation is being had at upper levels of academia, but this does match up with it matches up with this quote unquote prophecy. It's like, absolutely. There's no question in my mind. But you're using a phone today. That's a GPS tracker. It's everything that what people would fear as the ethical concerns of those things. We've already crossed a lot of those thresholds. So I'm with you, dude. It's sketchy. It's really sketchy, dude.
It's more scary than what you just said. Like, whilst it is convenient in some respects, the fact that they can switch you off with the flick of a button is even worse. Because can you imagine, like, literally, if you trusted and bought into this concept that you could have a chip in your arm and you could have all of your doorways to life opened, be your house, your car, your bank statements, your access to money, your access to healthcare, your access to everything, and then somebody did something because, like, let's just say, I don't know, you ended up doing something and you needed to disappear, and they switched you off. How fucked are you?
Well, yeah, the whole thing is listen, these nightmare projections have been in sci-fi books of old. I mean, and even books written 2,000 years ago, quote unquote.
What would you need to disappear for, Riley?
Say again. So what?
I said, what would you need to do? Did you say, what if you need to disappear one day?
Yeah.
Oh,
We all have
No.
that free. We all have that free life, don't we? We all have that one
Yeah,
chance.
we all have, of course, we have freedom, and I understand what you mean by that in that context. But listen, man, we are. They can lock it down fast, I suppose you could say. Like I have concerns, of course, about the state of the dystopia. Like I'm long under the belief that we are already in a dystopic situation, and I think all these movies they put out, like Maze Runner and and what is it called, like Hunger Games and all of those. I thought that was to normalize it, so people look at that movie and they're like, "Wow, I'm glad we're not a dystopia like that." Everybody goes away back to their 40-hour slave jobs, you know? Like, I think that we've already crossed a lot of thresholds. This is why on my channel I'm talking about Huxley and the Tavistock Institute and stuff like that, because this has been long coming. It's been long coming, and we just have to talk about it. That's all we truly have to do. You shine a light on a situation, that is what allows other people to start the conversation too. And the more people who stand up for what's right, what's just, and what's of the light, so to speak, then the more darkness falls away. It's effortless. We just have to talk about this kind of stuff is all. So I appreciate you asking me the question, but it's a complicated, loaded fucking question, Riley. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a massive topic, and the conversation needs to be had.
I would never get it, because I don't care what conveniences it brings. It's more the ability for them to switch you off that is the problem that they're not telling you about. They're not telling you, literally fuck your life in a
Listen, man, in a lot of ways, though, they already are there with specific. I mean, I don't even want to, Riley, seriously, I don't even want to get into the subject as to like pointing out the darkness of the technological control that even exists right now. I don't even want to, you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessary, because it's here, and it's conspiracy theories in a lot of ways. And if you drive yourself down that particular reality tunnel, so to speak, you're gonna get what you look for is the problem, and there's plenty to look for. So honestly, we need to have ethics conversations, conversations about the role of government and what is free speech. Is free speech under attack right now? And it is on several fronts. Look what they just did in Germany with Facebook. Like, that's a massive infringence on mankind's rights, what they just did.
Yeah, I agree. And what about the GMO terms of food? Like, that they seem to be like manipulating the food that we eat.
What did they do with the Facebook in Germany? Forget it.
Oh, they fined, the government of Germany is fining Facebook $5 million if they do not delete what they have deemed to be hate speech. Now, it's not just about, it's about specific conspiracy theories too. It's not just about the Holocaust. If you were to say something on Facebook, it will have to be deleted now. There was other issues like false flags they even mentioned. So listen, they are pushing the boundaries really far right now, and we just have to see it and call it out is really the only way I look at it.
I personally have not even looked into this Holocaust claim, because as an English guy, we were all indoctrinated by the system so much that we basically won the war. Hitler was a tyrant.
Wasn't there like an AI bot that like actually there was like an AI, like, maybe you could know about it because the AI had access to all the information, and I guess was coming out and saying all kinds of crazy stuff.
No, I haven't seen that yet concerning what, Germany?
No,
Facebook?
No, not that. There was a bot back in the day just regarding Riley's ignorance to the subject.
It's I don't want you to use it in that context though, because it is ignorance, but it's because as an English guy, we were indoctrinated that we won, and nobody wants to. Nobody
Same here in America. Hitler was an evil villain, and it was that black and white. Literally, they showed it to us in black and white when there was color. Anyway,
like, there's this alternative. There's an alternative theory. I mean, you have to look at points in history, like the USS Liberty. There's all kinds of interesting tidbits in history.
Yeah, the history is written by the victor of the situation. I agree. It's been propagandized to such high, ridiculous amounts that the fact that there are 16 countries that exist in the world, if you question how many people may have died, or if you question publicly, any of anything concerning it, then you'll be put in jail. So they take it very seriously, especially in the EU sectors and such. And the reason why is because they don't want. I mean, look. It is what it is. The prophecy had to be fulfilled, so to speak. If you go back to Talmudic Jewish text, old text, you see they were putting out the number 6 million in newspapers in the 30s. They were trying to say it already happened in West Russia. They tried to say it was happening in World War I. You know, so it doesn't matter. It is what it is concerning that. But I care more about the fact that people are going to jail for questioning it. I care more about that, the freedom to say whatever. You know, if there is a suspicious event that occurs in society that's impactful, like a type of an event or whatever, people should have the right to question that, because we understand how, you know, governments work and all these agencies and such. The internet's changed everything, so they're responding to it in kind, and this is a freedom of speech issue.
Yeah, but let me draw comparisons with the often bantied phrase, nobody died on 9/11. I mean, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, I mean, if people did die on 9/11, and my view is that people did
It's
die on
reprehensible.
it's ridiculous. So on the Holocaust point of view, there were supposedly thousands of people that were killed, if not hundreds of thousands. Maybe not 6 million. I agree, those numbers have been exaggerated.
Take an offense to it. It's like,
So it's like, kind of, you can't really challenge it when most people accept that there were a lot of people killed. May not be 6 million.
And well, it's all about who knows. I think if we notice it either way, it's like some of our brightest and best are taken away from us in those processes, in those political upheavals that they have to get people to go do stuff. And this is really what this is about, is that if you can be misled about the shape of the earth, what you think, you'll be misled to maybe go kill someone.
Sure.
In some foreign land, against all of your senses, against all of your morality, against everything your parents taught you. You know, and this is what they want.
Well, and that's the thing. Is history is just a lie agreed upon. It's all of these situations, the wars that we're told about. You know, they're for. It's unfortunate, and you know, there's been a lot of, you know, interesting things that have happened, and there just seems to be this fever pitch, especially in America. They just are hyping up like a Russia encounter or a North Korea encounter, like it's you know, some type of romance for them. It's really weird to see how people behave concerning these topics. But if they're cracking down on speech now in Germany like that, that's a cause for concern. And Riley, you're over in that area. I think Netherlands even passed a similar law, of all places. So you know, now is the time to speak up about these and point out when you see these types of injustices.
Well, see, I have to play the ignorant card simply because it's a massive topic. I have no evidence. Even if I did come to a conclusion based on whatever evidence I came to the conclusion on, if the conclusion I came to was opposing the Holocaust being real, then if it is outlawed, you're basically putting yourself in jail, right?
But
well, there's no way to know.
Well, that
so
issue, there is no way to know. You can't even question it in those countries. That's what I'm saying. If I was a citizen in Germany and I went on my Facebook now, or whenever it's going to be passed here soon, and I said, how many people really did die in World War II? That could even be construed as a Holocaust revisionism or what they call Holocaust denial, because that number matters in relation to how many Jews were in the area, and I mean, these were all, you know, data pieces that you could put together. So they could even infer that is it, and they could delete it. This is what I'm worried about. To be honest with you, since you just said it, you can't prove what went on back there. We know history is a lie in the regard of it's painted through the positive filter of the country you're in, kind of thing. You know, we understand that. So how can we ultimately prove it? Maybe look at data points and point it out. But we're 70 whatever years away from that point at this. You see what I mean? Like, for me, I care more about this local free speech issue, you know, or something, or what you just mentioned, like the RFID chips and things like that. But concerning this issue, it's more than just Holocaust revival. If you look at the law, they were also talking about just any controversial subject. That's essentially what the law is trying to cover. So who deems that? That's what I want to know. Is there going to be a information czar or some, like it doesn't make, I don't know.
Well, I think that'll come a time when, like if there are grounds for, reminds me of like a story I've heard, just the notion that somebody had said, somebody wanted somebody's social security account number. And they said, well, because of the Patriot Act, we have to get your social security account number in order to do this. And they said, well, by what, like, they said, like, by what authority do you think that the Patriot Act supersedes my rights under Title 42, 408A8?
And we have that right. Absolutely.
And that's
To bring that up. And now is the time to do it.
Right. And that's where it's that idea of, understanding the inherent rights and being able to call into question these proposed legislative, these policies. And even though that they may have to, and it is my opinion that they have to continue to manifest these policies in order to create obligations, which actually satisfies the creation of money and debt. And that's why I've proposed before is flat Earth, the whole economic position of flat Earth. In my position, I know you could think of it what you may, is the notion of discharge. It's beyond flat Earth. I think it's in the system. It's like, I think it's codified like Title 31.
It's all very systemic. All of it is. I agree.
But that issue is like they will continue to go down that road until people actually can look at it and address it. It's like, when does the time come? Like, it's like what ends does technology get us if we don't know when to say when?
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if we did know when to say when, what really could we do about it?
No, the only thing you could do is act accordingly for yourself. It is of my opinion that I really do think there's this law of whatever that we can, and I think it's even been put down stronger than ever.
It's a cosmic law almost.
Well, cosmic law, and I think it's been kind of rooted in these areas that we find ourselves, and it's not going anywhere despite the drama.
Yeah. Well, I think that, just understanding everything as it unfolds and being aware is really all we can do, really.
Yeah. And I mean, like, but you can also
talk about it, like grown people.
You can also individually handle it for yourself. And that's what this is about, is the idea of spreading information that would give one the ability to see how and why they could see themselves at a position of authority so they could behave like they're in a position of authority and responsibly and deserve it. We're not seeing enough of that in our communities, I think. And because we don't see it, we don't have enough examples. And because we don't have any examples, the people are not creating their own way. They're getting caught up in whatever they are being force-fed.
Yeah.
We're all guilty of it unless we can step away. And I think the only real way to go to do it is in nature. That's why I think also martial arts is a good thing to do with life. But I don't think anyone can control us. We are giving into hyper-normalization.
Yeah.
If we think that they can control us because we let it.
Yeah. No, I agree. There is a large element of, what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. You're going to find yourself in situations that you fear most in a lot of regards. And it's because it's the amount you're giving it more energy. So I think that's the reason why I would want to speak on this subject in any way. I mean, I'm just some guy, who researches and stuff. And this is just my perspective. But I think that if we weather it, we would be able to weather it properly if we understand more about philosophy and law and the trivium, the quadrivium, and the sciences, all of them, even the ones we think would be ridiculous. Spirituality, all this stuff. If we care about those subjects from that perspective, then I think we're more equipped to deal with any radical changes that may come down the road. So conversations like this is the reason why I do come out here and speak to you, like-minded individuals, and talk to people, 100 people, right now about it. We should be questioning all this stuff. The eclipses don't seem to make sense, Riley. I understand. It doesn't. I get that. But what's the alternative? You know what I mean? You think it's the two, the sun and the moon rotating above the Earth? Do you think the AE map is correct?
Well,
See,
the
it opens up a whole
alternative,
other channel.
the alternative is simply that assertion or that model is not matching reality. Therefore, it cannot be considered to be correct. That doesn't mean I have to provide an alternative. I don't have $60 million a day to be able to work it out. I'm just saying that if that model doesn't do what they say it does, the alternative is to dismiss that evidence as in full. It's wrong.
Okay, well, let's say you're correct then. Remember I said that all they're going to do is patch it up. Then 2 weeks, space.com. And this is why the eclipse did this and we thought it was going to do that. They do it perpetually. You can't throw a model out because of they got to just fix the error now. They call it an anomaly. I don't know.
Yeah, well, when they fix the error and patch it up, like you say, that's the point where if you're a normal, rational-minded person, you then calculate and evaluate the change that they've made and think, right, is this a valid change based on real world? Or are they covering up a hole? And if you don't come to the conclusion that you should come to based on the fact that they called it wrong on their reliable, predictable model that they all cite as being so predictable that it can't possibly be wrong, and they get it wrong.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but let's say they do get that wrong, okay? And tomorrow you want to see where Jupiter is going to be, and you go and you pick up stellarium, which is built off of that heliocentric model, right? And even though the eclipse was wrong, okay, great. I could still go out and find Jupiter at those coordinates, and same with every other light in the sky. So you're right. The eclipse was predicted improperly, and it is a slight prediction when you look into it. Listen, man, I don't agree with it as reality. I think the sun, moon, and stars are close and local. I do. It's just a philosophical position of mine. It's what I experience. The sun gets hotter when I go up a mile high than when I go down. You know, like, okay, it feels closer to me. That's just me. That's a philosophical perspective. I'm like a philosophical geocentrist with a close local sun and shit. That's just my perspective. But that's only what I'm saying is that's how I experience it, right? So it's probably vastly different than what the heliocentric model is proposing is the reality of the fact of the matter. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's still a model though at the end of the day, and you can still use it to predict stuff.
Yeah, but we can use a very similar model to predict which route the airlines would travel, WGS 84. But does that mean that we live on a ball?
Well,
No.
To me, it doesn't matter. We live on a ball in the context of the model that is built by geodesy and is built by astronomy. I mean, there is maps out there that measure this place out and map it out, and it does appear to be a level plane through our experience. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too bicameral with the subject, but you know, I'm trying to make this distinction, and it may be difficult to clarify well enough. But there's models, and then there's reality. This is what you're up against, essentially, Riley, is that you're trying to say, hey, guess what? That model isn't exactly reality. And that's why I know you've taken the stances that you're taking towards it, trying to say we must throw it out. It's not correct. Like, I get that, but why would you throw it out? It's just a model. Am I making sense?
Because the reason why you would throw it out is because they claim it's so predictable and it's so dependable. It does it every time. But then when they come up with a problem with it, then what does that tell you? That tells you that the model is wrong. It's not as predictable. Therefore, you can dismiss that model as being accurate. You can start all over again in my eyes. It only needs one part of it to not work, and then the rest of the model doesn't work. If this part doesn't do what the shadow's supposed to do, according to the model, then unfortunately that model has to be wrong.
Great, it's wrong. Now they're going to come up with some gravity well fucking anomaly. I got hit by a fucking wave. That's what they're going to do. What do you mean? They're not going to think they're going to go be like, checkmate, Riley, thanks. Here, let me pack this up. Okay, it's flat, everyone.
Yeah, and then they'll just delete all their conversations beforehand, and then nobody will even know it existed in 6 months' time. Right? They'll cover they'll cover up the tracks.
Yeah, always. They always do it. They patch up the model. If you look at the history of the heliocentric model, it's been debunked like 15 times over. Yeah. Literally on big things. It was circles at first. And then Kepler was like, shit, this doesn't work. 3 million miles, shit, that doesn't work. Here, we'll do ellipses and we'll say it's 12 million. Yeah, but if we can't figure it out, science will figure it out someday. That's what he said. And it just kept getting worse and worse and down this line. Go read King's Dethroned. Like, honestly, if you haven't read it yet, I'm going to put it back up on my channel, actually, because I did a live reading of the book. It just gives you this perspective that these guys, these saints that we're told about, they were practically buffoons. Just, well, they're going to, excuse me, they're going to get real mad at me saying this. No, okay, they weren't idiots. They were agenda driven. They were religious. They were occult magicians. They had different reasons for doing what they're doing than what modern people understand. How about that? But when they made this explanation, it was folly from the beginning and had to be patched over 15 times over. This is why Einstein came out and made that gobbledygook BS, mathematics that he did, because with Michelson-Morley, that is the reason why Einstein said there is no optical experiment that exists on the Earth that can prove that the Earth is rotating. It was because of that he came up with, he had to come up with relativity. Well, at the end of the book, King's Dethroned, he spends 2 chapters on Einstein and just completely decimates it. It does not match up to reality. It needs to be debunked publicly, is what the case is. But that's another story.
Apparently, you're misrepresenting the Michelson-Morley experiment.
No, I'm not. They were responding to it. I know everybody wants to jump to that because everybody does misrepresent the Michelson-Morley. I said that's the reason why he gave the quote, is because of the results of the Michelson-Morley. He gave the quote that stated that there's no way through optical experiment to verify if the Earth is rotating. That was his response to Michelson-Morley. Go read the speech or whatever it was that he did. Anyway, sorry, Riley.
It's cool, man. It's cool. This is always the criticism from the Ball Earth priests. Stop misrepresenting the Michelson-Morley experiment. Well, it wasn't just his experiment either. I mean, there was loads. There was a Sagnac. There was
Harry here and Nicholson Gale.
Nicholson Gale. There was at least 5 that were all testing the ether to see what was moving. Was it a relative thing, or was it stationary, or was it? They were all testing. And they all came back with the exact same thing, bar George Airy, who then came back with the correct answer in the end. So it's like, well, even if the Michelson-Morley was misrepresented, the other 4 were not. So I don't accept that.
Yeah, and trust me, there's enough to, and that book really does go over it. King's Dethroned. In the back 3 talks about Michelson-Morley, talks about all this stuff. The back 3 chapters. It makes it very clear what was going on. And, you had Einstein's Jesuit handler who was Lemaitre, who created the Big Bang cosmology based off of this space-time and this other relativity concept that Einstein created. Hubble was hard at work for Einstein's work cosmologically. And he was finding, if you read his book, is problem after problem after problem. And he's like, look, to retain the phenomenon, we are going to have to, make this assumption and that assumption. His book's quite technical, but if you read it, it's pretty clear that they were hashing this out, trying to make it work, which is fine. Scientists should do and mathematicians should do. But I personally see it to be folly. Tesla was right. They go off into mathematics and create, a concept that has no direct relationship to reality. And that's what they did.
Let me just read this. I'm not going to credit the person with it because it isn't worth it. I shouldn't have even said that. Apologies. The Michelson-Morley experiment involved splitting a light beam, rotating the apparatus, and measuring the light change. It showed the speed of light was invariant, nothing to do with the Earth rotation or the Earth rotating. I agree entirely. How you interpret that is the important thing.
Yeah,
if you read what you've written,
they're not understanding.
Yeah, if you read what you've written there, if the original writer of that post reads what he's written there, it supports both versions of the events. How you interpret that's up to you.
It is. It comes down to the interpretation of the data. And that's why when you've got their camp saying Michelson-Morley doesn't say this or that, or Airy's failure doesn't prove this or that, it's just the way that they interpret the data.
Yeah.
We see this constantly. The Copenhagen, meeting or whatever concerning the summit, concerning, what was it? quantum mechanics. There was one way to explain it that was actually more sensible. This whole wave particle duality stuff, right? If you go look, they took all the data they had and they filtered a better explanation for people, and that's what the current accepted state of quantum mechanics is. And it's the same thing with Einstein. They've had to patch it up so much, and that's what we're using. We're using an Einsteinian system, so to speak, in the modern heliocentric or the Big Bang cosmology. So it's just the way that they've falsified our reality, I would say. And now you need to falsify the falsification of your reality. Yeah. You need to find what's true. Yeah.
Let me just pick you up on that falsification of the reality point you just made, because that's exactly what I was challenged with when I did my own experimentation. I mean, 18 months ago, I got into Flat Earth, maybe 2 years ago, and I got involved with Red's rhetoric initially. He was the first one that I went to and it was coincidence. It wasn't because I was a follower in his work or anything like that. There was a discussion, a live discussion about the International Space Station, and I've got evidence on my phone that my mate took on his telescope and sent to me whilst we were there. So I know it was real evidence. I know it was taken with a telescope. I know it was recorded. I know it wasn't fudged, falsified, or manipulated in any way. Although people may not accept that, but I know it wasn't. But I sent him the photo, like one particular photo, and I just said, could you show me how this can be replicated with the ISS? So, because this clearly looks like a plane. And it did. It looked like a plane. It looked like it had a fuselage and 2 wings, and it looked like a plane. And annoyingly, he responded with a link. Now, I'd never been in a Hangout before. I did have a microphone, but I'd never been in a Hangout. I didn't know what I was going into. I read the discussion thing at the beginning where you tick the box and you come in. I read it. Didn't know what I was going into. And there were like 5 of them, 6 of them in there. And they were looking down on me like vultures, thinking, who the fuck's this? Not seen this name before. And I just said, look, can you explain that on the International Space Station? I took that myself. And annoyingly, Red's got some kind of 3-dimensional software rendering thing out. And he managed to find the exact angle that we were looking at, what was claimed to be the ISS from. And I was like, fuck me sideways, he's done it. Because at that point, I was criticizing the possibility that the ISS was a real thing. But when he'd got my evidence and spat it back at me, I was like, whoa, fuck me. Maybe he's got this right. Maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe that is really a tin can flying around up there and I've just got it wrong because it was my own evidence. So then I've lost my train of thought now for where we were going to with that. What was the last thing you said that I picked you up on?
You're on your own now, Riley.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, falsifying the evidence. Yeah, so then I got onto the curvature. Started looking at Blackpool Tower 30 miles away, and I knew what I was meant to be seeing, and it wasn't matching the reality that I got to see. In the end, I got Mick West on, and he basically tried to persuade me that I wasn't looking at what I'm really looking at. I'm looking at something completely different, and the reasons for it are bendy light. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, are you fucking joking me? Are you fucking kidding? And the reality is, they were doing that.
Hey, sorry, I was actually muted there. I was actually talking that whole time with you.
They were trying to make me believe that I wasn't looking at what I'm looking at. They were trying to make me believe that my eyes were doing something different. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So they were trying to manipulate.
The thing is, yeah, their attitude, like I said, is one of confirmation bias, and they can't see that. I mean, you'd never be able to point it out. They won't accept new data. It's that left brain prison type person, I suppose you could say. Hold on a second. Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, man.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. But yeah, if that's your first, you were going into that and dealing with Reds. I feel bad for you. He's brutal in the way
he put me back by a good 6 months. I spent like 5.5 months just looking at ISS and thinking, right, is he right or is he wrong? So
what do you think of the light in the sky that they call the ISS?
What do you think? Honestly, I think that whatever it is they're doing, it's not a tin can that's got humans in it. They're creating it in some way. It's probably, in my opinion, some kind of stealth plane, like something that we can't see, but is projecting it in front of it. Like the idea that the missiles that hit 9/11.
I get what you're saying. That Bluebird or blue, I forgot what it's called.
But whatever it is,
beam.
Whatever it is, it's impressive. It's reliable. It always happens to be there when they tell us to look up, but they never I don't know of anybody that's gone and regularly look at, say, I don't know, 30 days worth of observations where they haven't told us that it's going to be there, but it's told us that they're going to be there, and then compared it. I don't know anyone that's been that dedicated to it, but it is impressive. It
Well,
seems
think
to be
about it.
reliable.
They have exalted a luminary to the most high position. So, perhaps it might have something to do with their occult roots, but that's a whole other
Yeah, but
that's a whole other thought.
think about it from their point of view, though. I mean, to dedicate, if it is a mechanical propelled, a mechanically projected image just in front of it that we can't see because it's a stealth plane, essentially, or something similar, whatever it is that's up there, it's persuasive enough to persuade a lot of people that when they look up there at the right time in the right direction, they're going to see what looks like a tin can.
I give way to those possibilities. I actually do, because I've seen the internal footage and I've seen the internal inconsistencies. And so I actually kind of agree with you in a lot of ways. I think NASA is complete, mostly fraud, and it's verifiable. We could all try to argue over this or that all day long, but it's been consistent. Even 15 years ago, when I was getting into like conspiracy land and stuff, right after, after 9/11, and kind of woke me up, I guess, and started me on my path of like learning the secret stuff of the world kind of thing. When I came across that, I was like, well, of course they faked that. They were in a space race with Russia. Okay, well, you know what? They wanted to show they could put an ICBM over there and dominance. Okay, I get it, whatever. And I didn't even think about it again. And I kept giving them free passes. I wasn't even thinking. I'm like on to other research. I'm like, wow, NASA's pretty cool. That's pretty cool what they just did. Because I was stuck in that. And we all were at some point, But then when you start looking at it more critical, and you have to in this regard, this topic that we've been all, around for whatever time frame, you have to look at it. And their internal stuff, it's most of their stuff is bad. But concerning the ISS, it just does not cut the reality tests. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty clear. So I actually will lean towards that being a possibility, but I don't state it, or I don't know the technology. There's no way we could. So it's just more like a benefit of doubt kind of thing.
When you say that you lean more towards it being a possibility, do you mean what do you mean by that being a possibility? Do you mean the idea that there could be a tin can up there, a physical tin can?
Look, there is something up there. I don't know what it is. All I'm saying is that all I do is give way to the possibility that it is possibly what they say it is, and that it's possible that it's something different, because I don't really trust the organization implicitly.
No, for me,
that's my script. But you see, it's not my focus. I'm not a technical guy. I'm more of a philosophically minded person. I typically go those routes with stuff, but I'm already kind of past all that at this point, where I just say, okay, well, I'm going to analyze every part of my reality equally. The same amount of scrutiny that I would give towards, something. Typically I'm giving towards all subjects, including things that seem crazy to other people, I suppose. There are people who think questioning NASA is insane. I don't get it. I don't know what to tell those people.
Well, the way I see the ISS, there's three possibles. There's either a tin can up there that humans are in, there's a tin can up there but there's no humans in it, or there's nothing up there at all that's tin can related, and it's being projected somehow or some way. And the reason why I actually think that there could be a tin can up there, but it's got no humans in it. Because I don't believe that humans could survive up there, because they need things like water. I mean, every human needs between 5 and 7 liters of water a day. They don't carry that enough stuff up there.
Well, yeah, we could listen. Yeah, we could do that all day long and find the inconsistencies. And I'm not trying to be rude or anything. It's just it's not something I really think about very much anymore. 2 years ago, when I guess you could say I was going down this path, I suppose. But for me, I just recognize that, yeah, there's a thing there, and you can track it, and here's a thing that they claim it, but the footage doesn't, for me, cut the reality test fully.
Agreed. My position is that there may well be something physical up there,
but that's not ipso facto like the Earth's flat, though. That's what I hear out here, kind of, with some people. And
well, I mean, look at it from the Earth's flat point of view. Is it not conceivable that they've found another way of levitating in terms of like fueling themselves to stay up there that doesn't
Yeah.
involve
I've
conventional.
always said, I think there's a secondary set of sciences, a dual system of sciences, a dual system of astronomy, physics, a dual system of physics, because I mean, for national security reasons, they would have to do that in a lot of ways. Because of if they have like electromagnetic, anti-gravitic, these kind of things, the civilization would progress too fast, and there's a potential for danger in those situations. And they seem to be wanting to maintain control for X amount of time. I mean, there's greed reasons and such, but I can understand why they may have done what they've done in that regard. Like, if they discovered something really paradigm shattering and advanced through their technological pursuits, it's very rare that they would. I mean, they pushed us along really far with the nuclear buzz back from the 20s to the 50s. Look how fast we went after the 50s. It accelerated, the change of society. So I think that, and that's the way I see it. It's not that I'm not defending the reason why, I think truth should eventually come out. Always. Actually, the JFK records just got released. I think about the 50-year Freedom of Information Act. I think this stuff needs to be known. Like, I think mankind is strong enough to know the truth of a lot of matters that have been hidden from us. So that's the way I look at it. I think the cosmos is very different than what we've been told. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, really. I know about a couple sciences that tell me it's this way and that way, and that's all I can say on it.
I don't know what shape the Earth is. I just know what it's not, and that's
Well, I
because I've
know
been
why
out.
they say it's a globe, and I know why they say it's flat. How about that?
Yeah, I would agree. I know why they say it's one, and I also know why the others say it's not. And I also, because people say things like, "What evidence have you got?" And when you actually go and get your own evidence, and you realize actually this isn't what they're saying it is at all, then that puts you in a position where you know from your own experience that it isn't the way they're saying. But then when you produce your evidence because you satisfy the evidential requirement, then that gets dismissed out hand. I mean, it just gets totally laughed at. But the
Well,
reality is,
honestly, though, it also depends on how you respond to it. And I want to bring this up. I don't know the fullness of this, but you were brought with the like Pontchartrain evidence, and you litigated that pretty well in the sense that you were trying to get as much information out of the images and the positions and the places, and it was all very technical. Actually, you did a good job in that regard. But what is your conclusion still, that he manipulated the images to look like that?
I now know what technique he used. I've got the evidence that proves it, and I can show the signatures that are caused by this manipulation.
Well, that's
so
a pretty bold set of claims.
Yeah, that is bold. I agree with Nummy. Nummy showed the evidence, and I accept the evidence is that he has done something. Now we know what he's done. We know how it's been done. And I'm not saying that every single photo is fake. I'm not saying that every single video is fake. But the ones that look the most suspect, in my opinion, they're the ones that we've looked at. And we now know what he's done. We know how he's done it. We know what the signatures that are left over as a result of it. And I'll be coming back to it within maybe the next week or so. The only thing I'm waiting on to do is to get a comparison video to compare it with, to show what it's meant to look like when it's not been done the way it's been done. Because it's all right saying it and showing what's wrong with it. But if you've got nothing to compare it with, then you don't know what you're looking at, even though you're looking at something that you're told is fake. So the answer to your question is, yes, the evidence is there for the evidence is there for critique. Where it goes from there.
I've yet to see that evidence, and I only brought it up because there's multiple answers to that. That's what I was kind of shocked about, that it kind of went in that direction. Have you confirmed any further with any additional people or more data, more evidence concerning what that bridge looks like? Because I live here in Florida, and we've got 15, 20-mile long bridges down here going from Tampa Bay to St. Pete and across several other areas. And it never has that image of what it is that's being portrayed in there. Never have I seen that. Looking down the line of a bridge or looking at angles of a bridge at different positions and whatnot. So I'm curious if it's just it's like a perfect storm of visual aspects that kind of make that happen. because it looks like the curve would be. And now Negator says he modeled it out with Kara, and
don't you think that Kara's model was exactly the image that Stanley showed?
she did a good job replicating it.
Well, yeah, but which came first, the image or the CAD?
So wait, I want to make so I gotta understand. You think like they ran an op on Flat Earth where they're just like, we're gonna take these pictures, we're gonna alter them, and then we're all gonna work together in rolling this out, and we've got Kara's work to back it up, and like you think there was a little conspiracy to make that happen?
No, but what I do think is what I do think is that the model that Kara's made matches it perfectly, and there must be something wrong with the model because we don't live on a basketball, which is my position from day one.
I'll be honest, the sphere seemed too tight. Like the curvature seemed too tight. You know what I mean? Like it would have been 1,000 miles circumference.
And like you say, there are other bridges across the world, like the one in China, for example, that's like, I can't remember how many miles it is, but that doesn't show any curve. If you say there's stuff in Florida that doesn't show any curve, then I'll believe you. There aren't. I mean, it seems to be the only one example in the whole entire world.
I think there would be a lot of pictures like that. Honestly, I would.
Yeah.
And but there is the other factor I didn't hear spoken about, which was atmospheric conditions, and the way how far away, and that matters dramatically, especially if there is. It's funny because they use it's a mirage, right? They use that to dismiss, any evidence that comes up for, we can see that bottom of the building because there's a pocket of cold air wrapping around, and it's a mirage, bro.
Agreed.
But if you look at their Pontchartrain and you go, I'm pretty sure it might be a mirage, you're going to get laughed out of Earth discussions. It's funny. You're going to find what you're looking for is what I'm kind of pointing out.
Yeah, but nobody goes into Earth discussions to get laughed out at, so that wouldn't bother me. And there is mirage in the image. There is mirage in the image. You can clearly see it. And the reason why I didn't go down that route is because I've already done my own observations at 30 miles, and I laughed at his evidence when I saw that. I dismissed it on the basis that, well, fuck me, if he's found curve like that at 18 miles, and I've found it to be either flat
be able to replicate it. Yeah, you should be able to replicate that.
Exactly, it should be consistent with my own evidence. So on the basis and strength of my own evidence that I accept, then I could dismiss that without going any further. But nobody else has, or not many people.
That's how I felt about it. That contradicted my experiences and up this far, because I've been looking at these topics for a good 2.5 years now. So I've done similar things as you, because I live out here on the Gulf. So. I agree. I just wanted to bring it up, touch on it, because I didn't know what evidence. You did explain it pretty effectively, though. It's an interesting thing. I'd like to see how it plays out.
If I can go back to the point that I wanted to address, you said about you're surprised by the angle that it didn't take. I could have gone down that angle, but the problem with going down that angle is I accept my own evidence, whereas nobody in the Ball Earth model does. So I'm going to be arguing it from a position that they would cite straight away as a logical fallacy or whatever, derp. And to be honest, there's no point in doing that, because you can't argue with Ball Earthers when you've got evidence that they can't verify, because they just will not accept it no matter what. Now, the problem becomes when in Blackpool, this Blackpool Tower that I've been looking at, in September, the end of September, it becomes the illuminations. And the whole street that Blackpool Tower sits on is illuminated, and it's a tourist attraction.
Nice.
I'm pretty certain that I will see those illuminations from 30 miles away, and they're at street level. So aside from the tower, it's like nearly 518 feet tall. I think I'll see the street illuminations, and if I do see the street illuminations, A, Shinaz knows me a grand, and B, it shits all over the Ball Earth model, because it means but not only am I going to do it myself, I'm actually going to hire a minivan, I think you guys call them, and I'm going to try and get 8 Ball Earthers and 8 Flat Earthers from my area to come down and do the verification with me and see it for them fucking selves, because if they see it with their own 2 eyes, with their own cameras, and they know that we're 30 miles away, that is not explained on the Ball model at all.
No, there's just a pocket of cold air that's near the surface of the water, and that causes
another pocket of cold air.
And there's a reinversion by the hot air above it,
and it just happens to match the curve of the Earth perfectly, right?
That's been my issue. That I mean, even though I still I take the position that I do, I still don't think boats are going over the curves. I think that's an optical issue with convergence, vantage point, and
I don't even think it's that.
the size of the Earth wouldn't even dictate it. I wouldn't think it's ridiculous.
Get this. Me and Ranty have been doing tests based on 19 miles, which is what Soundly's been doing his bridge test on. And there's 2 points to this. The first point is Ranty could see me, but I couldn't see him because of the atmospherics. He could see the area that I was in, although he didn't know precisely where I was to be able to zoom in on me with his P900. But I was on the other distance at 19 miles away, the opposing side, and I couldn't even see him. And there was a tanker halfway between the two of us on the horizon to us both. And Ranty said, "Can you not see the tanker? I'm just behind that tanker." I was like, "What fucking tanker?" He got virtually a clear line of sight to my area, but I couldn't even see him because of this band of refraction light. So my perception or my optics were visibly significantly different to what his were, and I couldn't even see the tanker that was halfway between us. Yet we're both supposed to be looking directly at each other, and that was crazy because it means that we don't get the same visibility all the time. It's something to do with the angle of the sun or the position of the sun in relation to the bystander, but we didn't get comparable results. We didn't get similar results. We got wildly different, and I was like, whoa. And the other, I can't even remember what my other point was now, but yeah, we're not getting the evidence that we claim that we should be able to see at 30 miles. So if I take ballers with me and I take flats with me in the vehicle, and we all verify that same observation from 30 miles away, and if it happens to coincide consistently with the previous evidence that we've took, and I'm absolutely certain it will do because I've been back numerous times in a variety of different conditions, and I still see it, it isn't going to change. It means that we can rule out this idea, this fiction, that there is some kind of magic phenomenon that just so happens to be present at that exact time, that just so happens to magnify and reflect and follow the exact curve of the Earth to make it look like we're looking behind the curve. It's bullshit.
I understand. Trust me. It's frustrating because there are other. This is that confirmation bias thing. Is that they don't. Okay, I've been putting it this way lately. Let's say let's say Negator and I were at a beach. We're watching the sunset. Or Negator or you, whatever. And Negator's like, okay, do you see how the sun is being obscured, bottom up? And you go, yes. And you go, okay, well, that's it going behind the curvature. Now you would go, well, actually, it might be going past our convergence point. It's moving away from us, and it's really just atmospheric conditions. And there seems to be a reflection mirage right there, giving the impression of a false horizon. And that's what it seems to be going behind. Now,
there is another explanation.
You both looked at the same data set. Everybody's talking past each other. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's two filters here that people are trying to use out here, and I don't know, people don't seem to be aware of it. Sorry, Riley, go on.
Have you seen Matrix Decode's primarily orange-looking video?
Yes, I have, actually.
Right. That boat, I believe that boat dropping behind the horizon is the catalyst that made him jump back to the ball, I believe. Maybe that's not true, but that's what I was told. But the problem is, when that boat, however far away that boat is, the further away that boat gets, its angular size reduces because of perspective, it gets smaller. The problem is, if the tide is coming in whilst that recording is taking place, and we know that it is because at the start of the recording the tide's not as far, it's not as close to us as what it is by the end. If the tide's coming in, you have a problem where the tide is rolling in. The coast of the land is pushing against the tide to stop the tide from coming in, and it concertinas the water. It creates like a small hump in the middle because it's concertina in the water, because the water's coming in one side but going back down the other side because of the shore.
There are a lot of factors. Your angle of incidence, like how you're looking down upon that horizon. You know, your height, your angle of your head. I mean, there are a lot of factors that really change it. So looking at images doesn't really pay it too much justice, but getting the experience yourself, you're going to get the data to, and you know all this. You just mentioned these other, I used to call them persistent variables, you know, like it's always going to be there. Refraction and all of its effects are always going to be there. You just have to understand enough about refraction to go, okay, well, that's mirroring. Okay, that right there is the fathom we're going to. Okay,
and a lot of these variables, by their nature, are variable. That's the thing that other people need to remember too.
Variables. It's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. They are variable. They change. They're a continuous variable. So one day you'll have a little bit of one effect, but a lot of another. But another day you'll get a lot of the first one, but a little of the second, and you'll get a totally different view.
And that's
So
why
the
it's
issue-
right. See, you're smart in doing this, at least going out there at night, because, and I wish, has Soundly done that yet? I don't know if there's lights on the bridge onto
Yeah,
trains.
I think he has done it, yeah, and he seems to get a perfect reflection of the same thing, but that's not consistent with my own evidence, because by day it appears that we're getting the optical representation of the curvature calculations according to the Metabunk website.
I know what it is. Maybe every morning they chemtrail right over Pontchartrain to add a weird effect to the atmosphere that makes it look like a ball. So every time Soundly goes there, it looks like a ball.
There could be a gas pipe running right underneath them or something like that, interfering with us. Who fucking knows? I don't know. All I do know is that where I live at night time, the absence of sun makes the atmosphere condense and it becomes clear. Now it doesn't do it every single night. There are nights we get cloud and we get mugginess and it traps it and it doesn't disperse. But generally speaking, the sun goes, it gets cold, the atmosphere condenses, we see further. Now I've tested this numerous times in numerous places and it's true. The problem is by day, it appears to match the curve calculations according to Metabunk, which makes you think it's curve. But actually, Metabunk appears to be reflecting our optical representation of the environment we live in, but they're calling it curve. But it's not. It's a matching it's an optical representation of what we see that it matches. So we're not actually seeing the curve, even though you can accept it is curve because it matches their model. The model is being described wrong. It appears to be an optical barrier that it's matching, because we know that if you go and do it at nighttime, it's completely different. So by day, yeah, you could argue it's curve, but if you're going to get it by the daytime, I'm sorry, but you've got to get it by nighttime, and we are seeing better at nighttime. And I'm not accepting magic bendy bullshit light. So
yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and you know, I've even joked that what do? Reverse engineer our eyesight or some shit, and that's where the numbers come from. But I'm not saying it's true. Don't run with that, please. The point I'm trying to make is that this is what you're gonna find. Find what you're looking for, and the same with them. You know, this problem with it. Are you living in a model or are you not? For them this time, you know what I mean? Like, they really do believe that if they walk 1,000 miles over Kansas, they believe that I don't know. It's hard to explain the issue that I see, but I just wish that we'd just all decide to understand that we don't live in a model. Let's go back outside in our real. I know you get it, you know, and a lot of people get it, but still,
to answer your question, what do I think they've done? I think you hit the nail on the head. Have they reverse engineered our optical reality? That's exactly what I think they've done. I think they've looked at our optics.
I mean, that would have to be the answer if you're a smart person, you know, thinking about it.
Say again.
That would have to be the answer if that was it. If that were to be the case,
that is what I believe they've done. I believe that they've given it, and basically, if they change the curvature calculation website and called it the optical limits website, then that would be a correct representation of what we see, because it is representing what we see. The issue is it what we're seeing, what we're told? Because it's not. Because if it was, we would see the same by night, and we're not seeing the same by night. And I went up to, this is even worse. That 30-mile observation, we've tried to push the boat out to see how much further we could get. Now, I believe, and I still believe, that from 50 miles, I'll see it at nighttime. Okay. Now, some people would say, well, you tried to do it from St. Bees at 50 miles. And I did. I went up to St. Bees, which is 50 miles away. We hired a caravan up there for 3 nights. And we went up there solely and intentionally to see whether or not we could see the tower. I didn't realize that the tower was not lit up on the 3 nights that we went. I assumed it was on all time because it is a tourist attraction, but when it's out of season, they only put it on periodically, apparently, and they hire it out for you to hire. You can like color it whatever color you want, and you can pay for it. I think it's 500 quid a night, and you can have it blue if you want it, or you can have it green or pink or yellow, or you can have it stripes or flashing or doing whatever you want it to do, but you got to pay. But if no one buys it, I don't think it's on. It appears to be off.
We need like a Fepe, like, you know, black and yellow.
Well, what I'm actually going to do, when the illuminations come on, the tower is more illuminated than what it is at the minute, because although it's illuminated, it's not particularly vibrant and bright. It's just illuminated with kind of 25% of the LED bulbs that they have on it now. So it's like it's there, but it's not nearly as bright as what it normally is. But we're going to be going back up to that same location in St. Bees at 50 miles away to see, can we see it when the illuminations are on? And even if I see the tower, which I still think I will, I'm hoping that I'll see the actual the parts of the illuminations and the roller coaster, because they're all lit up. But if I don't see them, even if I just see the tower, it may just be that small because its angular size has got so small that it's just a blob and there's no shape or form to it. But I know where to look for it. But what I found an article recently that said in some date in 1932, on a clear day, Blackpool Tower, the top of Blackpool Tower, you could see St. Bees, which is where I was at, from the top of Blackpool Tower. So I know it's possible, according to the article I read. And I thought, well, if they can see St. Bees, it makes sense that St. Bees can see the top of the tower, and they could see St. Bees on this particular day. And I was like, ooh, that's interesting. So we're going to go back and do it, but we're going to spend a week there because I just need to get a night where it's clear enough for me to see into the distance and weather doesn't get in the way, because 50 miles worth of weather, you get a lot of variations in the weather. It's a continuous variable. You get weather that's variable throughout that 50-mile variation. So I just need to get it so that it's relatively stable all the way through, and it's not like misty or foggy or rainy any part of the journey.
Yeah, I understand.
And then I believe I'll still get it. Whether I do get it or not remains to be seen.
I just feel inclined to call you a nerd.
You're a flat earth nerd, right?
Fucking nerd.
Yeah.
Yo, listen, brother. This is okay. This is the only reason why I saw the value in it. Well, one of the main reasons I saw the value in flat earth, so long ago, is because it gets people out into the world and to measure it and test it themselves. And now really going into it, I was like, I saw the resistance to it, and that was a bit shocking and startling. The fact that somebody would react the way that we see, so much, that was a bit troubling. That's the reason why I actually started researching it more and more. And I was getting out into the world, trying to measure this stuff and understand it and think about things differently. There's a guy named Thomas Kuhn, who is a very prolific scientific author from the 70s. He wrote a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And what he uses the Copernicus revolution as a framework to explain this new idea of a paradigm shift. It's actually an interesting side note. The word paradigm solely comes from him bringing it forward in the 70s, hadn't been used since the 1700s, and he restructured it for this new concept. But anyways, the scientific paradigm of before Copernicus used the Ptolemaic system for 1,400 years, and it was geocentric. It had the sacred, geometry. It was very complex, very complicated. They hated the retrograde, but it worked. It worked. And what Copernicus said was, let's go and look at old data that we've had since, Rome or whatever. They had all the data, and they said, let's go look at this old data with new eyes. And so they did. And then they thought about the data differently than what was prescribed to them, right? And so by doing so, that's the only time a scientific revolution can move forward, is when old data is being viewed with new eyes. And I think that, and I'm not going to say directly, because it's not flat earth. It's alternative cosmology. It's electromagnetic universe. It's alternative. There are 50 other cosmologies that exist in that field. Electromagnetic universe.
Flat earth, nigga.
Yeah, but not just. No. What I'm saying, it's not just. There are so many other, the anti-Einstein movement, the Tesla and theory hypothesis, there are paradigms being switched and reanalyzed and moved forward in so many branches, in so many ways, that I think that if the common man were to begin speaking about these subjects, as we do now, this is a new renaissance, not a revolution. And it's going to start like it is right now. Like, we're all out here trying to figure out the world around me. That was the hope I saw in this idea. That might be a pipe dream, but I think that, actually, Kuhn got in a shitload of trouble. Thomas Kuhn, he got in a lot of trouble. He almost lost his tenure when he published that book. They were like, don't tell him. Because once you understand how a scientific revolution, could be done, which is just taking old data and looking at it with new eyes, then things can move around quite a bit. So that's the way I look at all this. But we need to start talking about geodesy. You need to start talking about astronomy and figure out why they say it's a globe. Now, you claim you do know, and that's great. But it's very much lacking. There are a lot of unfortunate dogmatic flat earthers.
The only problem. Well, see, here's the thing. I look at it like this: is because the alternative. I don't know. See, it's very apologetic of you, if you won't
Well, I'm
mind me
trying
saying.
to tell
Hold
you.
on.
The
But
Odyssey
well, I got,
exists
look,
to say
look,
the
I
earth
got
is a
you. Look,
globe.
I got you. Hold on. But look, what I'm trying to say is that one can glean all that information, go through it, understand it to a certain, to the best of one's ability, maybe not to some of the nth degree, and maybe as things come along, one sees it. But the reality of it is that we perceive this a certain way, and it's incumbent on the other party to be correct. Now, granted, the model is lovely, heliocentrism does work, but in reality, it goes against what we experience. And this is where the reclamation needs to happen. Now, I agree that the discussion needs to be had if we're going to be changing the paradigm in regards to the shape of the earth and trying to tell other people. But essentially, for one's own inner work, I almost look at it like, look, motherfucker, this shit's flat as fuck. You're the center of it. So's the earth. And prove to me it's anything but level with
Hey, brother,
topography.
that's punk rock.
That's where I'm at.
There you go. It's punk rock. And that's guerrilla ontology. We spoke about it earlier. It works in the sense to get a person thinking. It might piss them off, but it'll get them thinking.
But it's even beyond that for me, though. It's not like I wouldn't want people, because it's something I've even talked about before. It's like where the top flat earthers are like, in a room together and they're looking at each other like, you don't believe this shit, do you? Like, and that's what I feel
think.
like. Look, I tell you what, and that's fine for
Not them. That's what the ballers
but that's
think is
fine.
going on.
These ideas, right? And these ideas, okay. And what I'm saying, it could be in some circles. I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
The point is that in my heart of hearts, I know I know enough about myself, having been pulled over when no one was looking, to feel as though I'm the center of the universe. And I know, you know what I mean. So, in the same
and we're
sense,
speaking from a philosophical position.
Well, hold on now. Well, philosophy first, and then your actions. And your actions have to speak louder than your words, and your philosophy emanates in your deeds and your character and the rest of it. And that what I mean is that, like, but at the real end of the line of the philosophy, it is safe pickings, in my particular opinion, to say the earth is fucking flat, and to say, you know what? Hey, what? Prove it isn't. Prove it isn't with what? The celestial sphere?
I understand.
I'm just saying, like, and I'm speaking more to the people that are out there that are flat earthers, but I would hope that they would educate and understand them.
Okay, but you got to understand, they are taking that position. Now, look, I know it makes sense. Look, there's enough scientific information that exists in certain fields, such as geodesy and astronomy, that can lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. We experience it as a flat and level, motionless plane with the sun and moon moving overhead. That is a factual statement, okay? And that is the starting point, I think, for real wisdom, for real understanding these dual aspects of that. Because, like I said, it's a return to the senses at the very least. I could support a return to the senses.
Here. Let me explain something. First off, okay, it's like I got Lucifer Tim out here. It's like, like I understand, like, the vein of type of, like, it's weird. It's an insincerity that one possesses that really cannot understand this flat earth shit. And even whether or not people want to say it's a psyop or not, I think that's also a part of this awakening, is understanding that it really isn't for some people, man. And, like, I don't know what to say to some people. And it's an old philosophy. It's an idea. For me, I look to the Quran. You're going to tell me the Quran's wrong? Go right ahead. The point is that, hold on. No. Let me address something, dude. Because I get, like, a little sick of the scientist, little limp-wristed fucking hipster dudes. And the fact is that I know who you are. And I'm just saying, like, I know who you are. I hear it in your voice, and I got you on lock, sucker. So, like, don't worry about me.
Listen.
Piss off.
You have to. We just spoke of. Hold on, bro.
Crap, man.
Hey, bro,
like, fuck off.
Listen. We spoke
little
earlier.
Faggot fucking hipster fags. Get the fuck out of here.
We spoke earlier today concerning the psyop element that could exist within
No,
it.
really, because I'm sick
We
of those
spoke
people.
about
No,
yesterday.
Hold on. I'm sick of those people invading and destroying the art
I
world.
know he's
I'm
being
sick of those little
aggressive in that regard, but there's no need to jump to
Let me
that
fucking
bullshit.
air out, please. Let me speak, please. Look, the point is that I see these fucking punks everywhere I go, and the point is these little NASA fags, like Lucifer 10, you're a little NASA fag. I know you are. You know what I mean? And you're a little SpaceX, little fucking like. I don't know. Actually, I don't even know what you are because I don't speak that gay ass talk you hipsters speak. But the point is, I think that whole energy comes from this materialist, rationalist, absurdist bullshit because they have no heart, soul, dignity, respect, or fucking class. So go fuck yourself. Now, what would you like to say? You want to apologize for that?
Not really. Not that. Listen, this conversation, it's not needed. And I understand, you know, when somebody's insisting it is one way, when this is such a multi-level thing, like I mentioned just 5 minutes ago, the psyop is the word. It's the word, okay? The language has been weaponized against this in that context, where the real information lies. And this is why Grimm is mad. This is why a lot of these cats are, Paul Stahl and all of these other cats. I get it, and you got to get it in order so that you can move forward with anything. The alternative cosmology, NASA fakery, all of these other topics that exist within this. Though the psyop is bundling it all up with that word. And I understand why you say it. I understand that.
Well, no, my thing is
I don't know why everybody gets so upset on any of these fucking levels. We're talking about just ideas, dude.
Well, of course, I agree, and I understand that like limp-wristed hipsters are not going to get it, and like that's pretty much where their MO is. My point is that I've always done when I'm coming out here is I'm coming here to say, yo, get flat Earth out of your mouth, you little NASA hipster fag. And if you don't, then you fucking if I see you in a debate room, I'm gonna light you the fuck up. Because you're a fucking
I've seen you get lit. You got please. No, I've seen when people come. Look, I understand. Like Germanicus was acting crazy, and you know whatever. Like, look, Issa, I get it, man. And I'm not going. It's whatever. I don't care. But it's just
I care. My point is that no. What I'm saying is these fake little fucks out in this scene, and they're making scared people that are innocent looking into this information and fascinated by it. And anyone who would say that they experience the Earth any other way than flat, motionless, and the stars move going over their head is a punk little NASA bitch.
Well, so look, man, yourself. I don't. Yeah, I honestly, that's what I'm out here for right now, is to try to be a diplomat as best as I can, because I do see information that's not being spoken of. I do see misinformation on both sides, and I've been calling out the quote unquote ballers since I've been out here. But I'm just trying to remind people that we're already past the point of stopping it, guys. Seriously, like I understand frustration. Okay, Neg's been out here for 2.5 hours. I mean, 2.5 years. Neg's been out here. He feels like he is a purveyor of justice. Okay, he does, and I'm not making fun of him. Like he really believes in what he's saying. Most of these people do, and I value that a lot. It's a conviction. They're defending something.
I'm not mad at Neg. No, I'm not mad at
whatever. No. I'm saying like people.
He's a consistent, at least.
What I'm saying is people out here who would say such a thing.
Real quick. I love Lucifer Tim too. I'd love to get a drink with him, but I honestly think you're probably just a drunk. You fucking hipster, fucking bitch. But forgive me. You know what I mean? I don't mean to be a dick, but I am one. And the point is that when I see a drunk, I will call a drunk out. And you look like a fucking dumbass drunk, just for the record. So fix your attitude and fix your face. Get fucking flat Earth out of your mouth.
It's not fucking necessary to even try. Like we're talking about
it's necessary for me to let people know that we got a fraud up in the mix, and his name's Lucifer Tim, and he's a hipster fucking NASA fanboy. So don't follow that motherfucking fag. Forgive me, but good luck with that. Being a fucking drunk. I see you, kid. I'm sick of those people in my community, Cathexis.
Okay, you're gonna keep ranting. You're gonna keep. You're just gonna keep going.
Forgive me. No, I won't. Go on. I'm done.
No, I'm trying to fucking handle this situation with poise, with grace, and with intellect, because unfortunately, there's a shitload of misinformation out here. listen, my voice is valuable, and I only say that because of the responses that I've gotten from people. When I'm on my channel talking about the things that I care about, and when I'm on your channel talking about these things, this is a benefit to me because I'm able to distill my research and my perspective, and I'm able to make more sense of this crazy situation we find ourselves in. It's cathartic in that regard. And so I'm hoping that, because like I said, the responses I've gotten from people is of value, that that these are perspectives they're not hearing. Nobody's talking about a lot of the stuff that we discuss on this channel or what I've been on my channel recently. So it's just ideas. There's no reason for anyone on any side to get upset about it. I just don't understand. I just don't get it.
Look,
That's
my
all I'm
thing
saying.
is this: is that look, this is enough of a paradigm shifting conversation for one to have. Now, when you start getting these little actors and these little absurdist, nihilist, fucking NASA bitch ass boys out here, you know what I mean? They need to, like, you know, I just feel like they throw a sand in the mix of someone. It's like, you know, you imagine you're making a sandwich and somebody's throwing sand in it. It's like, you know, that's what it's like. It's like becomes all, and that's the naysaying attitude of limp-wristed fucking hipster fucking NASA fans, because that's who they are, man. And that's because it emanates really and fucking truly. I have not been just saying this shit. It emanates from the materialist, rationalist, little lack of integrity, limp-wristed development that they've suffered because of too much estrogen in the water in England. Then fucking because of that, you know what I mean? Certain communities, then fucking certain people start acting like drunk little fags who don't have the respect for their elders or otherwise. And they think that they're little hipster, psychedelic, fucking,
Dude,
intellectual
fucking
giants. And I think that they're little punk bitches.
What are you on about? Seriously, you've already made it clear 15 fucking times, Issa. You keep contradicting everything that I just fucking explained.
Oh, forgive me. I keep missing the point.
Why would I want to participate?
It's like the Bhagavad Gita, bro. I just keep going around and around. Bro. It's like, you know.
Yeah, I have no desire to participate with that energy. I'll just put it that way. How about that?
All right. Well, I mean, carry on with the message. I would like to hear.
Are we done?
Yeah, carry on.
So,
I think it needed to be said.
The bigger issue at hand, and fuck the words, the bigger issue at hand is alternative cosmology. Is Big Bang cosmology the correct way? Is it, or is it just the materialist's dogma? Is scientism a problem? Is there a scientific dictatorship on the rise? What is Tavistock? What is fucking left brain prison mind control? These are the topics that I think need to be discussed in this world. And people are right to say that all of that got bundled up with flat earth. This is why Tim Osmond's so pissed. Like, I don't understand how you guys can't see that. I understand to take it back. You're like, you know what, all of our life we've been told this is the stupidest idea, and in your mind it's valid and justifiable, and you know what, I only experience is flat, so fuck them. We're going to take it back and we're going to use it all day long. But if that was their intention, in order to wrap everybody up in one little, you know, bow tie who questions the authority, well, guess what? There you go.
Can I just ask, why do you,
ahead,
when you say about Tim, like, that's why he's so passionate, why do you say that?
Look, his tactics are dirty. Okay, I've never defended his tactics. It is what it is. But I've known Timmy for almost 3 years. I really have. He was the same way in the hoax busting community. Literally. It was the same way. It's just his personality type. I don't agree with his tactics. I think they're despicable. He doxed me. When you were coming on the scene, I was fully fucking doxed. He was photoshopping my fat pictures into Fat Albert and me into Hitler. And, you know, like, so I'm not defending his tactics. I'm saying, like, I've talked to him enough to know he believes in what he's saying. 2 celestial points, checkmate.
Yeah, but let me rephrase. I think you might have missed my question. And
Forgive me.
I didn't explain myself well enough. Your point was that Tim believes what he believes, and that's kind of fair. And I don't disagree with that. I mean, Jem believes what he believes about the moon, and I don't have a problem with it because he genuinely believes it. But with regards to Tim, I mean, I can help with a little bit of Tim. Like, let me just play this one for you. One sec.
I cannot provide proof to anyone about the shape of the earth.
So when
Did you make a fucking sound?
I never made it.
That's too funny.
I never made it. That was Tim speaking them words himself. So he says that we live on a ball, but he's got no evidence of it. So
Are you sure that sounded a little cut up and turned into a soundboard? Sorry, dude. I do that. I've done that myself, so like I know what it sounds like. Not to Tim, but
yeah. But the thing is, though, the point is, he says that he can't provide proof to anyone about the shape of the Earth. Yeah,
did he say that coherent sentence in the way? Play it again.
With pleasure.
I cannot provide proof to anyone about the shape of the Earth.
I mean,
it sounds like he's reading, Riley. Is he reading like a hostage message? What's going on here? He just disappeared yesterday.
What?
No, really. Like fucking. No, okay. I'm just messing with you. Listen. You can take things out of context all the time. He would disagree with that statement. I think. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying it doesn't sound authentic.
Well,
are you pulling a Soundly right now?
In what way? Oh,
manipulating evidence.
No, I mean just go to the beginning of Bro Sanchez's interview with him last week, and you'll see that.
He
one of the first
that.
things he says. He starts off with the disclaimer that allows him to distance himself from all aspects of the conversation he has. But the problem is, if he says that, he cannot provide proof to anyone, and it wasn't taken out of context. You can go and check it on yourself if you wish. Trust me, it was within.
No, I believe you. I'm just messing around. I know he gets more professional and formal when he gets on shows like that. Well, that actually seems like a very intellectually honest thing to open with. I think that might be true as well.
Yeah, but then you said that Tim honestly believes himself, which I don't dispute that you believe that Tim believes himself. But if Tim does believe himself, why does he then come out and say that he cannot provide evidence to anyone about the shape of the Earth?
Well, was he trying to draw the distinction between evidence and proof there, Riley?
No, I think he was disclaiming at all points of his whatever conversation he's about to have with Dredd, whatever conversation he's about to have.
Well, because one conversation I've had with a lot of these guys, especially Tim, is that there's a difference between evidence and proof, and in something like 200 Proofs, the way he named that book shouldn't be called that by the philosophical definition of these words. Knowledge and evidence is that's what you have there. You have 200 evidences. And so I've had this conversation with him, and he has structured his argument accordingly. I can't prove to you that the Earth is flat. I can't prove to you that the Earth is a globe. That's something for the individual to do.
But I don't agree with that second part. You can't prove the Earth's flat. I agree, because you would have to go across the whole Earth and measure it across the whole Earth and prove that it is flat. And I don't believe.
So can Dubé say 200 proofs the Earth is flat, or should it say 200 evidences?
Well, are you not entering the world of semantics? I mean, what is proof? And
no, it's not semantics. There's a deep philosophical meaning to these words.
Right. It's absolutely. If you get a Toblerone, the Toblerone, like chocolate, it's like a triangle, but it's rectangular shaped. And if you put that in a corner of a room and you shine a light at one end of it against one wall, and then flip 90 degrees and shine the light at the opposite on the side, the adjacent side against the opposite wall, you're going to get a triangle cast on one wall, and on the other wall you're going to get a rectangle. So they're both proofs.
I understand. Okay, I understand that.
So they're
example.
both proofs.
Well, hold on. I understand what you're saying, but let me say, the word prove, or proof rather, is to demonstrate the truth or existence of something by evidence or an argument.
Right.
So evidence, though, is an available body of facts. So I would say we should be named 200 pieces of evidence that can prove that the Earth is flat.
And
you see what I mean? Like there is a distinction between the words.
I don't disagree, but when Tim's word is I cannot provide proof to anyone, that means that when you evaluate all of his evidence is up, he can't provide proof. So whilst I agree with you, I don't agree that if Tim does honestly believe what he says to be and is the justification for why he does what he does, then he can't say he cannot provide proof, because he has to say there is proof out there, but he can't say that, and that's why he starts off with that sentence.
Oh, there's proof for anything. With the evidence, you're going to find what you're looking for. I mean, that's the thing. Proof is a subjective.
No. But there isn't
thing.
proof for anything. There isn't proof for it. There's evidence that may support a supposition, but there's not proof of everything.
Okay,
That's a ridiculous statement to say. And
what I'm saying is, look. If you and Negator are standing at a beach, looking at a sunset, his same data that he's receiving as you, he will come to the conclusion that we're rotating backwards, and he's seeing obstruction. You, on the other hand, would say atmospheric conditions and the, opaque moisture deck, etc. You see what I mean? Whatever framework that you start with is what you're going to find. This is the way science works. This is the way larger sciences work. So in this case, I'm not defending Tim like to this nth degree. I want you to understand that.
I'm not
saying that. He's making a distinction, I think.
I know. I'm not saying that you're defending Tim, but what I'm challenging is that when you said that Tim honestly believes this, I'm not sure that that's a fair statement to credit Tim with, because I'm not sure that he does.
How could you know? So your assessment is that he's not. He doesn't. And what is that evidence? Is that one sentence you just have?
Well, if somebody cites that he cannot provide proof of anything, then that means that he can't honestly believe it. Because I will go on the record and I'll say, I've not been able to validate the claim of curvature. That doesn't mean I think the Earth's flat, but it does mean I don't believe it's a curve. But if Tim was genuinely true in his belief, according to your perception, that Tim did not, that Tim was acting with good integrity, he would not be able to make the statement, I cannot provide proof to anyone.
Okay. I cannot provide proof to you that we live on a level plane. I cannot provide proof to you.
No, but I can provide proof.
What I can provide, what I can provide is a heap of evidence. And with the presupposition you begin with is the presupposition that you'll get. I understand where you're coming from, but so what proof do you have? How can you prove to me the Earth is flat?
I don't believe that the Earth necessarily is flat. I've said before that the Earth could be the size of Jupiter.
So what is the issue exactly again?
That I can see Blackpool Tower at 30 miles and it's not the way they tell us we should.
Okay. But no, you said Tim is not sincere. I know that you guys had a little falling out.
The issue is that you said that you felt that Tim was acting like genuinely, sincerely. Because
I thoroughly believes he believes in what he's stating. He really does.
All right. But when I played the clip from Dredd last week, 2 weeks ago, so where he starts off by saying, I cannot provide proof to anyone. Do you still maintain that position that he's acting with integrity? Because if you maintain that position, he can't say that statement.
Why would he think about this in the context of this conversation? Why would someone open with that, for one? And for two, in this context, if he's about to dump information in your lap, okay, what he's saying is it's up to the individual to discern the truth of the matter based off of the evidence he's giving them. And with two celestial points, with arch star, trails at the equator, yes, there are answers that you could find that go against the globe model or go for a level plane, I suppose. But in his mind, he can't do that. He hasn't done that, and he's chosen to say that is evidence of a sphere.
Yeah.
This is how we map a sphere.
But I agreed with you before that you said that the word proof over the word evidence, there is a difference. And one is proof it's like you are asserting the position to be true, whereas evidence merely suggests that it could be one or the other, and it's up to you to interpret. But you credited Tim with honesty and integrity, yet Tim's come out publicly and said that.
Well, hold up. I want to make this.
I'm not sure that there's honesty.
Okay, look, that's not. I have never used those words, and no disrespect to the individual in the conversation that we're talking about, but honestly, his tactics they demonstrate character, a certain character type. It is what it is, okay?
Yeah, but I'm not about
like I said, tactics aside, the implications of those tactics, I'm not going to get. What I'm saying is from every account that I've had interacting with him, he does believe what he's saying. What would you think, that he knows the Earth is flat and he's some kind of super secret agent smoking weed all day, every day, trolling flat earthers for a living? Like, what conclusion could you come to? It's silly.
Well, the conclusion I come to is that he doesn't know either way, or he does know, and he's playing a.
He's defending the prevailing system. He's defending what he thinks to be true.
Right, but you're crediting him with the honest intention of behaving the way that he's doing. But I don't credit him with that because.
Well, look, I don't
Right, with all due respect, I don't care to even speak on him or defend his positions or even speak on the subject. He is who he is, and that was my assessment, and that was just my view on it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. Your assessment of him is based on your intent.
I'm sorry you disagree.
Yeah, because the guy openly states that he cannot provide proof to anyone. So it's like, well, if you can't provide proof to anyone, how honest or integral are you being if you can't do it? So that's the point I was making, that you credited him.
There you go. I see your point. I see your perspective. How about that?
Cool. Where are you?
This is... Yeah, I am right now. Yeah, look, this topic is intense. It's very intense. And I think a larger issue is there's a lot of moral outrage that occurs around this topic. That's what we would call the cognitive dissonance would start it, and then the moral outrage. And some people get stuck in that part of their journey, so to speak, right? So, I mean, think about it. People have this pride. Like, you ever seen that guy on Rogan? I think it's like Brian Callen or something like that. He talked about flat Earth one time with one of his UFC friends or whatever on a podcast, and he was so offended. He's like, science has worked for so much. Look what we have gotten to. How dare you? How dare you? Like, he was so triggered, and it was weird, and it was revealing. You see, that's the moral outrage that I'm talking about. That's an extreme example, but people are like, who the fuck are you to question the scientific progress of humanity? You're not a scientist. Where's your credentials? You see, that's a problem, I think, that exists. So, I mean, I get it all the time. I've got 13 episodes of a scientism series that's pointing out a slew of dogma, a slew of problems in what we call modern scientific institutions, like accepted doctrine within the institutions. It's moral outrage. I think that's what it is a lot of times, Riley, and you're going to get it a lot. That's
why it brings the conversation to the whole notion of it's a religious thing. It's become a fucking religion.
Scientism. That's the reason why I speak of it the way that I do.
Just for the record, I wasn't actually attacking you. I was just criticizing the words that you used. That was all.
No. You're fine. You're fine. It's just I don't like getting stuck on personal opinions of you know what I mean? Because that's all that was, Riley. I mean, it's just my opinion, your opinion of the matter. A lot of people don't like Tim. I get that. He's done a lot of, I mean, like I said, he doxed me. He put my information all out, and he's been brutal to me too. It's just, but whatever. I try to be a diplomat in this whole thing. As you can see, it's quite polarizing, Issa. But yeah.
Forgive me. I mean, for myself.
Fuck, man.
I mean, I'm rather polarizing.
I was going to challenge you on that other comment you said as well, which I'm not going to do now. But the other comment I was going to challenge you was on. I don't know. I'm going to have to paraphrase it because it was quite a lengthy statement. But you said something like, I accept that there is a lot of evidence to support there being a ball that we live on, but my experience is that we live on a flat and motionless plane, somewhat along them lines.
Yeah, there's a level motionless plane of the sentiment stars. There is scientific information that can lead one to believe that it's a globe.
So, without challenging that sentence, have you actually done any of your own observations at the minute with regards to perceiving curvature? And I'm only asking
say that again?
I'm asking from a position of ignorance because I don't know whether you have or you haven't. I'm just asking, have you actually tested the curve for yourself to see whether or not you can verify it?
Well, I've gone out and just personally with my binoculars out the beach. I live at the Gulf here and watch boats quite a lot. I used to live in naval stations. My father was in the Navy, so we used to go out and watch the big liners go out and such. And just through my own experience, I actually share the opinion with Issa that boats aren't going over the curvature. It's more atmospheric, and the way our convergence point works and the way our eyes work, etc. Even on the dimensions that they give us. This was an old wives' tale that was recognized by Aristotle. Like, that's all it was. We didn't have optics until the 1800s accessible to people, and that was only to the royals and Royal Society and the Vatican and stuff. So it's rather early, and I don't know. It's people repeating a wives' tale, it seems. Now, that doesn't mean anything. I just know that when I see that,
I don't think it's going over a curve per
I
se.
agree with you. I
That's my
agree.
experience.
Yeah, I don't believe that boats are going over any curve, even though it does appear to look that way. And the reason I would go back to the Toblerone bar of chocolate. If you line up a bar of chocolate, a Toblerone, from the end, you see one triangle. And if you get dead on with it, and you so that the one triangle that you're looking at blocks out all of the other triangles behind it, and you get close enough to it, that one triangle makes it look like you've only got one piece of Toblerone. But as you change your angle going up slightly, you then realize that there's more behind it. And that's called perspective, right? It's called angular resolution or angular divergence or whatever you want to call it. But you see that all the Toblerones behind it are smaller because the thing in the foreground is bigger and it's the biggest to your perspective. When you're looking at these boats going over the horizon, the further away that boat gets, it's absolutely tiny. It's like a pixel, one little pixel on the horizon that you have to zoom in and zoom in and zoom in. And eventually you get to the point where you can see that it is still technically there. But it's like the Toblerone. You only need a couple of waves in your foreground to drown out the thing in the background, and it appears to be dropping over the curve of the earth. And if the tide's coming in at the same time, there you go.
But this is our experience, Riley. See, this is what I'm trying to say, is that that's why I make this distinction between the two, okay? Because there are anomalies to our experience that would lead, well, that would give the impression, if you're going off of just your senses with a minor amount of equipment, you know, I know you have cameras and such, but you don't have theodolites, you don't have, you know, some of the other technology. And it's not saying you need it or whatever, but the point is that your experience, well, you're like, wait, how does that happen? How does that happen? That doesn't make sense with the numbers they gave us. You know, it does seem to be a level playing with how I experience it. But then go home and open your geodesy book. Then go home and download Stellarium, Riley. Go look at why they say what they're saying. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily true, but this is the way it's been explained. And I think the more we understand it, the better we can fit data into our experience. Neither of them are true in my fucking opinion. In a weird psychedelic way. It's just, I found this to be one of the strangest dualistic topics I've ever seen in my life. It's just about what reality filter you want to choose. You can then, it's crazy, Riley, but we need to understand that there is this disconnect between people. And we need to be able to communicate better. I don't want to see flat Earth meetups. I want to see Earth meetups. I really do.
Well, nobody would do that because they don't feel the need to challenge their own model.
No, but Earth in general, to invite them. I want to see you hanging out with Jim Panda. You know, talking to him about something else. You know, like, I don't know. It's such a frustrating topic out here because of the varied responses you get. And people make a lot of good points, you know? This is a...
Yo, can Texas, forgive me, Riley's talked to Jen Panda before. We've had good shows with Jen.
He's great.
I know where Jen Panda lives. He showed me his address.
Yeah, well, he's been doxxed a couple times. Poor Jeremy. Would you say that he believes in what he...
Absolutely. I've credited him with that belief, the belief on the moon. Okay. I do believe that Jem does, because he's done his video for the reasons why.
He did a great job with it. I mean, in the context of what he was doing, I mean, he's really just still going to Daddy and asking for answers, but it's whatever. Like,
yes,
he collated the information well.
I think that is a really good description of what the video was, going to Daddy and asking for answers.
And no offense, Jeremy, I'm not picking on you. It was a fucking great job that you did. But these are things that you have to take into account, you know. They're still hung up on trying to prove it or disprove it, and that's why I don't even get into that conversation anymore, because I don't trust the information that's given from those agencies, because I've seen enough fraud. We covered a fraud on my channel, I think it was episode 9, John and I did, where we were talking about cosmology, we were talking about redshift, and there were these astronomers that were finding this awesome 3-galaxy system, you know, in their mind, this 3-galaxy system, and they were supposed to be this far, that far, and that far based off of the redshift. Well, there was this anomaly in the tail that didn't make any sense. Like, the galaxy they projected to be, you know, X amount away was much, much closer based off of the redshift that they picked up in a certain area. Well, they asked NASA to screen it with Hubble, and they went through official channels, et cetera, and the picture that came out, they manipulated it.
But they were giving it to astronomers, professional astronomers from Australia, and then I think one in the UK. They were working as a team. And there's a documentary where they're just like, yeah, it was totally fake. They frauded this information here. This is how they did it. They made it look like this when it really looks like this. And they actually checked back 2 more times. And NASA was just like, bold-faced, nope, that's it. Because what they found was a very strong evidence that redshift is not what we're saying it is, or that there's an indicator that there is something wrong with redshift. And all they're trying to do is patch up their system in this sense. But it's just funny because NASA will even defraud the astronomers who are backing it. So I don't look at those topics as much anymore. It's scientism is a big issue, and shape of the earth, I suppose, is part of that. You know, that's but you got to understand, you got to fight where they are, so to speak. Like if you want to take on, you know, geodesy, go take it on. Go talk to Jesse Kozlowski. Figure out how he's measuring a globe. In that man's mind, he has no idea what the fuck we're talking about. In this, he's like, wait a second. I measure a globe every single day with theodolites, and this is the math, and this is what the inclination is, and this is this. How are these people saying that it's flat? Now, there are questions there, and there are answers there, but that's his experience as a professional geodesist. I would recommend you go to his channel, and just for information, the more you understand this stuff, the better it is for all of us. Nobody talks about geodesy or Jesse Kozlowski. He's on YouTube. He's talked with Jaron. He's talked with a couple other guys too. So, I mean, do you see my larger point, Riley? I'm not talking about you specifically or trying to be critical or anything.
I wasn't taking it as a personal.
Yeah, it's just in general, this topic needs to have, I don't know, more information concerning that stuff.
Sunshine again. She'll take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you won't say. She'll take you home and the stars going on, could only be opportunity. Need another listen, mystery down the road to misery. Even a little bit of fantasy, because that's really what it seems like to me. She'll take you home and it's dark. So in the snow.
That's fantastic, as always.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man.
I feel all peaceful now.
Lovely.
Relaxed.
So any tests or anything worth noting outside of the eclipse that you may be planning on, Riley?
Just a tower when it comes back to the illuminations. Can't do it before because we're getting our light lasts too long and it gets turned off at midnight. So we need the summers to start rolling in before we get darker nights. And then when they do come in, I want to maximize it so I can see it easier, because it's not easy looking 50 miles. You're looking for a pinprick on the horizon. It's really difficult to spot, and it's pitch black. So that's the only thing that I've got a planet that I'm planning on doing next. I'm trying to persuade Jamie Brown to get his ass over to mine, because he's a fucking little scaredy cat. He doesn't want to do it, even though he's met me in real life. Trying to get him to come over, and he kind of does want to do it.
Well, yeah, you roll with the bad guys, bro. Get down with the bad guys, man. That's the thing. Is like, you know, I've kind of just looked at it like, look, it's like if you can't handle the pirate ship, it's all good, dog. You need like safe zones and shit. Go for it. That's cool. This is like a pirate ship. There's people here that I don't like, that I put up with, that I love. At the same time, it's like, you know, because everyone belongs in this conversation. But the point is that we also have to address certain things collectively. And the only way to address certain things collectively is to really suss it out. You know, thankfully, we're all, you know, where we are, and we're, you know, it's like you can make your own cup of coffee. You can, you know what I mean? Like, we're having these ideas. It's amazing that we get to do this. I think, you know, the more we, like, you know, we also have to just be grateful. You know, I think that's something, I don't know, man. It's just like, you know, that's what this has always been about, I think. Like, anytime we've ever been, like, anyone who would be a truther, it's because you saw some injustice, you wanted to step up on behalf of it, I would hope. The thing is that, and so what it is that, you know, people are willing to step up, and they, you know, they get caught up in the mix of what it is to step up, and they get flustered by what it is. And like, you know, and granted, it's, you know, it is, it's a daunting thing, but at the same time, it's also, I think what we face in a certain element is a certain element of a paper dragon, you know, a paper tiger. It's like, you know, we you know, it's only through fear. I think we hold dual capacities. There's dual systems. To say otherwise would be to be foolish, you know. And it'd be unlearned. It'd be a disrespect to your ancestors that you would think there wouldn't be dual systems. Seriously.
Yeah.
For all that your ancestors fought for. You know, I like the line from, you know, I believe it was John Adams. Like, you know, he fought war. Like, he studied war so that his sons and the people of this, you know, could learn mathematics, philosophy, and all of this, geodetic surveying, the rest of it.
Well, it's important. These topics are important, and the only reason why I'm out here, you know, I went away for 3 months, and, you know, doing a whole other set of research.
Did you find any curve?
Well, I'm on to different research. I mean, honestly, it's such a frustrating topic. I mean, I've been out here for 2.5 years. I was on Free Chan with, you know, all of them early on, and it was just 24/7. We were handling these conversations, and Negatora was constantly in there. Jeremy's constantly in there. We're going over maps and all this stuff. And then over the time, I started seeing the issue with scientism and decided to go that route with John. And that was what my channel was about. But then I started getting, I don't know, the direction it was going in the mainstream, to me, was a bit weird, a bit suspicious. The fact that Shaq, that came out of Shaq's mouth, it came out of LeBron's mouth, it came out of Kyrie's mouth.
Now we got Hank Hill talking about it.
Yeah, right? Yeah. It's all, you know,
What's up, brother?
These cats started talking about it, and that's when I'm like, okay, well, you know, I don't know what exactly this is. I'm just out here trying to research and understand reality as best as I can. And so I decided to pull my voice away from it. And now the only thing I'm trying to do is, well, I have a voice. I'm not gonna stop speaking about anything. And the topics of alternative cosmology, which there are numerous of, kings of the throne. There's so much that surrounds this mystery of the cosmos, because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the mysteries of the cosmos. So, because I was off studying like alchemy and things like that, and I actually have this account here, Alchemical Cosmology, because I really care about what is up there. It's as above, so below. And personally, I've seen it. I see things differently now, and I'm going to go and speak about it now. Now, that unfortunately has fallen under the moniker of this flat Earth, what I was trying to talk about earlier. There's nothing that we can really do at this point. John LeBon, actually, his backstory, he did the Baller Skeptic, and then he railed against flat Earth because he started seeing dogma. And he wasn't very popular because of it, but he was right to point out the dogma. I know he can be, a little arrogant or pompous or whatever you want to say, but he's not wrong about that. Now, recently, he decided to do a show called Alternative Cosmology. And, I think I had a conversation with him about it. That's the direction, because geocentricity is something that the mainstream would be willing to accept. I mean, you got to think about it. It's like baby steps in a way to whatever the truth is. I'm not, saying that, the Earth is flat, but what I'm saying is the geocentric aspect, there's a strong case to be made for it. And that's that movie, The Principle. A lot of people say flat Earth psyop because the Principle came out at the same time. They actually said it. They're like, it's a psyop against us, bro. And we're dealing with such a complicated situation, and people are trying to understand their reality better. And that's all we're doing. When I talk to you guys, I synthesize my research better, and I'm able to think better about these topics. So that's it. I mean, my channel, I'm going to be going the direction of like mind control, and I see mind control elements in flat Earth. After my research has been done, I see it. I see the monotone neuro-linguistic programming technique of Eric Dubay with this dump of information that you can't immediately verify. There's all of these techniques that are, Mark Sargent has his own techniques, the cadence he uses. He's selling you a narrative, not giving you facts. These things we need to be aware of.
Real quick.
That's it.
Hey,
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Just out in chat, I just want to address the notorious one, the A B C D E F G, my boy. What do you call it? Let him breathe a little bit out there. I hope you know what I mean.
Oh, they're timing out A4.
Yeah, they're going off on him. Just let him breathe a little bit. A4's been out here for a while. Just keep on your manners and forgive us, A4. You understand what we've done throughout history out here. Just be lovely.
Just ask him to stop whining about people with no content and no videos when he's got no content and no videos himself and no subs. You can't complain about people that he's doing the exact same thing.
No. It's all good. It's A4 though. It's just A4.
It's fine. Look, it's fine. Whatever. Look, the point is that this information, if we are going to be grown people, and we're going to be what I wish to be what the type of grown up that I thought existed when I was 6. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like when you're a child, you think that there are learned men who care about rationality and reason and philosophy, and they use the trivium and the quadrivium, and they figure things out, and they're good moral character and just and all of this. But in the West here, I'm sorry, it's a rare phenomenon, right? So when I grew up, I realized a bunch of people knew what they were talking about. Everybody has like arrested development here in America. And Issa could testify to this. It's true. This is a symptom of what Tavistock and all of these creations have done. This is the left brain prison mind control system, essentially. Now, whatever underpins that, you can, I guess, point to. You could, your campaign in life is to do, right now, is to point out flat Earth. But there are so many things that underpin this that we at least should be talking about it as grown people. It's already out here. It's already here. So what are we gonna do about it? You want to be a diplomat? You want to be somebody who can figure this stuff out better and work with people concerning it? Because the ideas, unfortunately, are not going to go away. All of that surrounds it, and it's not so simple as is it a level plane or is it a ball? It's not that simple. We're talking about deep, the mysteries of the cosmos. That's what we're talking about right now.
You know, but we're also talking about how, essentially you're using like, stars for navigation purposes. Like it's something that is like, you want to talk about, it's an interesting question to ballers where you're like, hey, there's something like, why does it matter? And, and then like, they come and be like, did you hear about the nebula in Dipper? It's like, what the fuck does that matter? What the fuck does it matter what the fuck is going on out there? Why are you spending so much money studying deep space when you got problems here on Earth? Fuck is wrong with you? First I'll talk about it doesn't matter. Why the fuck are you trying to experiment with rockets to go up past the fucking, to get out into space to go fucking travel to Mars when you got people on Earth that are having a hard time? Why the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck does it matter? Talk about what the fuck does it matter? You know what I mean? I think, what's the shape of the Earth? Well, what the fuck is the price of tea on Mars got to do with shit? You know what I mean? Like, dude, just shut the fuck up, man. And like, and I think like, look at they got an asteroid worth $10,000 quadrillion. I didn't fucking make that up. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like, and they think that flat Earth sounds ridiculous. It's like, go fuck yourself. I look at the Earth and shit looks flat. You fucking guys are not you, but like, gonna tell me that they went to the moon, that they put a flag up there, show me the video. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, God bless everybody and all that shit. Like, but hey, aren't we entitled to recognize bullshit for what it is? And if we don't, then aren't we just fucking suckers? Regardless. And what if like now is the only way that like, everyone's all shook, like, I don't know. But, and it's not that, anyone wants to come under heat, but the idea is that you're looking at it like, hey, this is the time where we maybe can help shape the conversation and make it, and keep it all love and peaceful out here. Because I think that would be the move. Help the people.
That's it. And look, we stand up and we this is what the amazing thing about YouTube and the amazing thing about the internet is that we have a voice now. We do. And if you're good at getting that voice heard, then you can have effect. You can help people think differently about things. And we all have this implicit right through, of course, where I'm at, with the good old rights of America kind of thing. But, really at the end of the day, we're philosophers. If we're engaging with philosophy, we're philosophers. If we're engaging with art and we're making art, we're artists. If we're engaging with music, you're a musician. We are creators by virtue of these elements. And these conversations that we have are very broad. They concern several factors of our paradigm. And we have every right to speak about these things. Every right. And it frustrates me that, because this idea of a psyop against the, I don't know. It's an oversimplified situation because it's not that easy. Sure, Cass Sunstein the internet, cognitive infiltration, whatever. I could point to the documents and all this stuff. It's quite clear that there has been a subversion tactic over the past 5 years towards legitimate views, anti-Einstein, geocentricity. There are certain scientific endeavors which have been subverted. Now, that's just visible. That's just apparent to anybody who has eyes and can look at this stuff. So we have every right to speak about this stuff, and I think it's important right now. I think that we all need to stand up and say, hey, is this right? How do I know what this is? How can I verify what I believe in? That's what we're dealing with here. And these are just deep paradigms. They're deep axioms. And that's what it's funny, everybody clowns me because I use those words all the time. But I mean, that's essentially what's happening here is that we're analyzing deeply our paradigm of the world, the nature of the cosmos, our place in it, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I think geocentricity should have been focused on, because that is the perfect way for, this scientific revolution concept that, we were talking about earlier with Copernicus. If they chose a different system and explained it differently, we would have a different feel of our philosophy in life.
Yeah, man.
And I want to make something clear real quick. Lucifer Tim said something directed towards me. Texas, you seem to hold the belief that it's okay to fuck with somebody's mind if you believe it will help them in the long run by opening their mind.
Just before you
Dangerous
address
territory.
that,
Yes, sir.
just before you address that, I read that comment and I thought, isn't that exactly what the powers that ought not be do against its own citizens?
Yeah, it's called, well, okay.
They fuck with our
allow
mind.
me. Well, it's everywhere. It's in marketing. It's in advertising. It's in. I understand where you're coming from there, but if you listen carefully to my rhetoric, to my position, to my what I defend, and what I'm talking about here, I'm not doing this in a. There may have been a time when I was doing like this guerrilla ontology, and I didn't even realize it, and I give you the credit in that regard. If that's your intention and you don't know it to be true and you're going off of a dogma, that's why some people don't like Dell, because his standards for evidence is very, very low. Water's flat, can't stick to a ball. Okay, that's his starting point. Now he's essentially gaslighting everybody who's listening, and I'm not trying to pick on the guy. It's just there's more evidence to take into this image, this picture, before you can assert something like that. So I'm trying to make people aware of this stuff as best as I can, and I have no intention of this guerrilla ontology. That's not that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to add to the conversation more information that's not being in there. I'm trying to tell people about what mind control is and how it affects people, and what there seems to be a concerted plan over the past 100 years towards the education system, deliberate dumbing down of America. There are 1,001 issues here that exist that I'm trying to point out. So I understand that what IPS is doing and what an individual would do by going up and saying, hey, guess what, the earth might be flat, haha, and walking away, you would be kind of messing with their head. It rattles around in their head, and that's the reason why I left. That's the reason why once Shaq and Kyrie and all these guys got a hold of it, I was like, oh, okay, this is now possibly being used a specific way, and that I want no part of. And I'm only here today with the title of Flat Earth Corp because, I've known Issa for over a year. I have good conversations when I'm here, but I've made it very clear my positions.
Yeah, no, I've actually made it clear, like even to stand on behalf of the whole Ball Earth discussion and not like try to shun it out and try to let the echo chamber exist, because not that because people are entitled to do what they want, but I feel as though for myself, I think it just intellectually, it's intellectually honest to have the conversation, to discuss the finer points, to look into the models that are at hand, because otherwise you're staking a claim in a field that is highly debated as is. And if you don't recognize the philosophical nature that it is debated, that's really where we've come into the crux of this conversation as it deals with the rest of society, is that it's not so much whether it's not that it's not highly it's highly contested in the realm of the cosmologists, etc., or rather it's a lot of postulations. The thing is that it's the general public that has been sold the general narrative that they themselves, it's almost like I feel for the scientists in the sense that they have to get the general public to open up in order to be able to explain to them
they have no interest.
The
They have no interest. And see, originally,
that's why I don't see it as detrimental to discuss it or anything. I think it opens the whole thing up ready for maybe what they have for us. If you don't even understand it, then
Listen, that was my chain of thought in the beginning, and I'm just a guy who looks at all the negative, the positive, the neutral, whatever. Back then, because it was making people go out and check the world around them, I was impressed. There were videos every single day, people measuring things and doing this test and that test, and it was really cool because people were getting out there and they were learning about science. Now, where my problem comes in now is when it becomes dogmatic. That's my biggest issue, and the distinction has to be made. But as to it being beneficial, well, my life has been radically improved, so to speak, just by the type of research I've had to do, the type of interactions I've had with people. I've learned so much. So
I don't know. It shouldn't be this controversial. I will say that though. It really shouldn't. Unless my goal out there is to just like mess with people's heads and that's what the whole fucking thing's about. And I understand there's some people who think that's what the psyop is. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Shout out to
about all
Lucian
the
too. Hold
peripheral.
on. To Lucian, he says it's not flat because there's hills and mountains. We say that it's flat in proportion to the whole with topography, or at least I do, anyhow. So people get that straight too.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, you can't shut down 15 other topics. This is my problem. You know, you can't shut down all these other topics just because they've been labeled with this. Like I said, that's why these guys got so pissed, like Paul Stahl and a couple other guys who were, actually, there was quite a bit of them. Mr. Grimm, perfect example. He absolutely thinks that this was a psyop against him, his whole field. That's what each of these guys think. And, you know, there is an element to that. But
yeah, it's also
I'm
a little
not
bit of hubris
promoting that. I'm trying to defend against that is what I'm trying to do.
No, I think that people have, you know, they've got grandiose ideas of who they were in some kind of truth movement. And in reality, I think like what we've got to understand is also the mechanisms of that movement that people think they're going to do stuff. Like most people that I've met in the truth movement are like, yeah, we're going to have a class action and we're going to, you know what I mean? Like it's all this like going right back into a whole system that one doesn't understand. It's a repetitive cycle of that. And that's the beauty of, let's say, coming across this notion is that you do, as you've pointed out, you go to the beginning and you unravel it from the beginning. There's no way not to unravel it from the beginning in regards to this conversation. That's why it is a meme of.
Well, that's why it's such a strong
system. Yeah,
it's such a strong.
People can be mad about it all they want, but you know, whatever.
Well, and that's the thing. If it's being used improperly, then absolutely, I don't want to add my voice to that. You know, in the beginning, people were willing to listen to me. And you know that is a great feeling because I'm helping people, I feel like, and other people are appreciative of that. And Jaron had me on his show, and Bob, and all them, and Nathan Oakley, and several others, and they just wanted my perspective on all this. And I think I've been very fair and reasonable with it all. I've made my position very clear, very, very clear. But I don't know, and I'm happy to say that. And I think that if that was our starting point for everything, you know, it would probably go a little bit better. We'd probably fall into less doctrine and dogma. But it is what it is. I'm not trying to add my voice now to something that may be being, I don't know. You know, when Neil deGrasse Tyson is having some redneck rocket scientist skit being done right now, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to.
Yeah, do you not understand also too that that's kind of, it's much the same as they've absorbed any alternative idea. It's what they do. They absorb the alternative idea and they do it, and the way that you know that is because it's done with failed creativity. Because as I said before, I think the real heads that have had any voice in their artistic ventures have decided that they're full of shit and they're going to leave them in the lurch. And they're reaching to anyone that'll fucking help them.
Yeah.
And I just think, like, you know, that's how I cite it. But, you know, it's none of my business. It's not. It's actually, seriously, none of my business. I look at it like we have the right to, forgive me. We have the right to be ourselves, and that's it. You know, and that's the beauty of talking about these things. I'm not
absolutely. We all have a right to speak on it. And that's, I mean, it's here. That's my thing. It's like, it doesn't matter if I speak on the overall, you know, unless I spearhead and I become, you know, some crazy, you know, out in front of. I mean, Jaron's got 70,000 subs. Dubé's got 110. These guys, and as best as I can assess with Jaron, he means well. He really is searching for the truth of the matter. He's seen enough to give reasonable doubt, and that's why he's pushing.
Well, I'll tell you, this, you know, and even this eclipse has proved a lot of people to be awesome people in a certain way. Because I mean, you know, or whatever, you know, it could be seen in a lot of ways. But you know,
Jaron came out in front of it and defended the heliocentric model.
You know, because that would have been a big pitfall in the in any kind of just semblance of respect, if there is any, generally for the community. Because
that's the thing. I want real information, not misinformation or misunderstood information. My whole thing out here has been the Hammon's razor thing, right? So
never attribute to malice what can be easily explained by either stupidity or ignorance or a mistake. And that's the way I've seen it. I haven't been able to sense that there are agents and these guys are trying to push a false idea and they don't believe in what they're saying. I have never been able to assess that exactly. I mean, seriously, every person I've spoken with, and I'm pretty good with people's character, they all just seem like normal people who may have gotten caught up in the idea. Because it's an exciting idea. It's very interesting.
I think I think if you were to try to broach the idea of saying like, okay, this, that there was some kind of ulterior motive or something at hand, like, you'd be a fool to try to address it, because really there's no way that one could to do such a thing. All you can do is have, and this is why ultimately, again, it falls back to your own discernment, your own experience and your own understanding. And what you're out here for. It depends what people are out here for. Like, I came out here to have a conversation about the discussion of law to who I thought were relatively cool people and flat earthers. And c'est la vie. I've been here for a year since. Like, I don't know. I was affected by the people out here. I saw a lot of people taken away. They walked away from the conversation because of whatever reason. And I think that
there's a lot of good people out here. That's the thing. It's like it's good people. And I don't know. It does get frustrating though, because it's such a controversial, such a paradigm shifting idea. But it's whatever. I like I said, my direction going forward is going with this, understanding left-right hemisphere, mind-controlled left-brain prison. This is a big issue that I see in society that kind of underpins a lot of this stuff. Once you see it in a larger picture, and I just want to make sure I can help people. That's all I want to do, is help people, and I'm going to go where I think that I could help. So that's what it's always been.
Let's welcome Hank and Jim to the panel.
Thanks very much.
Good gentlemen.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing, Jim?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, thank you.
Lovely.
Can I just get something in quickly here?
Of course.
Oh, no. I never thought I'd find myself saying this, but I just wanted to say, for A4 in the chat, he was banned as soon as he arrived. I don't know why, but just in case people don't know who he is, he was one of the first flat earthers on YouTube. He was a flat earther long before anyone on this panel or in this chat was a flat earther. And he was relentlessly bullied by people, at least partly because he was a flat earther. And although he can be a bit of an aggressive character, I think he deserves a little bit of respect for that. He's very much a part of flat earth, YouTube flat earth history.
He is.
And I think he deserves a bit of respect for that, at least from the flat earthers.
Yeah, no, that's why I've kind of piped up out there. I think he's in the chat. I think
it's calmed down now, but I just felt that I needed to say that because he was sort of pounced straight away.
Well, I'm sure you know why. I mean, his position lately has been like, it's a psyop, bro. These guys are just stealing money from everybody. So he's kind of, I guess you could say, joined your team. Even still, so I can see why you backed him up.
I don't think. But nevertheless, even if he had, he was still there fighting the good fight for you guys long before you guys were, way before it was trending.
Remember the 2 weeks of the reign of A4 over on Sensei's channel?
Yes, they were terrible times. And the other thing I want to get in really quick is, Anthony, you know very well that clip of Tim. He's making the distinction between evidence and proof. We can present evidence to you, but what is proof is subjective. You decide whether something is proof of something. Nobody else can decide that. And that's the distinction he was drawing. And you know that very well.
That isn't the distinction he was drawing. That's not the context.
Yes, it is.
Go back to the beginning of...
I don't even need to, because I know...
You do, because you're factually wrong.
We discussed it at great length. And you can try and contort things if you want, but that is what he's saying.
I said
You're trying to pretend that Tim is saying he just can't give you anything for
Isa, share my
that's
screen,
not
please.
what he's saying. That's nonsense.
Because
everyone knows.
Let's put it in context. Let's put it in context.
Riley, hold on.
Put it in context.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yes, let's do that. But Riley, if I may, harking back to our conversation, he's making a philosophical statement. He's making a philosophical distinction here. I know that for a fact. I've talked with him that much, and unfortunately for you, it matches up to what Jeremy's saying here.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not trying to put you on blast or anything.
Let's reserve judgment until the context is played, and then we can come back and you can challenge it.
Was that from my show? Are you playing that?
It was from Dread. What's Dread's channel called?
No. I don't want to deal with that.
No, you can't play Dread, mate.
Yeah.
Right, so then you can't comment on it. If no one's going to play it and Jeremy's not going to check it, you're speaking from ignorance and you.
Well, I will go and check it, but I know what to.
And when you do that, then
I know the point he was making.
No, you don't.
If you misunderstood it, which let's face it, quite often.
How can you know the point he was making if you
because I've talked with Tim at great length. I know
2 years now.
I know him with the facts of the context.
Probably better than anyone else on YouTube, apart from cathexis.
Are you blessed with the facts?
So I know him very well. We're very well sounded out on our arguments. We know what the weaknesses are. We know what our positions are. Are
you blessed with the context or not? Yes or no?
I haven't watched that particular hangout. Right. No.
There you go. Enough said. When you've watched it, then come back and challenge me. Until
I don't even need to, as I've said.
Well, I'm not challenging.
If I'm wrong, 83 people can point that out to me. They've all heard me say it. They can all point that out.
Minutes,
but I bet you, if we go and listen, it'll be very, very obvious what he's saying.
Right. So I'm challenging you to go.
He will be responding to a demand to prove the globe or some similar phrase, which is a bit of goalpost shifting trickery that flat earthers like to try on. And we have to pick up on.
How about this, Jem? What if it's in the context that Anthony says it is?
Then what?
Well, that would be totally inconsistent with everything that everyone knows about Tim Osman. Right.
So, Jem,
let me finish.
No,
let me finish. Please let me finish, Anthony.
Let Jem finish.
Okay. That would be totally inconsistent with everything we know about Tim Osman.
Which is exactly my point.
Let me finish, for fuck's sake! If he really is a person who has nothing at all to offer in favor of the globe, then he wouldn't have spent the last 6 months sniping everybody's hangout, giving them his best evidence for the globe. The 2 celestial poles, the angular size of the sun and moon, the declination of Polaris, all these things that we all know are Tim's script that he said over and over again. To suggest that he has nothing, which is what the implication of what Anthony is trying to say, is obviously nonsense. And it's a shame he had to rage quit.
And well, with all due respect, Riley, I am having to agree with that statement because, and it's not like I'm explicitly defending Tim here. It's just I know his philosophical perspective on this. Him and I have actually talked about that extensively. How do you know what you know? How is reality proven to the individual? This is epistemology, is what this particular field of philosophy is called. So I know his epistemology, and what he at that moment actually was doing was being extremely honest about his intentions. Seriously, Riley?
Did anybody catch that Jim just said Tim's script? I knew you guys had a script.
Oh yeah, well he's got a script actually, and they have a long script. It's with Soundly made it with Negator. It's like a 9-page Excel spreadsheet. No, I'm serious. You've ever seen it, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, of course I've seen it. I've contributed to it.
That would have been real handy for me to have when I was debating on the fly at work.
I've got it. Oh, yeah, I've got it on my computer.
Very good. It's very detailed. It has every flat earther argument in it.
Everyone.
It's so funny.
It's true.
I would really like to get my hands on that script. Just to review it because
gave me one. Yeah.
Sorry, you have to be invited, man. It's like the Illuminati or It's like getting to the 33rd degree, you know.
I'm not going to sacrifice my mom or anything, but you know, I am open-minded, not exactly stuck to the flat plane.
That's so funny.
That is too funny. Japan said the Illuminati. Wow.
That's what happens when you go to the Illuminati. They take you to like wherever Jem is.
He's the Grand Pumbaa.
And you get the list. You get the list of things. You're like, here.
Yeah.
You're like, I didn't think this is what I was getting into. They're like, yeah, get it in there, kid.
Yeah, now go tell flat earthers are stupid.
I love
But
it.
yeah, they do have a script, Hank, and it's actually done very well. They have all the common, what they call misconceptions and fallacies, but nonetheless.
And also, I think Brainwash wanted to come in and beat me up.
Did Riley leave?
Yeah, he left. Yeah, when I shouted at him.
Aww, why did you do
that?
that?
I know, that's a bit wimpy of him, wasn't it?
Riley, get back in here.
Yeah, get back in here, Riley, you big puff.
So, you guys over there got the weirdest sense of humor, I'll tell you.
He's probably gone to. He's probably on Poncho's finding out how to snipe people.
So what do you think of me trying to bring the conversation of geodesy and astronomy into this community, Jeremy?
Oh, well, I think if you do it effectively, it won't win you any friends.
Oh no, I'm already getting called a curvert earlier by a couple people when I'm just bringing it to the attention because I don't know. It's just it's strange. It's been that lacking over the past 2 years, and Jesse's great, and he's done some really good work, and I just think people should be aware of it. Is what I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah, well, I would agree. I mean, I remember his first video. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And I thought, well, that's it now. That's the flat earth finished. How wrong was I, eh? That must be about 18 months ago when he did the first one.
Yeah, it was.
It was good. So, yeah, it's a shame Riley did a runner. I would have liked to have had a go at him about a few things, but I got the main one out.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't want to stick around sometimes.
It's got some out of context quote of me as well, but I can't remember what it is now. But I could have corrected that as well while I was here, I guess. But
yeah, I don't know. It's a shame too. Riley should come back and deal with it.
Well, you know,
he's got me blocked. So one of you guys will have to ask him, I'm afraid.
I love it how people.
Oh no, he can't have it because I got in that hangout. So
I love it. People are saying guerrilla oncology. It's so funny, dude. I used that term ontology earlier, and I think they misheard it.
Yeah, it became guerrilla ornithology in the end.
That shit's hilarious.
I was thinking, well, that's really not going to work at all, is it? And gorilla-based bird watching. I can't see it catching on.
Yeah. But yeah,
let's see, let me get
what do you want to talk about, Jeremy?
We'll bring in another feisty flat earther.
Who are you bringing in?
What do you think? We'll bring in Mr. Walsh out there.
Yeah. Bring Mr. Walsh in.
You're like, bring me another victim.
Yes, bring me a flat earther with a glass of chilled sunset.
That was
Jeremy
close,
wants to
dude.
test the chin of every flat earther. I know it.
Oh man.
Bring me a flat earther and 3 lions.
Yeah.
Harken back to the Christians and Gnostics.
You're like the worst. You're like, so you got married. It's like, oh. It's just like, oh.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty out there.
95 people watching.
What do you think about the eclipse yourself, Jeremy? Do you see how there can be some confusion on the matter? I mean, will you at least give that the possibility?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was distracted by the chat. I'll cover the chat up.
What is your opinion of the eclipse? And the real question is, can you see why there is it seems to be an issue? I mean, if Washington Post thought it seemed to be an issue of the west to east path, can you see where the misconceptions are?
Yeah,
you understand it?
Yeah, I do. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. It's usually we see the moon moving in one direction, and then during the eclipse, it's apparently moving in the other direction. That's essentially the problem, isn't it?
It's during a new moon, isn't it? Isn't that happening every new moon cycle, but just not going in front of the sun? It's moving in those weird ways.
But I think that people have misunderstood it. I think some of the sort of the animations and things that are around that show things poorly
incorrectly, overtly incorrectly too.
Yeah, have confused people. But often the animations that I see used to demonstrate this in flat Earth were animations that were actually meant to be demonstrating some other principle, where this scale was irrelevant. You know what I mean? So I think that's led to some confusion. But I guess I think the real telling thing about this is the fact that it's almost totally regurgitated from February. Was it February? When the last eclipse was. I mean,
that was in March, actually, in
March.
South America.
Yeah, it's almost exactly the same thing over again.
Okay.
And that really is well, I mean, it shows how pointless it all is anyway. Because even if you were correct, or even if flat earthers were correct, which obviously they're not, but even if they were, it didn't make any difference in March. So I'm not sure.
You're funny.
Your position after the eclipse will be the same as your position before the eclipse. It's not doing what it's supposed to do, and then afterwards it'll be that's supposed to do. But
I mean, from my observation, there are people being very reasonable about this. There are a couple unfortunate cases where people are jumping the gun and not conceptualizing it properly, and they think they've debunked the heliocentric model. My issue is a little different. That the model's great, works wonderfully. And seriously, go download Stellarium. It matches your sky every night, etc., etc. But where these people they're trying to defalsify a falsification of their reality in their mind. That's why Morgile says something like, oh, we poked so many holes in the heliocentric model. We've debunked the heliocentric model. That's not true at all. I think he's kind of stuck in a model in a way, where really they're just making observations and going, wait a second, how could this work with this math? And how could that work with this idea? Are we really flying through space? That's what these people seem to be questioning at a fundamental level. But they're confused. They're saying that, oh, well, the heliocentric model is wrong. We've debunked it. It's not correct. Do you see the distinction I'm making, Jeremy?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
It is a subtle distinction, but I think that's been why everybody's talking past each other. I don't know. Maybe you guys see that or not. That's been my issue recently, is I've noticed that everybody's talking past each other. Nobody's able to convey proper information to one another. I don't know. I think that's what the problem is. We need a better diplomat.
Let's see here. Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy, would you be happy if tomorrow there was no such thing as a flat earther?
Oh God, no! That'd be horrible.
That's what I thought.
What would I do all day?
Now, would you be in these conversations if tomorrow the idea of flat Earth was totally removed and we were just talking about geocentricity, or we were talking about the validity of the Big Bang? Would you take the same interests?
Ooh, probably not. To be, I don't know. Not really.
Go back to playing Second Life. Like, fuck it.
I'm playing video games right now.
Word.
I don't know. I guess I might try and find another YouTube community to
harass.
The correct word is to correct. He's correcting them. His belief system, his own personal belief system.
I could go and poke fun at the other kin for a few months or something.
Ooh, that's a thing. Oh, what? But you started in the. Oh, Hank, we're getting a bad echo. Oh, thank you, sir. You started over in the Great Debate group.
Yeah, I did the whole Christian thing.
I imagine you find creationism equally as dumb in your mind to flat Earth, or what's the scale there?
Is it better?
That's better, Hank. Yeah. Well, I think the two are sort of tied together anyway. Usually, and a lot of the arguments are very similar. Some of the scientism things, where there's crossovers, is things like questioning the validity of radiometric dating, the age of the universe, the age of the Earth. All these things drop into flat Earth, don't they? So,
well, that's the problem. This is what I'm trying to kind of point out on the overall. People say it's a psyop. Well, that's how I think the word is itself is that powerful to bundle up all of these alternative theories, alternative cosmologies, alternative, creation to evolution, etc. All the different, morphogenic resonance theory, all these things which we would call alternative science. 10 years ago, they would just be like, oh, that's pseudoscience, guys, don't look at it. Well, now it's starting to come up in the past 10 years, more and more people, either be the creationists or now recently, people who are investigating the shape of our Earth. I mean, do you not see that this is you wouldn't have want to shut it down. Would you say creationism was a psyop?
Well, a psyop is probably not quite the right word, but they did implement what they called their wedge strategy. Which
I remember that vaguely.
Which was about sort of getting, getting people into local school boards and influencing the content of textbooks and things at that level.
Well, and then they probably released the Darth Dawkins.
But I have to say, when I hear you phrase it, and I've heard others phrase it in kind of the way that you just did, it does make me really, really quite suspicious, because I often hear this in flat Earth where people are trying to sort of create this dichotomy and I've heard a few people do it. Rand Campbell perhaps is one, certainly Pillbox.
Very polarizing.
A few others, where they're saying if you're not a flat earther, you're not a Christian, or you're not a proper Christian. And I think that is obviously deeply offensive to many Christians. I think it's not. I don't think you would find any biblical scholar that would support that view. Not
actually, Michael Heiser it's abhorrent to him. He has written a whole article basically shunning Rob Skiba for associating him with it. He did that lecture where he explained the cosmology of the Hebrews, and he did it exactly like, the explanation that a flat earther would give you, the firmament dome, this is what they believed. It was a level plane, all of this stuff. And Rob Skiba just used the information, and he made a pretty big disclaimer. He's like, I'm not saying Heiser believes this. I'm just saying that here's the information Heiser put forward. Well, Heiser didn't like that very much. So there is a lot of Christians who are offended at the notion, and there does seem to be a rift going on. There does seem to be an internal rift, and
I think it's very much an American idea, and it's very much an American interpretation of Christianity, I think, because, here, really, I think pretty much throughout Europe, you know, you'll find no shortage of people who would call themselves Christians or perhaps Catholics, but that would accept evolution to be true, and can still got room for a creator in there, and don't have any problem with that from a scriptural
where the issue is
or anything.
the biblical literalists. That's where the perspective ends up going in that direction, where, you know, they're fitting in all of the, and that's the thing is, and I hate to say it because I have very good friends who are biblical literalists, but this is just the way I see it. I mean, you're going to find what you're looking for. You know, if you have a framework, a time frame of which you are to place all these events in and try to get a grasp on that, well, you're gonna put it in place. And it is this dichotomous situation. Is it creation versus essentially materialism?
But I think it ignores the fact that it ignores the traditions of Hebrew storytelling and this sort of thing, that when you read the Bible or I mean, I don't understand a lot about that, but I have had some examples given to me, and I know just a tiny bit about it. But when you look at the Bible in that context, from the context of what history tells us those people at the time would have understood from it, it takes on quite a different meaning, and it's it's powerful metaphors. It's not meant to be taken literally, but because if it is, it loses its power.
I understand that perspective, and I've heard that quite a lot. They would disagree. The biblical literalist would say that absolutely it reinforces it,
and they would probably say that I wasn't in a position to argue it, and they would be really quite correct.
No, and
I'm not learned enough on those subjects. Isa might know more about that.
But what I'm making the correlation for is that it's just questioning the institutions of science. That's what I'm trying to paint out here. And there seems to be a moral outrage. I think you could probably argue there was more outrage when the creation evolution argument came up. You had Thunderbird and whatever the hell his name was, all of the amazing atheists that back in 2006, 2007, when YouTube first really started out, there was a large atheist community who were so offended that anybody would question evolution. And there's so much evidence. What do you mean? And then, this became a thing.
I know, I must admit, I was kind of surprised by that. And I think, as I've just sort of said, I think over here in Europe, it's all a bit kooky to us, or it certainly was to me, and that was why kind of one of the first places I went in YouTube, and when I sort of started socializing on the internet, I thought, hey, I could argue with some crazy American creationists here. There aren't anywhere I live. Well, there probably are, but.
Do you think that it has grown in any way, or do you think that evolution has proved itself?
Ooh, I don't know about that. I think there's still, there's a very large percentage of Americans certainly that don't accept evolution. By far the majority.
You guys are funny. Yeah. Well, what about just as the lunacy? I really like this notion that I've come up with today, which is the idea of, okay, well, people say, well, what does it matter if the Earth is flat? Well, what's it matter what the fucking nebula, fucking how many millions of miles away is made of? What's it fucking matter?
Well, I think that when we reach important discoveries in science, they don't come about usually as in some eureka moment. They come about by knowing tiny little bits of information, like what this particular galaxy is made of, and that one piece of data goes along with thousands of other pieces of data, and from that we see patterns and draw conclusions.
I guess really not so much to use, because you're pretty just staunch, regular if you will. But for the people out there that say about flat Earth that it's like, oh, it's a waste of time, it's taken away from all this other shit. And but then they want to talk about all this other stuff, and they talk about how great NASA is, or that they believe in it, or any of that stuff. It's like really, what does it? Like why wouldn't we help people versus why wouldn't we address poverty or something to that effect versus trying to find out build a new telescope worth $20 million that could have fed fucking the middle of Africa.
I still want to see the Lucifer telescope, data images. I think the Pope is a greedy SOB if he's going to keep it all to himself.
Well, I gotta say, I wouldn't. It's weird. I started thinking about it. Like, imagine if, because really, like, Texas kind of sparked this. Okay, like the Renaissance is something that kind of came out of Western culture, making its way to, or Islamic culture making its way to the Western culture. And what happened was, like, I mean, literally, people learned how to heal themselves when they went on the Crusades and went to like fight the Muslims, and then they got to the region and they learned how to heal themselves due to the way that these people were doing it. And so it's like they learned all this, like a whole bunch of stuff, and brought it back west, which brought the freaking Renaissance. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe grips of, different kinds of people that have their hands in who's in control and what. And, I don't think it's as simple as we might like to think. It's not so cut and dry, but there is this semblance of a spiritual nature to all of this that I think, this is what this is exploring. All these conversations, it's almost like the subject matter is almost, it's like it doesn't even matter the subject matter. It's just the mingling of our spirits talking out here that is really what is so beautiful and what this is about to me.
Well, it is.
Like that, like it's regardless of the subject matter, as long as we're out here communicating, letting each other know that, hey, there are these people that look into this information and exist out there. You're not alone in this world of the information.
We are individuals who, and you too, Jeremy, in this fullest way I'm about to say, you are studying the mysteries of the cosmos. That's essentially what we're doing. But we've been raised up in this society in the West with this compartmentalized academic authoritarian structure that before 2 years ago, when I would go outside and I would see a harvest moon, I wouldn't necessarily know how that happened. I would be like, that's awesome. Oh, I love the stars. Here, I'm going to go read about some astronomy people and see what they say. And there's like this intellectual barrier to be discussing these things. This is why I know it's embarrassing, but I never even asked myself ever, wait a second, is the sun moving or am I moving? I didn't know. I didn't know the speeds. I didn't know. I mean, it wasn't my field. It wasn't my field, but that was, you see what I mean? Like, that was something I didn't possess or have an interest in. Now there are people exploring this.
People learned for so long, like, you take learning how to navigate. You know what I mean? And you learn where the sun is, and you learn all that, where, and how it's, like I did anyway growing up. And it was like, once you realize, like, all that stuff you put into play, and then I think it's just the notion that you're dealing with an interpretation, a set of facts, of a certain set of facts. Because I was well acquainted with it, or, not well acquainted, but I knew how to navigate, And that's what gets you with the idea for me was the mind fuck of, like, holy shit, like, look at the idea of magnitude. The idea that really, even as far south as you go, your compass is, you just need a better compass if you're going to go south. There's no like southern, there's just, I don't know, maybe that's, and it is totally explained in the heliocentric model, etc. But I mean, we're at the center. I don't know.
Well,
because there's so much that's asked of us.
This is my larger point, though, is that we are, all of us, including you, Jeremy, even though that you hold the more rationalist, materialist perspective, you're studying the mysteries of the cosmos. You're trying to understand what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, where I would kind of agree with you, or maybe even perhaps disagree with you, but I think, I've learned a lot of facts. I've learned stuff like, how fast the Earth moves or whatever, all these bits and pieces.
Lagrange point, all this.
Yeah, exactly. But the one thing I have noticed myself doing is that I do you know, sometimes I'll take that moment to look in the sky and take it all in. And now, because I know that I'm because I know I'm on a 25,000 mile circumference sphere, it gives me a new perspective on it, because
Validates your beliefs the more you know.
Because I'm considering these other, you know, I'm not just glancing at the sky. I'm thinking, wow, that's 238. That moon is 238,000 miles away, and do you know what I mean? I just got a kind of a slightly different perspective on it that I had before the whole flat Earth thing. And I think that's what's more a kind of a spiritual thing than it is a
listen to Jeremy.
You know, a scientific or, you know, statisticky type thing. It's more of a, you know, an appreciation of the world. You know, the magnificence of what we live amongst. You know.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, and this is what I'm talking about.
Jeremy can feel the cool breeze.
Hey, man, he had a spiritual experience. We're good to go. Go on, Hank. Sorry, man.
Yeah, fuck it.
At least Jeremy can admit it's his, you know, belief, his spiritual belief.
Boom. You walked right into it, Jeremy. No, don't.
Jesus.
Don't hamper that. No. Listen, man.
I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
What I realized is I've been studying the past 3 months like alchemy and hermeticism and like you know, Francis Bacon and a bunch of these founders, so to speak, of modern, you know, science. And what I realized is each of them had a different comprehension of the cosmos. Each and every one of them. Now, they shared certain ideas of models and how to be able to map it out in order to explain phenomenon, kind of thing. So I kind of came to the conclusion that the first task of the alchemist is to discover the cosmos around you, kind of thing, you know, trying to be poetic. And that's what I realized. Tycho Brahe had his own unique explanation and understanding. His perception was filtered through this you know, this model that he put forth before Kepler killed him. And then Kepler had his, and he fixed the circles to the ellipses. Each one of these men knew the modern, they knew Ptolemy system, they knew all of this stuff, but they dared to think differently about the cosmos. And I think it's important. Like, the sky is nature. The lights in the sky, no matter how far you think they are, that's nature. That is the natural world. And I think we're isolated from that. We don't really think about it enough. But this is why it's spiritual, so to speak, because as soon as you start questioning these things, the majesty, I mean, the beauty and the complexity and breadth of the cosmos starts becoming in your periphery.
Exactly. This is, yeah, that's a good word. You know, it struck me how rarely I just take that moment to take in more of the world than I need to get through to the following moment, if you understand what I mean. You know, most of my life, just, you know, you're doing shit, you know, and you're just concentrating on what you need to concentrate on, and you don't bother to take that time to just take it all in, you know.
And that's what we're doing in a lot of ways. And sure, some people on one side of it are being blasphemous. Another side is being, you know, like this is why I try to be a diplomat, and I try to be able to understand both sides. That's why I've always taken the position that I do, is because I'm trying to sharpen everyone's arguments, because that can only elevate it if you think about it. If I give the flat earthers a set of rhetoric or a set of arguments and help them with something to understand, because they're misperceiving it or conceptualizing it wrong, or they have the wrong data, well, I'd be happy for that, just the same as if I saw the same in you or Timmy or anybody else out here. All I care about is elevating the conversation in that regard. That's it. It's all been what I'm trying to do. And we are studying the mysteries of the cosmos. We have to just recognize this is why it's so alluring. I think this is why we all find ourselves here now.
Yeah.
Apparently, Copernicus never existed.
it's
Pete Shea here.
Coppernickel.
Was
You
it
didn't
all?
know?
Copernicus. That it's exposed.
Coppernickel, U.S.
Yeah.
Was he really a woman?
We're
Of
gonna
course.
transvestigate Copernicus. He actually had long hair and looked a bit feminine. Just saying. Pete Shea, I tell you what, you're something else, man. You blessed, brother. You do.
He's the black. Oh, he is the Black Pope from the Vatican. I'm convinced he's like at the Vatican online, just fucking with people. Like it's like the Black Pope. You know what I mean? Like after you get initiated, like he's the scary guy from like he was probably in like Eyes Wide Shut. You know what I mean, or something like that. Like or what was the movie?
He was the main guy. He's the grandpa of
that's him.
Yeah.
But in like the real world, and he's just trolling flat Earth. Like being told.
Like
he
he runs Bohemian Grove. He runs Bohemian Grove.
Almost like Bohemian Grove's like beneath him. Like they worship him. Like he is like the embodiment of Moloch and shit. Like fucking, you know what I mean? Like like wearing like the robes, with candles and shit, playing the guitar. Fucking, you know what I mean? It's like it's all sacred. Like he could do no wrong, so nobody ever told him about the bit about the guitar. So it's
but there are a lot of good people. Oh, sorry, go on, Hank.
I was going to say, when I tell people that no Muslims were harming in the filming of 9/11, I took part of that from Pete Shea, but I can never go the whole way and say nobody died.
Yeah,
into it, and I can't go there. Anyway, good people.
I think it's one of those type of guerrilla. Honestly, I think it might be. I think it might have been a guerrilla ontology tactic. This say something that will create cognitive dissonance in a person in order to promote investigation or whatever. I don't know. All right, so that I'm thinking it started that way, but Pete has taken it to the nth degree. And bless him, I just don't see a point in focusing on that element. There's better ways to communicate what happened. Building 7 is just is enough.
It's like there's a certain absurdist. There's a certain absurdist comedian type that has come out here, and they think it's all fun and games, and they don't really know much. And it's just like that's kind of like how I get with it. You know what I mean? Especially from someone that have maybe a laughable sincerity regarding flat Earth, but I really just don't give a fuck. Prove it's not, bitch. You know what I mean? That's how I feel, but I don't want to like go into la la land with any of it. And that's like I think all of it deserves its respect. It doesn't have to be like and I've said before, it's like it amazes me all the people that cry about how flat Earth is like taken away from these other subjects. It's like, well, fucking, do something about it. What are you doing? You know what I mean? I don't know. Why don't you make your own fucking thing? You know what I mean? Like, why bitch and moan and be like every other, like, that's what people who suck do.
Well,
right?
Everybody's got their own view of what the hell's happened and what's going on. But, it's pretty clear that, either people are seeing things differently via some type of consciousness change, not necessarily a shift. Well, consciousness shift, not necessarily higher, lower, whatever. Just a change where people are seeing things differently. Like I was trying to equate earlier to the creationist evolution argument. That really was not a thriving thing. That wasn't a big deal, up until about 2006, 2007. And then when, of course, the atheist, rollout of Dawkins, Dennett, Hitchens, and Harris, that's when it became this big conversation. And like I mentioned earlier, the stats are crazy. It was only 8% of America would say that they were an atheist. It only took 3 years to bump that up to like 24%. It was a fucking rollout, and the conversation got started. So, I look at it similarly. Perhaps it was a consciousness shift to some degree where people were just thinking differently about their world and then going against the prevailing thought. And that's the only way a person, think about it, anytime that any civilization or group or society has ever moved forward, it's by somebody going against the prevailing thought. Isn't that true, Jeremy?
Well,
oh my! You got a cake in your mouth? I said that
Sorry,
the
sandwich.
only progression we've ever had in society, by virtue of how this works, is that and the individual had to go against prevailing thought, prevailing theory, prevailing, the current mainstream belief. Copernicus bucked 1,400 years of Ptolemy.
Yeah. But everyone who has a kooky idea tries to pretend they're Copernicus, mate.
You know what I mean, though. I'm not talking about it being absolutely valid.
They all equate. The creationists do it as well. They equate themselves to Galileo or Copernicus, and say that. Well,
forgive me
fighting this evil dogma.
That's not what I'm trying to say, though, Jeremy. I'm
Didn't
just saying
Einstein
that
equate himself to Newton?
I don't know, probably.
Yeah, probably. But what I'm saying is Einstein had to go against prevailing thought. Any move forward, well, that's arguable with Einstein, but any move forward scientifically, it requires new eyes on old data, and then they have to be thinking differently about the situation. Otherwise, science stagnates. Technology, it stagnates. There's a lot written on the subject. I don't know if you heard me talk about the Thomas Kuhn book, breakdown of what is it? Scientific Revolution. It's a fantastic book where he explains that we've never had a change, ever, through the method of the way the mainstream thinks science is. It's always come from some one radical idea, peering through old. Now, I'm not saying that the Earth is flat here. What I'm saying is cosmology, and I'm going to have to start premising that, because that's the more important part. If we woke up tomorrow and they said, "Hey guys, we were geocentric. We didn't realize we had made an error. We're geocentric," that would even affect your paradigm in a positive way, I think, Jeremy.
If we're geocentric.
Yes, the implications of that. Philosophically what those are.
I don't know, really. That would depend. You see, I can't. It's difficult for me to contemplate the situation where they go, "We're geocentric," and then they say, "We don't have a natural explanation for that." Or even an.
So you require a materialist dogma to get us to that point?
But it's just, I think if they're going to announce it, they're not going to announce it off the basis that they've all found religion.
No, it wouldn't be that.
Because that isn't going to happen. If they were to announce it, the situation would have to be that there was a natural explanation for it, and then I would be able to probably accept that. But if they said,
I understand. But you don't think it would affect the public, the masses?
All we can come up with is God did it.
No, not necessarily.
I would doubt the validity of the person that was telling me that.
Do you know how many alternatives to Big Bang there is?
30, Kat.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and
I've
each
heard
of them are
10 times in the last week.
Yeah, I mean, there is quite. Well, what I'm saying though is that you don't need this materialist dogma necessarily in order to get to that point.
Well, I don't know about these 30 cosmologies that you keep quoting, but
go to Rational Wiki, your favorite place, and just type in alternative cosmology. And now, mind you, you're reading a slanted view here. They're
right. They're going to tell me they're all,
Yeah, they're trying to. They're trying to tell you it's bullshit, but they're all listed there. It's very good information at the very least. You know what I mean? Like
there's no shortage of crazy ideas in the world.
No, these are not. This is not by some loon on the internet.
Doesn't make any of them valid.
No. This is not from some loon on the internet. This is George Ellis with a steady state. This is Electric Universe. These are real scientists in the field who are showing evidence that this may be the case, and that showing evidence that disproves it.
Universe is by real scientists, is it? I mean, I know some of them have.
No, it is.
Well, they have scientific qualifications, but the guy, the Thunderbolts Project guy, has said that he can't be peer reviewed because he has no peers, which is a tactic that the creationists tried.
That's interesting. I like that.
Yeah, where they said, and then they started saying, well, yeah, now we have got peer review, but they only, they created some some journal, you know, that was edited by creationists and said, right, there are
Well,
peers.
don't you think that they should have the ability?
Sorry?
Don't you think they should have the ability in that regard to have
Well,
peers?
yeah, I mean, I have to say, I mean, it's kind of a difficult one to sort of wriggle out of.
Well, think about it. I mean, they think they're ahead of the curve, and
I
then
mean,
the
you
Big
can't
Bang
argue.
is.
I mean, they are their peers. I mean, you can't argue that point, really.
But they think they're ahead of the curve so much that they don't
but
have peers in that regard.
But it is just, you know, it's it's like having the goalie on your side and you know, arranging for him to walk out of the goal when you strike.
Well, then wouldn't you just with that statement,
and then say, "Yay, we're the better football team."
Just with that statement, what if you apply it to the mainstream peer review? What you just said.
Well,
would that
you know,
not be true for the mainstream?
Not without fault. That's for certain. You know, it's not a faultless process, and you know there are all sorts of problems with it. But you know, the nature of it is that it should iron those problems out in time. But you know, sometimes in terms of science, you know, in time can be decades because somebody comes up with something and nobody comes up with anything better, and it kind of sits there, and then until somebody else has a fiddle with it, you know, it could be, you know, decades later. So,
well, I understand. I'm glad you at least recognize that. I mean, I see a lot of dogma. I see a lot of agenda and influence in corporate science, and you know, unfortunately, not in this field in particular so much, but I see it all over the scientific institutions. And of course, there's a backlash, and you got a bunch of people screaming pseudoscience, and then the people who see it are they're screaming pseudoscience. So it's almost like that South Park episode where they all chose atheism, and they're like, "My science is superior to your science," and they're like shooting at each other with lasers. You know, I'm afraid it might get to that point someday, because people are finding real issues, and they're not being heard, I think. Like, think about the testing with electromagnetic universe, this concept of plasma and toroidal fields and vortex mathematics. This is indisputable, what they're able to duplicate, and with what they're saying how it might work up there.
And yet they're not prepared to submit it to peer review, which seems
fair play. Fair play.
Like,
you know.
Fuck, I have a great idea. I just
well, they know that they would just be shot down. But
this is what. Check it. It's these modern, the new gods, the new science, like you said, like
gods and clogs.
Well, it's like, it's more like, look, it's like, you know, what they're doing is they're dividing the one general term of science and creating more gods.
Well, it's.
But I think
it's like their version of it.
But if you put something, I mean, if they were to submit something from this electric universe to peer review, you know, you say they'd be shot down. But let's say they were able to get this published, and I accept the fact that they might not be able to. But if they got it in some journal of any repute and got it published, what process would it go through? Well, that journal would select some expert in that field, and he would write editorial on that piece, and he would criticize it, and he would possibly point out, you know, problems with their experimentation or their interpretation of the data, and you know, he may draw doubt on the conclusions that they've drawn because of that. But as a result of that, then other people could go away and they could you know, make the changes that he suggests and see how their experiment turns out, or the original people could go and redo their experimentation in order to eliminate what he says and prove him wrong. And then they could submit another paper for peer review, and it would move on. I mean, it's probably impossible for them to get it published somewhere if it's useful.
Well, I agree. But what I think they're also pointing to here is a problem within the institutions. It's almost like a type of protest against the systems that have been established to push the materialist dogma, to push the agenda. Because listen, they're concerning like energy and concerning energetics surrounding electromagnetism and whatnot. There does seem to be a slight obfuscation through certain promoted mainstream ideas and perspectives where they're trying to make it so that people don't have the right information concerning electromagnetics. And I know it probably sounds like a conspiracy theory to you, but what we have is more gravity-based, materialist-based, in the way that we understand things. If you look at magnetism and electromagnetism in the way that it's taught in colleges these days, it's a practical usage, it's a practical understanding of it. They don't get far into why or how or what it is. Have you ever seen a toroidal field outside of the past 2 years? Did you even hear of that term or know what it is?
I think I'd heard of the term. Yeah, I think I have. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think
I hadn't
probably
until about 2 years
probably
ago.
only once or twice. You know, maybe.
But sure, but that's the shape of every magnetic field, and it's very specific in how it works and where the electrons are within the, the magnet or wherever.
But you must have done the experiment at school with a magnet and a piece of paper.
Well,
and
sure, but it's such a rudimentary, oversimplification of everything. There are mysteries to electromagnetism that are, I think, being obfuscated. I think they're being held back for probably, come on, think about it. What if 0-point energy or anti-gravitic type technology became accessible to the public in a way that wasn't controlled? Don't you think that would be national security risk? Don't you think that?
Oh, 1 second. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I don't think it's really possible for that to be in the public without really being controlled. I don't think that's really.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. That would be something that they would try to keep their hands on as much as possible, and I give way to that being a possibility. Now,
well,
I don't
that would
know.
be the same with any technological discovery, and and if it had military value, then
exactly. So you see
would expect it to be kept secret.
Exactly. So you see what I'm meaning here is that I don't know. I think the electromagnetic universe stuff pokes around too much in a field of science that may have been, I don't know, obfuscated for those reasons, because electromagnetic is. I've learned so much, just theory hypothesis. And it's so funny because the atheist crowd loves to call him pseudoscience or whatever. But his explanation, that book, Secrets to Magnetism, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing, his comprehension of what's going on with magnets. Like, do you even know why a magnet attracts iron and why only iron? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Nobody knows.
I don't actually. I don't.
Yeah, because they don't know. They're just like, well, there's more electrons in the south pole of that magnet. Okay, what? How to get there? Why is it there? Why is it concentrated? You see what I mean? Like, there are a lot of questions that even when you go through school for this kind of stuff, they give you a practical education, not a more broader understanding of how or why. They're just telling you how to move it, how to work with it, kind of thing. But I mean, I don't know shit. I'm just some guy who likes to read stuff that's on the internet. I mean, that's at the end of the day. But I suspect that might be the case. I don't know. Maybe it makes me a conspirator.
Yes, I think so.
Go check Rational Wiki and let's see what they say.
Anthony's back in the chat. I'm asking him to come back in. I apologize for losing my temper because I shouldn't have done.
Yeah, I tend to put people to sleep. I appreciate your patience, gentlemen. I have the ability to talk and talk.
Okay, well, I've said I'm sorry. So you did interrupt me twice when I was trying to make the same point, but I shouldn't have blown my top like that.
Well, it's actually
long, stressful day at work. Sorry.
Riley, it's actually quite endearing to have Jeremy say, "Let me finish." It really is.
It is a badge of honor.
Exactly. I think you've hit me with it about 3 or 4 times, I think.
It's a good man. Thank you. Sorry, Anthony. Hank's back too. It's all good.
And just to respond, you may interpret that I interrupted you twice, but I see it that you interrupted me twice too. It does work both ways.
Okay.
Let it go. Let it go.
I'm letting it go.
All right.
There you go, guys.
Oh, were you singing, Hank?
I do sing sometimes. I've been coming out of my shell a little bit.
Nice.
Had you gone all frozen on us there?
I did just now, just for you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Jem, would you mind if I asked you for an email address that I could send you a picture?
Okay.
And then you can ignore it if you wish, or you can come back to me if you wish. I don't really care.
Okay.
I just want to put the context issue to bed, because I was actually correct and you were actually incorrect. But if you choose not to deal with it publicly, fine. If you deal with it in some other way, fine. But I just want
to. How are you going to show this in a picture? How's that going to work?
Because I've been asked to do it. Because it's a private conversation I had with somebody offline. I never actually left chat. I just walked away from it because of the way I was spoke to. And I was watching what was being said in chat. I don't have to run from anybody in this conversation. I just won't speak to somebody that speaks to me so badly that I have to leave. Otherwise, it descends into anarchy, and that's what would happen. I was leaving for my benefit as well as everybody else's, because I would have just shouted back. There's no need to raise voices. You can disagree, fine. Everybody.
Or you could have just shut up and let me make the point.
Well, why? Why would I allow someone to speak over me when I'm actually right? Come on, it works both ways. Just because
I thought we were letting it go, but you obviously, if you want to keep grinding on about it, we can keep grinding on about it. We can run the hangout back. We can hear who was speaking and who wasn't.
And I also would like to just quickly say, I suppose the word honest is a concerning, what the issue was. I think the word honest is a very broad term, and I tried to make the distinction earlier that the tactics used by Tim, I do not endorse in any way. He has his reasons, and it is that whatever. It is what it is. But concerning the way he views the world, what I mean by him, he believes in that. He doesn't. It's not like he's a flat earther trying to trick people, or he doesn't believe in what he's saying. He does. He thoroughly believes in what he's saying, and that was my whole point, Riley. I wasn't trying to be rude either.
All right, well, let me backwards engineer this in terms of the person I was speaking to. The comment back that I got from this was, damn, I wasn't listening to that exact part. I was on a call and reading chat. Send this to Isa. And I have done. I've sent this to Isa so Isa can see who said what.
Wait,
the point I said, this is the conclusion. This is the conclusion of what I said to this person. It was essentially, there's the timestamp. I said, you check it yourself. It's from 1:30. You can hear the context yourself. And then the question came back, and I said the point, and this is verbatim. The point that I was making was that Cathexis credited Tim with honesty. Jem said that he thinks Tim was speaking in contrast to the word evidence, but he wasn't. No, he was using evidence and proof as your own perception in that context. Tim cannot say that if he's being honest. If he is being honest,
I understand.
So hang on. Let me
just make a quick clarification.
So what you're saying is, Anthony, what you're saying is that in this hangout, Tim was announcing to the flat Earth community that he has nothing to support the globe whatsoever. That's what you're saying.
Well,
Tim cannot say. Right, he wasn't though. He was using evidence and proof as your own perception in that context.
Okay, so he's got no evidence and no proof. That's what you're saying.
Tim cannot say this if he is being honest. If he is being honest, he has to say that there is proof, not that there is not proof. Cathexis was wrong to credit Tim, and Jem was ignorant to the context.
You're trying to
context.
So how have you determined that he was talking about evidence and proof? Because your quote doesn't say evidence and proof. Your quote says proof.
Because I've replayed I've got the timestamp and the relevant clip, and it's 1 minute 30 into the Bro Sanchez chat called Bro Sanchez versus Tim.
Due respect,
He says evidence and proof at that point.
This is why I asked you to spend 10 minutes and go and look at it.
Does he say evidence and proof at that point?
No,
gentlemen.
No, right.
Gentlemen, let me just make clear. I mean, we're getting bogged down on a very specific situation concerning an assertion.
I tell you what, I'm gonna go. It's fair. It's fair. What Anthony said is fair. I'm gonna listen. If it's only a minute and a half in, I'm going to listen to what's being said. But this will be 90 seconds of my life. I will not get back, Anthony.
And you know what, Jem? I promise you, it'll be the best 90 seconds of your life.
Right. Okay. I just want to make clear though, you, Riley, and Jeremy, let me.
We're agreed that at the end of this 90 seconds, I will have no choice but to draw the conclusion that Tim has no evidence or proof for a globe.
No, the conclusion that you must come to is that Tim could not have been being honest if he was to say that statement, which was what I said, that he was inserting a disclaimer at the beginning of the conversation. That's exactly my position.
So you're saying that he's saying he's got no evidence or proof for a globe, but in actual fact he has.
No, he's using the two words interchangeably. Inserting a disclaimer, exactly the way I'm saying.
And you know this, but you've already told me that he didn't use the word evidence.
He did use the word evidence.
Okay, I'll go and listen to it.
Thank you.
Okay. My larger point is that when I said he believes in what he states, and this is the only reason why I said it the way that I did, okay? That's my assessment. It is my opinion. You are, with all due respect, getting bogged down on a word usage at the beginning of a debate, which he was trying to make clear what he was trying to do in that debate. And I understand your perspective. I do, okay? But to conflate the two issues, I think, concerning me, I don't think was quite necessary. You know, I'm not defending him or his tactics. I'm simply stating an opinion concerning how I think he views the world.
Yeah, but Cathexis, remember what the criticism from me to you was. It wasn't about how you perceived it. It was about how you credited him with honesty.
No. You're taking that in this broader sense that was not. If you approached me with that context right there, right, I did not say, oh, well, he's honest in this case. I didn't even address that. All I said was I understand his philosophical perspectives concerning what he calls truth and knowledge and evidence. I understand his epistemology. And that's all I said.
You actually said that Tim honestly believes this, and that's what I picked you up on, the word honestly.
No, not that specific. Look, I guess you could say, because he has all the same proofs he says every time, he believes absolutely objectively that the earth is a sphere and that we are flying around the sun. And now he has other questions about, Big Bang cosmology and NASA and stuff like that. But to him, it has been proven enough that he is willing to go out here and question this. All I'm showing is that, look, that is noble of conviction. And that's it. The man believes in what he's saying. That's all I meant, but you're inflating the issues here.
So if he believes what he says, shouldn't he be then asserting the position, I can provide evidence and proof, or proof?
Who are you to say, Riley? I mean, really, it feels like you're getting bogged down with these three words that I know he went after you. I know you don't like him, but you're grandstanding on a point that's just overstated and moot, with all due respect.
Cathexis, he went after me and we left as friends. The only reason why I'm not speaking to him at this moment is because one of my mods blocked him. I had no knowledge of it.
I heard all this. You're taking it all way too personally. I mean, seriously, man.
I'm treating him the way he's treating me.
Okay. Do your thing, brother. Hey, whatever, All I'm saying is that was my perspective. That was the way I viewed the situation. And, he's left YouTube now. He's deleted all his channels. So, whatever.
Who?
Tim. He deleted all his channels.
That's his balls. He'll be back.
Well, he does have a record, but whatever, look, everybody gets so worked up about opposition in this polarization and such. I'm not trying to be overly critical or anything. I'm just saying, like, we're all earthers. We're all earthers, okay? We're talking about finer points of different sciences and applied mathematics, and
Yeah, but listen. Do you remember right at the beginning when I said to you, when you said you get down to the phraseology, and I said, yeah, but when a ball earther doesn't makes a mistake, it's just glossed over. But when a flat earther makes a mistake, it's made into some kind of soap opera, which is exactly what happens every single time there's a misspeak.
I know.
And this is an example of it. This is an example.
No, I get it, man. I do. Trust me, I've dealt with it for the past 2.5 years, man. Like, I've been out here in the trenches.
Out of interest, when did Tim leave?
He seems to have deleted his channels yesterday.
Huh.
Yeah. I just, with my life, the way I go about things, I just let it be. It's not my business unless it directly affects me in that regard. I'm just out here to communicate with people that understand these larger issues. This is what grown men speak about, are the mysteries of the cosmos. So I try to keep the conversation at, in those realms rather than, pointing at words. And I mean, look, I understand what your motivation is, because especially you birthed yourself in this whole community of Red's rhetoric and all of those atheist clown trolls, dude. Like, you put a target on your back the moment you came out here from the most annoying, petty, like close-minded people. I'm sorry, whatever. You guys can fuck off. You know my opinion of you. The ones who are disrespectful.
Yeah, but do you know what that taught me?
That's the case, unfortunately.
Do you know what that taught me?
To
at least have some fucking evidence when you're making an assertion. Some. It doesn't necessarily have to be strong or persuasive, but you need to have something. Because he used my evidence against me. So what Reds actually did was made me stronger in the long term, even if he kicked me in the bollocks in the short. Because I realized that if I made the claim that the ISS was not real, and then he showed me that on my own evidence that it could be real, how much of a kick in the dick's that? So that's why I'm careful with the arguments that I pick.
I get it.
Yeah, he did it. He kicked me massively in the dick because I didn't know what to expect when I went in there, but I came out there battered. Absolutely battered.
Yeah.
Can I make a request that we don't use that phrase?
What's that?
The one with the swift kick in the jewels or whatever.
Why?
I just find it offensive. It's crass.
You find a kick in the nuts offensive?
No, the other I don't know. It's not what you say. It's how you say it. I don't know what to say. But feel free.
That's exactly what I went in there, not knowing what I was going into. I came out there with the biggest migraine I've ever had, and there was about 6 ball earthers, epistemology. Listen,
Red's rhetoric is absolutely brutal, and he has no interest in doing anything except for confirming his bias. And you know what? We just have to call it like we see it. I mean, seriously, I don't care what side of this argument that you're on, or if you're not even in the argument, you're just near it in some way. We need to call it out whenever we see it. And those cats over there, unfortunately, they have a very strong confirmation bias, and they can never lose. You see, they've put themselves in this position that because of consensus, because of scientific consensus, which is a oxymoron, if you think about it, they state that there's no way all of these brilliant people could be wrong or deceived. But if you look back on science with a historical lens, we've been wrong about 90% of everything stated before. That's just the way things are. So for these guys to be so sure, they would have been attacking Copernicus back in 1543. Not to put us, people who are questioning this stuff on such a pedestal of sorts, but the point is valid. That how is anybody going to be able to question their world around them uniquely if you have to fit in this particular box?
Because there's no absolutes in science, right? It's not like science says this, it's just that this is what the data points to, this is what we think it is.
Yeah.
But it seems like they push it, certain theories are pushed like, this is absolutely the truth. you know.
And that's the folly. That's the scientism. That is the dogma and the doctrine that's been handed to them on high that I'm trying to point out. Because, I mean, we're getting close to like a scientific dictatorship. I know that sounds crazy, Jeremy, but there's enough evidence that if you sat down, I could pile it on and let you, if you had the time, you would be able to see what I'm talking about, I think. You just haven't looked in that direction because it's probably heresy to you. It probably sounds absurd that that would even be a possibility. But there's plenty of books about it, and the people who have been in power for the past 70 years have been working towards it very adamantly. So I feel the need to speak on it.
Just responding to a message in chat, which I won't mention the guy's name. He says, I've listened to the clip that Tim Osmond says proof. He does not say evidence. This is just confirms to me that Riley once again telling lies to meet his ends. He actually does say the word evidence. So it clearly tells me that that person has not watched the clip. And if he claims he's watched the clip, he's not been listening. So I would suggest that that person go back, re-listen to what's said, listen to the context. And if you can't formulate the conclusion of the context, then don't bother coming back in. Seriously. Sorry.
No, I understand.
No, it wasn't aimed at you.
I just think, Riley, though, you're taking it too serious. It's like, remember, like, you know, we used to talking, like, you know, there was like comments in the chat section of your videos and you would respond them and make videos. And I just think that's the rabbit hole that, you know, that people think is hilarious if you go down. And regardless of whether you want to be like, somebody's plotting against us.
Well, look, that's what I'm saying. When you start getting bogged down in this type of, he meant this, it was clear that that word meant this in the context of how he was presenting himself, and now you're just litigating. It's not necessary. If we're going to be talking about ideas instead of people or things, I mean, that's at least what I'm trying to do out here. I mean, there's that, you know, that old quote, you know. So that's all, Riley. I'm not trying to be a dick either. I just, you know, I think that we should.
I don't think you are.
Pass things faster is all.
Okay, so can I tell you what he actually said?
Certainly, please do.
Okay, so this is what he said. He said, so I did think of a couple of things that are empirical evidences that go towards the spherical model. And that's kind of one of the things that I really do want to point out here and stress, is that I cannot provide proof to anyone about the shape of the earth. Proof is something you get from a preponderance of evidence, and you have to be willing at the end of the day to be acceptable and look at the actual information unbiasedly and not have a confirmation bias towards a certain way or whatever. And then he goes on to talk about his flat earth journey. So he's very much making a distinction. He's saying he can present evidence, but proof is down to you, which is what I said.
Right, now
is a slightly different angle from
now. Answer honestly, Jem. Answer honestly. Is that the position of somebody that honestly believes that we live on a spinning ball, or not?
That's the position of anyone who is philosophically honest, Anthony.
No, that's not what I asked. Does he honestly believe we live on a spinning ball?
Yes,
or not?
Yes. The answer to the question
how can he possibly do? If he honestly believed he lived on a spinning ball, he would say, here's the evidence, here's the proof. Because he's using the two words conjunctively.
No, because as he points out, as he very clearly states, proof is down to you. It's about you not being biased, about you not having a confirmation bias. This is what he's saying.
Jem, would you do me a favor? Read the first 6 words of the bit that you've quoted him on.
So I did kind of think of a couple of things that are empirical evidences that go towards the spherical model.
Thank you. You can stop there, Clive.
Right. So he can give you evidence, but he cannot give you proof.
So I'm sorry. I'm just distinguishing what so not hearing the word evidence, which you insisted was there, Lily. Read your words up, thread, dude. The word evidence is being used in that context, conjunctively. He's not distinguishing.
No, it's not. He's saying I can give you evidence, I cannot give you proof, which is exactly what I said.
He's using them conjunctively based on your perception.
No. But look, I'll read it again. So I did kind of think of a couple of things that are empirical evidences that go towards the spherical model. He can offer you evidences that go towards the spherical model. Would we agree that that's what that sentence means?
Yeah, but the problem was...
Yes, thank you. Right, let's go on.
Wait.
And that's kind of one of the things...
Hang on. The issue was that Cathexis credited him with honesty. Is that the position of an honest person that believes that we live in a ball?
Yes. Why wouldn't it be?
Because an honest position of a person that believes we live in a ball will say, this is the evidence, there's the proof, because we live in a ball. But that's not what he said.
Right. But he's talking to Bro Sanchez. He can't give Bro Sanchez his proof. He can give him evidence. And if Bro Sanchez decides it's proof, then it will be proof.
Well,
it's subjective. That's the point he's making.
Yes, I agree that it's a subjective.
He draws a very clear distinction. It's obvious from the sentences. In the first sentence, he says, I can give you evidence. And in the second sentence, he says, I can't give you proof. And then he goes on to explain why he considers these to be two different things.
But Jem, the point is
that proof is dependent upon the preponderance of evidence, but also on your approach to that evidence, your approach to the reception of that evidence.
The issue is not with whether that is the way you say it or not. The issue is that the position of somebody that honestly believes that we live in a ball?
Anthony, I've answered that at least 3 times, but I'll say it again. Yes. He can give you evidence, but he cannot give you proof, because proof is down to you. That's subjective.
So then he
can't make you believe something.
No, but then he can't assert that we live in a ball, or he can't honestly.
Okay, this ipso facto type of reaction to it is just nonsensical, Riley. I'm sorry. We're talking about subtleties of epistemology, about the roots of words, and it's not so simple as to just assert that what you're trying to assert. I understand that you guys have history, but to harp on this in this way is just, it seems a bit much at this point.
Well, Anthony spent 2 days creating his jingles for his jingle machine, and he doesn't want to have wasted his time on this one or be pointed out. You know, he wanted to feel like a smart ass and play it a lot of times in Hangouts.
I'm not making any assumptions like that. Whatever.
It's fun a little, but, you know, that is what is meant by it, Anthony. And I think that's quite, it's fairly clear. It could be clearer, but
and honestly, it is
fairly clear
by being so upfront about his philosophical process, his philosophical understanding of what those words mean, to try to convey that to somebody. I mean, that's intellectually honest right there.
The reason I leapt on it without hearing it, and in actual fact, now I've heard it, I remembered I did listen to it at the time. But the reason I leapt on it is because this is a thing that we're hit with every day. Prove the globe, and it's a thing that, we're used to making this distinction. I'm used to hearing Tim make this distinction. This is something we've just discussed between ourselves. Again, especially with Cat, because when it's Tim, I, and Cat, it often ends up, we do quite a bit of the philosophy. Epistemology is a thing that interests us all. So, it does end up that way. But that is, what is happening, and that is a little trap that flat earthers like to spring and say, prove the globe. But anyway,
yeah. And Riley, I'm not trying to gang up on you or anything. I got no issues with you in any way. It's just, I think it's a moot point, and it's just whatever.
Your jingle machine is cool.
I'm not trying to defend them in like this supreme way either. I have no interest either way.
What was that bit, Jim?
What's nice to hear?
I said your jingle machine is cool, and you can still have fun with it. I'm sure. You go ahead and play this jingle. Now I've said my piece on it. I'm happy.
Jingle machine.
Well, check this out.
Well, it wasn't cool. I'm sorry. I'm a bit. I'm still in 1970s radio.
Soundboard.
Sorry,
Come on, can I play it?
It's a piece of hardware. This.
What's nice is that we're all looking at this information with but the recognition that it really is the interpretation of information, and that's what we're dealing with. I like to hear that.
I do have a really apt clip right now for I actually put this on for Jem.
He's taken me out of context as well, but go ahead.
That's okay, but I get taken out of context by dickheads in chat all the time.
Please don't play mine, else we'll have to argue about that.
No, I won't play yours, but I do have this one's dedicated just for you though, Jem. Are you ready?
No. Just just take that shit off. I don't even play with them. With whatever it is you got over there.
No, you won't get a copyright strike. It's not long enough.
Yeah,
yeah, I promise you won't get one. I've tested it.
It's not worth the risk, mate.
Yeah. I'm not even it's not funny enough.
Oh, it is when it's Jem.
No.
Anyway, Jem, didn't you actually come on to correct something with cathexis, though? Didn't he mention something that you jumped on all over in text? Let me on, give me a link.
Oh yeah, what was that for?
Wasn't it the comment? Wasn't it about the comment about the video?
Oh yeah, cathexis. Yeah, you bastard.
Wait, what? What now?
My video. Now, and you've all said this, you fucking lazy cunts, but I took great pains in my video to present as much non-NASA or NASA-independent evidence as I could. And there is stacks of it, which is not NASA. And to just dismiss it all as sort of, well, I noticed people stopped saying NASA. Nathan Oakley used the term official sources.
Yes.
Which, I'm not allowed to use any information from official sources now. I mean, this is
well, I think it's a better accurate.
Well, I'm just limited to YouTube nuts from now on. I mean, how does that work? I mean,
well, listen, I don't doubt
lots of independent evidence in there from I make this point over and over from the man in the street, literally the man standing in the street.
Seeing I don't doubt that there was a beautiful fireworks show and a beautiful object that one could hone your little amateur radar set up to and to get some pings and to hear some tones.
And
I don't doubt that
hundreds of telescopes could track all the way to the moon and back.
And getting on it and circling it. Can I see the fucking images of that? That would be amazing.
They were in my video. There were plenty of images of the stuff.
Of the amateurs taking photos, is what I'm saying.
Jem, at the risk of being accused. Sorry, at the risk of being accused of stirring the honeypot a little bit, wasn't the comment that you were most upset about the one where he said, yeah, but he kind of had to go back to his granddaddy or something like that? What was the one where he said, it was a really good video.
I said he just went to dad. Dad got the answers.
I thought that was the one that you were spitting over because we have to judge it based on the 10-second delay. And I thought, oh, that must be the comment he was going mad about.
The evidence is from all sorts of places. It's from all over the world. There's a newspaper report from the Sydney Herald. There's stuff out of the Louisvillian Journal. There's reports from school kids in the UK. The lunar rock samples are sent out all over the place. 400 samples a year, every year since the 70s. They've been sending out. Almost anyone can get one. There's very little, you only have to be like a teacher or, have some, valid use for it, and they'll send you a moon rock. I mean, and you can just test it and see. I mean,
how do they have enough moon rocks for everybody?
They brought back 391 kilograms of moon rock, which is a lot of rock. But hold on. The amount of pristine rock samples that if you want a pristine rock sample, lunar rock sample, you've got to have a really, really good use for that. A lot of what they send out is just sent out on loan. So they send it out. You show your class of school kids, hey, look, here's a moon rock, and then a week later you send it back.
What about the woman who was a wife of I believe somebody who worked at NASA? He may have actually been like a secondary astronaut or whatever, who was trying to sell, auction her. There was an object like a what is it called, a paperweight type object,
right?
And in it was this moon rock that was inside the glass, so to speak. Mm-hmm. When she did that, she was swooped upon by the CIA and NASA agents, literally, and they terrorized her for about a 48-hour period.
Yeah, I mean,
and then took it.
I mean, you can read this story in two ways. You know, it does seem like they sent a SWAT team to get an old lady, which, you know, on the one hand, which sounds really horrible. But then, first of all, NASA consider all moon rock to be theirs. The reason for this is because they brought back 391 kilograms. The Russians brought back, you know, I can't remember what it was, 3 grams or some tiny, minuscule amount on a lunar return mission. And then there's been a few lunar asteroids found. So it's NASA, if someone's trying to sell a moon rock, NASA assume it's theirs, and nobody should be selling a moon rock. That is, you know, because they're either on loan. They're either on loan or they were gifted to countries, and they belong to those states, and nobody.
Okay, well, what about
but the other thing about this woman,
Jeremy, let me ask you a question.
Meeting people in restaurants in order to sell this rock. She knew she was doing something she shouldn't be doing.
Okay, fair play. But let me ask you, what about the museums who have tested the moon rock and found that it's petrified wood?
Did you watch my video?
It was like a month ago. I don't remember now.
Yeah, you shot through it, man. Right, well, I covered this.
No, I fell asleep, actually.
But this moon rock, yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough. Well, this moon rock is actually quite interesting, and it differs from all other lunar rock samples because the US government gave out basically 2 sets of lunar rock samples, one after Apollo 11 and one after Apollo 17, after the last mission. And these, every US state got one. So if you're in the US, you could probably go to your state capital somewhere and it'll be there. And just about every country in the world got one. They're all over the place. 1 or 2 of them have gone missing over time. I think some African country, some president gambled it in a Vegas casino. But I think that's been returned now, actually, that one. But there's a few of them that have actually gone missing. But anyway, so this, and then NASA sends out these rock samples for various educational and research purposes. But this rock, it didn't go from any of those sources. It came through I think it's a US ambassador called, what was he called? I can't remember his name. Anyway, and he gifted it to this ex-prime minister of Holland called Willem Dries, who was like in his 80s at the time. He wasn't a prime minister at the time. He's sort of an elder statesman. And then it was put on display. And in the display, it just said it was presented by this US ambassador. And but it never actually said, and it said it was to commemorate the visit of the astronauts, but it never actually said it was a moon rock. So this Willem Dries, he said it was a moon rock, but he was an 83-year-old man, and he's the only person who's ever claimed it was a moon rock. And then obviously people have said it is because he said it is. But that's really where the idea came from, that it was a moon rock. So
what about the one in? You're talking about the one in Amsterdam or Norway,
So there's some confusion somewhere along the line. I don't know what happened there, but the only thing I could say is it didn't follow the route of any other lunar rock, and the only person who actually originally said it was this old bloke. So yeah, who knows?
Well, NBCnews.com, moon rock in museum is just petrified wood. Telegraph.co in Holland.
Oh, it is petrified wood. That's without, it's been tested.
Yeah. Well, this one states that Neil Armstrong actually gave this to the Dutch Prime Minister. So you're saying that there may have been a switcheroo in the meantime?
It was presented, well, you see, it was presented to him at the time of the visit of the astronauts, but it wasn't presented by Armstrong. It was presented by this US ambassador.
Okay.
And he doesn't know. He doesn't know. All he knows is he got it from. He says he got it from the State Department, but he doesn't know anything else.
So, Jem, you're just saying the Dutch are corrupt. Is that right?
No, I think he has a big conspiracy theory. I don't know about you. It sounds like he's a conspiracy theorist.
I love it.
It was in this prime minister's private collection, so it wasn't really on public display. And then when he died, all of his stuff went to this museum.
Citation, please.
Well, I can
citation.
Hang on. All of his stuff went to this museum, and then that's when it was put on display. It was kept in storage for a while, and then it was put on display. And it was only on display a few months before some space fan like myself spotted it and said, "Hey, that's not a real moon rock," because he knew that the date it was presented was too close to Apollo 11 for them to have been giving out moon rocks. It was only a few months after, and they weren't giving moon rocks to anyone at that stage. They probably hadn't even finished quarantining them. So
sounds like a Muppets show.
Yep.
Well, there was some fuck up somewhere, mate.
Right?
That's for certain. And someone somewhere was dishonest. I don't know who.
The great.
It's
my theory is,
hold on. It's like the premise for the Muppets Go to the Moon, and like this is the backstory behind all of it.
well, this is my purely speculative theory. This US ambassador said, we've got the astronauts coming. We need to present a moon rock. Go get me one. And then one of his aides went off to the State Department, said, like, we need a moon rock, and for whatever reason he fucked up somewhere, didn't get.
That's hilarious.
The moon rock.
Like, go, like, all right.
So grabbed the nearest moon rocky looking pebble and said,
really, they just found some petrified wood on a desk or some shit.
And maybe that, who knows what happened.
I know what might have happened.
Hold on,
Jeremy.
I got it. Hold on.
The thing is,
right now.
Go ahead.
The guy who was taking the moon rock, he like lost it, so he had to replace.
Right. Yeah, just like
some Laurel and Hardy.
Grab a pebble out of that garden. But actually, though, having said that, this rock must have come. Well, no, it probably came from America, because the type of wood that they think it is, the type of petrified wood, they think is from Arizona. So
now that's about the right area. Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. That's where they do all their. I mean, actually, where's that fake moon land or the site that they blew up with dynamite and stuff like that to make it look like exactly the moon? Can't you go there now as like a tourist?
I don't know. I think you can actually. Yeah, I haven't seen it recently, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So it makes sense. But then again, wait, hold on.
But remember, as I say, plenty of samples have been sent out since then. They've been tested by all sorts of people. You could probably get one with a little effort.
Well, let me ask you then. Do you think any of these possibly are the moon rocks that were achieved or gotten from their trips to Antarctica? Do you remember that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can get lunar meteorites in Antarctica. Well, I mean, you can get them anywhere, but
in Antarctica.
Well, they go to Antarctica because they're easy to spot. Right. Because if there's a meteor shower and you look out over a load of snow, you find little black dots, they could be meteorites.
Because they sent them all down there. It was Werner von Braun, Buzz Aldrin, all these guys. They went on a quote unquote trip to Antarctica. They were all dressed up, taking pictures down there for moon rocks. Quote unquote.
Right, yeah, you do get that.
Real?
And the interesting thing is this also verifies NASA's lunar rocks that from Apollo. Well, it does because you can look at lunar meteorites and you can look at the Apollo lunar rocks, and you can see the same characteristics.
Exactly. What if they in Antarctica found a shitload of petrified wood, grabbed hundreds of pounds of it, and then gave that out, and it matches what they said the moon rocks were?
No, because they do not match petrified wood for a start.
Okay, well, fine.
That's how they knew that it was
a joke.
Else, how would they have known it was petrified wood? Because if they'd used petrified wood, then the petrified wood would match the petrified wood.
It's a joke. It's a joke because that one time. That's all it was trying to do. But anyways, I find it interesting. Moon rocks in Antarctica seems like a cartoon story, but maybe I'm just ignorant.
What sounds like a cartoon story?
Moon rocks in specifically Antarctica.
Well,
that seems rather silly. I don't know why, but it's just.
Well, the thing is, when you look at these rocks, the differences are obvious, and you can see the big difference is that moon rocks are formed without water in the formulation process, and that never happens on Earth. And so, because there's water under the Earth and water on the surface of the Earth, as volcanic rocks are cooling, that water causes alterations within the rock, and you just don't get those in lunar rocks. They're just clear of these alterations and the sulfates that are deposited during that alteration process.
Well, fair play. I appreciate the information. I mean, honestly, I just have just as you do on the opposite side of things.
Because it's a very short section, and I've got a contents page, so you can get the timing at the start.
And I've always been 100% upfront. I mean, a lot of the questions I have are arguments from incredulity. I'm not going to lie. But as long as you admit how many arguments from incredulity you have against the other side, it's just how can we verify this stuff? How can we really know? We can trace down as much data as we can, but if you're going to find what you're looking for. That seems to be the way this world works to some degree, and we have to be as intellectually honest and as skeptical. Honestly, I think hyper-skepticism is a good thing, but maybe that's not. I mean, how do you view that term? Hyper-skepticism.
I don't know. I think it quickly crumbles into absurdity.
Quickly.
It becomes, John Le Bon last Thursdayism.
They call it pseudo-skepticism, it seems.
I only know about 200 years ago. Everything before that could be made up,
I just looked at Rational Wiki, and they already have one. Pseudo-skepticism is used in two different ways. One of these is correct, and another one is by woo-woo promoters in an attempt to dismiss skepticism that steps on their personal toe. Rational Wiki is such a smart ass. Every time I read it, it's so funny. They always say something ridiculous. So what they call hyper-skepticism is people who are skeptic of global warming, evolution, AIDS, GMO. They call it denialism. They call it willfully ignorant in this here. I mean, these are things to question. How is it hyper-skepticism if I'm asking for the science that proves these things? It doesn't make any sense. That quote-unquote skeptic community is not what they say they are. They hijack the word.
Well, I don't know. I guess it's, for me, I would sum it up by saying it's down to what's reasonable. But I guess we could agree or disagree on what's reasonable.
Yeah. And you have, but you do have to agree with me, at least. The show Rational Wiki, Metabunk, and Snopes, they coincide very, very easily, and they have a particular perspective that they're trying to enforce.
Well, facts are facts. I mean,
yeah, but there's ways to twist them and make them. Yeah, but there's perspectives. You see, what I'm saying is they're showing perspectives. Like there's smart ass comments and little things like that. What they're doing is this is a form of mind control in itself. Not saying like this big conspiracy, just saying that that's just the nature
It's
of what it
editorial
is.
opinion, isn't it? It's like a
Yes,
it's like
but
an
it's
editorial column in a
but it's
newspaper.
that aside, you have prepackaged answers for the quote unquote skeptic of today, trademark. You know, Michael Schumer goes and tells you can't think about this, so I'm going to go ahead and not think about that. You get what I'm saying? Like, don't you see that to be a problem in society?
No, not really. I think you need that to combat the
the crazy,
the standard, nuggets of bullshit that are lying around the internet, and
So let's not question anything significant like Einstein or Big Bang or evolution.
I guess how I see it is that when I hear this from flat earthers about we're just asking questions, and I just don't think that that's true. I think people are pretending that they have questions to which there are no answers, and that's not the same as just asking questions.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, but it is to a large degree though. The dogma is the problem. If people are insisting it is that way, or we've totally debunked the heliocentric
model. But what if it is that way?
Like that.
What if it is that way? I mean,
restate it then. What do you mean exactly?
Well, what if it is a globe? Aren't people right to insist it's a globe?
Well, surely, if they believe that. But it's about evidence.
I know, but it's not about what they believe. What if it objectively, in the objective, if we agree there's an objective reality and we're all living in it, and if within that objective reality, the thing we're living on is a globe, aren't we right to point out that it's a globe? If people are saying it's not.
Surely, but we're still getting into what belief and knowledge and all that stuff is in that case, because you can't experience it as such. So by that alone makes it very difficult to assert as an absolute. And that goes for both sides. This is what's so interesting about this. Hell, we can bring Lord Stephen Christ's model into this if you want. I mean, seriously, in the context of like, if you're going to evaluate different paradigms and if you're going to think about this stuff, well, that's what I mean. Like, whatever the objective shape is, then sure. These are the sciences that measure a globe. This is why they say that. What else can you do, Jeremy? I mean, really, you just got to give the information and be like, this is it. This is how it's done. They can either disagree it, dismiss it, or, like, Riley, what do you think about, or have you looked into geodesy in any way, shape, or form?
It's the excuse to try and hide the shape of the Earth. It's a fiction that doesn't exist in the real world. It fails to match reality.
So what do you think they're measuring? What do you think they're measuring?
They're not measuring anything.
No.
What they're doing is they're taking the geometric calculations, converting them in the belief that we live on a ball, and then presenting them as evidence that we do live on a ball. But
so like would you chuck all the geodetic surveyors in the conspiracy then? Are they in it as well?
No, I don't believe that they would realize the difference because they.
No, it's built into the science in that regard. I could see what you're saying.
Hold on a minute. How would that work then? So you go out with your theodolite.
You measure inclination from the second point, and based off of how far it is off of the 90, it is deduced that is the Earth falling away from you. That's how geodetic surveyors do it.
So
now there's another method.
So if you go out and you do that, or you make that measurement, but how would you come to make that measurement if the Earth was actually flat for a start?
Well, that's when you go atmospheric conditions, angle of incidence, and then all of a sudden you start ad hocing everything. I mean, that's what that's the response. Right. But there's also another method which has convinced me though a little bit further, is that if I have two theodolites, a mile apart. Okay, and they're both staring at each other through the, perfect 90 degrees. I would measure the arc between the down force. So what I mean by that is if you were to draw a line outside, like a flag outside of the top of these theodolites, then whatever arc that they're falling away from each other is the convexity. Do you follow what I mean? It's kind of hard to paint the picture. Okay. Now, what's funny is the Tamarack Mines was quite the opposite. I know you've looked into that, where they put these pendulums down there and it showed another way. But anyways, that is what Jesse says that he measures. those two things, inclination and then the divergence of those two angles and the arc in between, mathematically you can then infer. So it is all based off of the center of mass. It is all based on the center, well, quote unquote, the downforce, essentially, Riley. It's all based off of that. Now, I haven't done that myself. I don't own two theodolites, and I can't verify. If that's the case, Riley, then they are measuring a globe unless this is some type of cosmic fucking psyop or some shit, like some craziness, because that means all the theodolites be pointing towards the center that wouldn't necessarily be there. And
yeah, but it's like when you apply the mathematics from the curve calculator in the belief that they're calculated for the curve, but actually it's a representation of our optical awareness to our eyes. But if you describe it,
yeah,
it's the same as the stars in the celestial.
So hold on, I got a
rotation
question. What's the math on that though, Cathexis? When are they experiencing curvature?
Well, it's
At
in the
what height, et
divergence.
cetera?
Well, no, it's just you could do it just even a mile away from each other, even closer. Basically, the two downforce, one on each theodolite, they claim there will be a divergence from those 2 points that would imply convexity. And you have to have very, very, very fine. This is why theodolites are necessary, because they can get down to like a quarter of an arc, if not better. And so you're measuring these very fine distances, and then you are mathematically inferring it. The problem is you can't get further than 7 to 10 miles with visual surveying. This is why planar surveying is usually only 5 to 7 miles. Now, they do other types of surveying at night, which is really interesting, where they go up to these high towers and they beacon a light, and then they can measure the convexity that way too. But of course, this is just applied mathematics. It's very difficult to ascertain how it's exactly being done, but it's being done. Maybe I asked him, is it possible for a deception to be in front of this science? That's what I said to him. And he said, if it was, then this is like some crazy cosmic, like fallen angel psyop type shit, because he's dumbfounded. He has no idea. Think about it. He measures the globe every day, he claims, right? How would he feel when somebody comes along and says, no, it's like this? So, the topic's crazy, guys. It's hard to deal with because there are all these different elements, but geodesy is a tough one, guys. You got to look at it right.
Why is it tough?
Well, it's tough because it's measuring a globe, dude.
No,
that's why it's tough.
It's not. It isn't measuring a globe. It's converting the trigonometrical maths based on the trigonometrical data based on maths. It's a conversion. It's not measuring. It's calculating. There's a difference.
The arc. It's what I'm saying is the arc between those 2 points. If they're both pointing down and that is leveled, and you see on the auto leveler that it's perfectly 90 degrees going down like a plumb bob. The arc between those 2 points is what would that curvature mean. And you're right, it is mathematically inferred from that point with, they use the radius of the Earth in their equations. I get it, man. There's a way to look at it where you can, think, okay, well, maybe they're doing something that I can't really figure out right now. So I'll just set that aside for a little bit. But nobody even knows what geodesy is. But this is the reason why nobody's taking this stuff seriously in the academic world, or in the, I don't know. They look at astronomy and they look at geodesy and they're like, what are you talking about, guys? These things measure a globe. How do you respond to that,
They don't measure a globe.
Well, I'm just saying what they say.
Yes,
I'm not insisting or asserting,
It is what they say. It's the same as when they say, like I said, it's the same as when they say the curve calculators measures the curve, and the celestial sphere is demonstrating the celestial sphere. Just because they say that it does that doesn't mean it actually does. It's like describing a cup that's hot. Yeah, you know what hot means, but if they describe if they describe the cup as something completely different, you wouldn't know what that word was until somebody told you what that word meant, and then you go, oh right, okay. So every time you then hear that word, you know that word means hot. But if somebody then
just
told
go
you, actually, it doesn't
outside
mean-
and see the celestial sphere. You don't need any. You don't need they to tell you. I mean,
Well,
you
celestial
go
sphere is a
outside and
local, but the celestial sphere is a local phenomenon. This is another thing that's not talked about very much. Local sky, celestial sphere. Essentially, it's what the stars look like to you as an individual at that point. So if you're mapping that, which has a spherical aspect to it because it's our sphere of perception, so to speak, what you're doing is you're mapping things out that aren't necessarily sphered, if that makes sense. Like, it's the further you move from that point, you have this bubble almost of visual perception of what you could see. It doesn't mean you're actually, if you look at your local sky, it's such a fraction of what the full celestial sphere would be. So do you follow what I'm saying? Like, that's where I think that there may be a misconception, Riley. I think that they are, if you do it that way, if you're mapping lights in the sky to the ground at that point with the celestial sphere concept or the local sky concept, then you're going to get a spherical object underneath you because you're measuring a spherical object external of you. You see that? You see, this is where I think there might be questions, and where I've been living my
I don't
research.
think that's quite right, because you could take measurements throughout the world, and
Oh, absolutely, but you're
then
constructing.
then you could construct your sphere.
Exactly, you're constructing the external celestial sphere, but because it's spherical and you're going to the one single point on the ground, you know, it's with your spherical perception. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm saying that I've thought about it in this context before, that might be what's happening concerning astronomy, but I don't know.
I also, it's worth mentioning that if you'd like to ask them questions of which you're seeking answers to, I can put you in touch with an actual surveyor. He's not a geodetic surveyor, but he is a surveyor. He uses theodolites and he uses other measuring devices. Or you can just research him yourself and you can see his views on it. His name's Chris Van Matre. Have you come across him?
Oh, I know of it. Yeah.
He's a really interesting guy because just talk to him about asking you questions. Just go to him and ask, and he'll tell you the answers. He's a really approachable guy.
He is. No, he is. And same with Jesse Kozlowski. He's actually quite nice and takes the time to, you know, hear these things out, even, you know, as a professional, which is rare. You don't really find that. So
what do they measure the curve? What do they measure the curvature for?
What they're measuring
or they're just measuring the geoid.
Well, the geoid is an afterthought because really, see, there's two things. There's geodetic surveying, like a planner surveyor, right? And that's the people who go out in the field, and it's a very small percentage of surveyors. But then you have geodesy as an academic field, which is not science. It is applied mathematics. And I mean, this stuff is important to recognize what it is. I mean, that's all it is. It's advanced trigonometry. And what they claim they're measuring is these arc points from these two triangulation points, and they are diverging, which would imply convexity. And then, of course, they fill in the gaps with the math. That's it. It's really that simple of why they. Now, like I said, there could be something in front of that. I don't know, but that's a fact. And I think that if we accept that and we just look at it and try to figure it out a little bit better, it can't hurt anything. Did I?
I'm still here,
Riley?
mate.
Okay. I don't know. Am I misunderstanding geodesy, Jeremy?
You've got a much better understanding of it than I have, I think. But I've watched Jesse Kozlowski's videos, and yeah, I mean, that's how I understand it. I thought, you know, it's quite interesting how he goes through, in the early ones, he goes through the history of it. And he talks about these early surveyors that were sort of, you know, trekking across India. And
that's a very rich history. It is.
You know, it's, you know, I don't know, you know, if you're chucking these people in the conspiracy, Anthony,
No,
But-
I'm not chucking them in with the conspiracy. They believe it in the same way that NASA believes it when someone puts a light on the wall and says, when the red light comes on, we will be within the gravitational pull of Mars. And they wait and they wait, and the suspense is rising, and they get to a certain point, and then some dickhead flicks a switch on the other side of the wall. The light comes on, and they all go, "Yay!" They all believe it. That's
right.
not
So what's making the angle appear in their theodolite then in the way that it is, while they're in a remote part of India in 200 years ago? How was that?
Honestly, you're asking a question I have no knowledge of, and I'm not going to pretend to do. What I would say is, if you really have honest questions like that, speak to Chris Van Matre. I'm sure he'll be able to answer them for you. I have no knowledge about surveying. Really don't. It's nothing that I would even think to. I just don't know anything about it. I just accept that he doesn't think that geodesity is what everybody else thinks it is, and he is a surveyor.
Right.
It's okay to be ignorant.
But that seems like you're describing a confirmation bias, really.
I'm just parroting what his words
Saying
are.
everyone else says one thing, but this guy who I agree with says this other thing, so I agree with him.
No, I just don't. I believe that what they do is they take the normal maths using normal straight lines, and then they convert it using algebra, but they don't measure the curve. They convert it using algebra. I don't believe
so. They would have to be in on the conspiracy. Then they would have to be. Actually faking the curve.
No, I believe that they would be innocently calculating for the curvature they believe to be there. Because don't forget,
I think what Riley's saying is it might be built into the way that geodesy has progressed as a field. It's deep within its. I mean, they do use the radius of the Earth.
I think you're doing a bit of a favour there, Kat. But
well, no. It's not about that. I care about the truth of the matter, and I'm not. Look, all I'm trying to do is present this information to the table and say, "Hey, flat earthers, okay, this is the thing." Now, however they want to figure it out past that, that's on them, okay? But and it's not like I'm trying to do them any favors. It's just that my mind works that way, and I do sometimes think like that too. So. Whatever. It's not about sides. I'm not trying to help or hurt anything. This is just where my research has taken me.
Go on, you could be a flatty for a bit. I'll let you.
No, it's not the case. It really isn't. But thank you.
Just let me point out, I do not control cathexis. That was a joke.
Jeremy,
it doesn't work for me. Just saying.
But yeah, I mean. I don't know. I think there's nothing wrong with scrutiny in that level. Doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean that that's the case. And like I said, when I asked him about that, because I was very open with him, I'm like, is that a possibility? And he said, in a resounding no. He's like, no. It would have to be some crazy spiritual deception that we can't even comprehend with the laws of physics being manipulated to. It would always look flat, but it would always measure as a globe. And that's what he said to me, actually. We had the conversation. He's like, look, I've been doing this for 30 years. The Earth will always look like a level, motionless plane. Just deal with that. That's it. But it will always measure as a globe through geodesy and astronomy.
Imagine, though, if what you just proposed was true. If there was a spiritual deception to change physics in such a way that a flat Earth appears to be a globe. Now, in that situation, if we assume that the spiritual force, whatever it may be, is wholly reliable, so it never fails in its endeavors to contort physics, so we believe that the globe exists. In that situation, do we then live on a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
I fucking love you, Jeremy. That is the most amazing and coherent question I've ever heard from you. Yes, actually, it's a very good question. That was a really good question. But now we're talking about the nature of reality. We're talking about, because you could never prove something like that. You could never, ever, ever make that known. So,
right.
That's the reason why I've stopped in my pursuits. I really have no desire. I know I'm offering my voice to this community now, but I'm trying to do it in different ways. Because
Jeremy, there's a lot of good people out here. It really is. And whatever's true at the end of the day will prevail. And I'm hoping I can at least add to that. But
do you think it will? I've been reading about the 19th century flat earthers, and they all went to their graves believing it was flat. I have a little hope for any, you know, rapid conversions.
Well, I don't know what to think of this, even still. This, I don't know. Timmy says sometimes that he feels like this is a psyop for the ages or some shit. Like this is something they roll out at times of change or something, you know, conspiratorial or dark. I don't fucking know. But the fact is, it's here now. You know, like this topic is a conversation, and I feel like there's a lot of people who may be getting blindsided by it. A lot of people don't know how to deal with these ideas, and that's the only reason I really am trying to be out here, is because I've been through it all for 2 years, and I want to give people the correct information about what we're dealing with.
What do you reckon to this? Matt Powerland, and you have to read between the lines a little bit to get this message, I think. But he said that this was originally his, if you like a performance art project. Those weren't his words, but that this was something, you know, essentially he was playing the character of a person who believed the earth was flat. And he was the first person to do it. And then sort of people have taken it and ridden on it from there. What do you think? I'd like to hear what all of you think about that, really.
So just outline it again.
I'm a little busy over here, but yeah, I'll answer that.
Just to outline it again.
Well, Matt Powerland, you know, was perhaps the first flat earther on YouTube, but certainly a very early one. And one of the things that he said, actually on a number of occasions, but in kind of his kind of nutty way, is that originally this is a piece of art. He was playing the character of a person who believed the earth was flat. And from that, other people have taken his idea and turned it into something else.
It can go one of three ways. He's either lying, telling the truth, or manipulating it. What's the question? What do we think about his statement?
Yeah. Just I mean, have you heard that before? Just to give it any validity.
To be honest,
I mean, he is, you know, he is a leading light, or if you like, in flat Earth.
He might be a leading light, but he doesn't lead me. I think the guy's a crazy bastard. I struggle taking anything he says seriously, and I would always seek validation from other sources before I'd accept anything he says, because I don't think the guy's crazy. He's not right in the head.
So he could be acting then if you don't take what he's saying seriously. It could be a piece of drum.
He could be acting, but he equally could be telling the truth. But he's that badly wired that I struggle to accept him as credible in any event. So I can't. Honestly, my answer to your question is pinch of salt, because I don't listen to him. He's not a credible source of information, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that there are credible sources, but he's definitely not one of them. So he sounds like a lunatic.
Yeah, I'd agree. He sounds less like a lunatic if you think that he's playing a character.
Well, yeah.
Then you think, wow, he's quite a clever actor. That's quite cool.
Yeah. If he
he actually makes more sense, I think, when you think of him in those terms.
And I would agree.
When somebody told me that, I suddenly it all added up. Oh, right, now I get it.
I'd agree. The first time I ever saw Matt Powerland was in that video where he was talking about the square clouds, you know, the contrails one, where he's in that public park and he's walking around and he's ranting. And I'd never seen him before, but I didn't know who he was or anything. And I listened to him and I thought, this guy's really focused, or he's on fucking drugs. But he was quite interesting to listen to, because he was going on about square clouds and how we didn't see square clouds when we were kids. And he's right. Well, obviously we didn't. And now it just seems to be nobody notices it. And I'm not pro or con the contrail. Ranty's well into the contrails. I don't really know anything about him, and I don't necessarily think he could ever prove anything about it. But that Matt Powerland video was the first time I ever come across him. But then every single video thereafter has been off the wall. That one video was a good one, but everything after that, and I consider him as not a reliable, credible source at all. And I don't know why he gets the accreditation he seems to get.
I think because he's the first.
Yeah, but like that guy said, I can't remember what his name is now, but who the fuck remembers who started the race first? What's his name? The guy, the fat guy.
I don't know. I mean, Eric DeBay and Mark Sargent are still pretty, considered to be pretty important, and they're sort of equally responsible for.
Yeah, but wouldn't you at least agree that Mark Sargent, and maybe not so much DeBay, but Mark Sargent's still very relevant? He's still like here. I mean, you don't really see very much from DeBay.
Yeah, but I think that I was surprised because I think a lot of people were quite well. Obviously, the figures show it. Were taken in by clues, and I was stunned when I watched it because he offers nothing in the way of any practical evidence. For me, it's essentially it's like a conglomeration of various bits of various science fiction movie plots that he's sort of stuck together into this sort of clue series. I didn't find it at all compelling, but I know other people did, and one of them being Tim, actually, who told me about it. And
are you talking about Mark Sargent's video? Below the Dome, or whatever it's called.
No, Flat Earth Clues. It's called, isn't it? His series.
Isn't that the one where it was all compiled together and made into one documentary called Under the Dome?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not. But originally, when he released it, he released sort of one clue a week, and I think that technique as well made it quite popular. He sort of told a story as he went along. I mean, this was before my time, just a little bit before my time, but that's, I don't know, you might know, Kat, but that's how I understand he did it. But that's the nature of his work. Sorry, go ahead.
I was curious, what do you think about the idea that people were talking about this at the turn of last century?
Well, they didn't have P900 then, did they?
No. But there was a community of people. There was, for instance, the president Joshua Slocum, one of the first people to allegedly sail around the world solo, or circumnavigate. He stopped in the Boer Republic in South Africa and had a debate about the shape of the earth.
I mean, but the stuff I read about a little bit earlier than that, Robotham and who are the others? Carpenter and Lady Blount and these people. It's really remarkable. I've said this a few times before, so I won't harp on too long, but it's remarkable when you see the similarities between the arguments that were being made, the way people were emotionally driven by this on either side of the argument, the sort of things that they say, the characters that are within it. You can draw so many parallels with what's happened recently on YouTube, in the last couple of years. I recommend anyone read it on either side of the argument because it's well written and it's entertaining. It's called Flat Earth: The History of an Infamous Idea by Christine Garwood. And definitely worth a read. You can get like an ebook of it for a few, couple of dollars or whatever. So, but yeah, very entertaining and really, really interesting. The parallels between then and now.
2008, right?
Yeah.
It was like from 2008.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Just going back to Mark Sargent's thing, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that the clues that he did that you're referring to, the snips, were all put together and put into that one documentary, Under the Dome. And if that is the case, that's how I watched that, Under the Dome, and that was one of the first videos I ever watched in Flat Earth. And then I ended up with DeBay's 200 proofs, and then that was enough for me to plant a seed and made me think, ooh. So I was a result of Mark Sargent's Under the Dome, at least to be curious enough to look further into it. Not necessarily saying, I didn't come out from the woodwork saying the earth was flat at that point, but it was enough for me to at least consider that it might not be necessarily a ball. So yeah,
But did you recognise that he was presenting you with nothing apart from speculative ideas? I mean, there's nothing. It's just.
Well,
I mean, he says, "Oh, well, they launched this and then they released this movie in this year," but there's no.
Well, if we're talking about the same thing, I think you're talking about the clues, and I'm working on the concept that they were put together and made the Under the Dome documentary. And if that is the case, I think we're on the same thing. Right. It was enough to plant the seed, but then the problem came from I remember this specifically the day I watched the Under the Dome documentary, and then in the right-hand side where you get the suggested videos from this, 200 proofs. And I was like, 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball by Eric Dubé. I thought, well, he only needs to get one of them correct. I thought it's worth watching that to see what's there. And then from the seed that was planted, I had then 200 proofs to think about. And obviously, some of them are stronger than others. Some of them are not very strong. Some of them are really strong and very persuasive. And you have to work your way through and think which is the most persuasive ones of the lot. And we've all got our own levels of what we consider to be acceptable proofs. But when I came away from that 200 proofs, I was just like, for the next month, 6 weeks, I just had to watch everything that was out there on Flat Earth to work out, is this a joke? Is it real? And I realized that very quickly that it was real in terms of there was a discussion. It was current. People were doing it. And people were actually making videos that were really well produced, given that they'd probably done it in their bedroom kind of thing. And I was like, whoa. So when I started watching some videos, you end up finding Jaren at some point. You end up finding all the big hitters. And then when you find out that Jaren's actually just made a video two hours ago, and you watch it and you have absolutely no idea what he's talking about, you think, Jesus Christ, I'm a lot further behind here than what I actually gave it credit, because he's talking about weird shit. And then it just motivates you to look at more and more, because nobody ever considers challenging that. It's just like they say, it is the thing that you're told as being a child. Yet you never go through life challenging it, because everybody just accepts it to be true. And then when they plant certain seeds and they think, is it true? And then you think about it and you think, well, I've never seen clouds curve over the horizon. I've seen the horizon rise to eye level of myself in the plane. I've never seen curvature. All the weird things that and then you start thinking, can I actually test any of this? And that was how I got into it. I was like, it can't be that fucking hard, can it? You either prove it's a ball, prove it's not a ball, prove it's flat, prove it's not a flat. Now, you can't really prove it's a ball, because that's, you know, kind of like, you need really cool equipment. But you can see whether or not it validates up, because you might not be able to prove it's a ball. But if they're saying that the curvature drops at X amount, then all you've got to work out is, right, I need a tall building, and I need to work out how far away I need to be before it drops away, which is exactly what I did. I found a tall building, worked out how far I needed to go by putting in the miles, and put like 25, no, not enough, 30, too much, 27, not enough, 28, and then you get to a point where the point where it no longer does exist. And that's all I did. I found a tall building, got to the sweet spot. I realized I needed to be at 30 miles. 31 was enough for it to disappear. So at 30 miles, it should be sat on the horizon. And when I went out and did it, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? And then Ranty did his video, and I didn't know Ranty before Flat Earth. He did a Blackpool Tower from a different location that wasn't quite as far away. But I said, look, let's work together. Let's see what we can work out. So we went and did a bit of work, and we were looking at shit, and we were like, fucking hell. And that's how it grew. But a lot of it was based on planting a seed from under the dome, supported and reinforced or bolstered to some degree by 200 proofs. And then from there, it was a case of, what can I do to satisfy my own self that it is or it isn't, one or the other? And how do you start? But that was the only thing I could test. It was the only thing I could work out that I could do, because it's not easy to get a balloon up and put it into the stratosphere at like 600 whatevers. It's not that easy to jump on a supersonic plane and fly at Mach 2 or whatever. But you can test it yourself, even though people say, well, the curve's so slight that you can't see it. Well, it's not strictly speaking true. You can see it. You just got to find a tall enough building from a big enough distance and be prepared to work at it for a few weeks until you get the results that you think that are persuasive enough to you, so you can work it out one way or the other.
I'm so bored.
Fuck you.
Sorry, man.
No, what's the most? Yeah, no, you're right though. You're right though.
Why are you still awake, Jim?
What happened?
It's not that late. It's only 2.
What time do you normally surface of a morning?
Depends. Been pretty busy this week. So
I noticed that you're normally up late. I mean, you were up late last Saturday night, and you actually started another hangout after you'd finished the one at about 3 o'clock. I don't know what time you stayed up till, but I noticed that the hangout was still going even when I'd finished my shit, and I was like, whoa, that's fucking hardcore, that, Jim.
yeah, sometimes I'm in the mood for a fight, you know. So yeah, and the weekend, fucking hell, man, just so stressful.
What is it today? It's already still. It's okay. It's only 9. Damn. We've been on here for a while. It might end soon.
Yeah, what happened to Brainwash anyway? He's been threatening to beat me up all day. Where is he?
Brian?
Yeah.
I added him to the call, but he didn't come in. He was
maybe he flaked out.
He wanted me to send him the link with the email, but I added him to the call.
Cathexis.
He didn't get it. Cathexis may have left.
Oh, I've not got the shot.
Did he? Yeah.
He can't have left. He never said try.
Yeah, that's how he does. He's like the French.
So, Anthony, have you abandoned your soundly CGI claim? Or are you still sticking with that?
No, we've moved forward with that now. Based on the criticism. No, not at all. Based on the criticism from the last video, we've gone forward based on them criticisms to find out what technique was used on the videos where the most suspect video. I mean, I'm not saying that all of his videos and all of his photos are fake, but the ones that we think are most suspect, we now know exactly what technique he's done. We know how he's done it, and we know what signature marks are left by it, and they're all evident in his videos. So
why did I even say that?
Because the evidence is there, though. I know you don't accept it, but I accept it, and it doesn't.
Do you honestly think, though? Do you honestly think that you and Numpty? I mean, the two of you actually made this claim, but do you honestly think you could convince any reasonable adult that Soundly had created that footage using a computer?
That straff footage of the pylons was not created with a P900 on a board strapped to a car seat. I don't give a shit what you say. It wasn't done that way.
But that isn't my question. Do you think you could convince any reasonable adult that he created that footage on a computer?
It depends on whether you accept the evidence that you presented with. I can't answer for that.
Well, most of it you seem to abandon along the way. I mean, I probably need to go through it again. But originally, the original claim, as I remember, I remember, what's his name? Nummy, is it? Not Numpty.
Yeah,
Nummy. And I can remember him saying he pointed at several points on the tower where there were sort of pairs of struts, and he said, "There's no parallax here. There's no parallax here, and there's no parallax here." And then, if you remember, we popped in. I popped in Soundly's Hangout directly after that and showed that wasn't the case. You could, I quickly grabbed a frame of the video and just measured it in After Effects, and you could see that there was a difference in distance. So, and then when you came back with it, you seem to have abandoned all that. You'd forgot. Well, there is a bit of parallax actually in these, and you were just sticking with the bird that time. Oh, and the building
and the nest. We said,
and the claim was with the bird that there were no pixels at all that changed, and that just was not true. There were dozens.
No, there wasn't.
There was. You could easily see as he was clicking backwards and forwards between two frames. You could easily see that there was a difference between the two. It just to say there were no pixel, not a single pixel was different. It's just not true. You're seeing things.
Let me go back to it. Let me respond. We said the conclusion of that was we'll give you the parallax, but you got to give us that nest and that bird is not rotating. Now, that doesn't mean the pixels are changing. It means that the bird is not rotating. So you can have the pixels changing, but that's not showing rotation. It's just literally showing that the pixels are changing. But that bird's got to start to move, and it does not move by 1 pixel. The same with the nest. So yeah, you can have the pylons parallaxing.
But if the pixels
not
are changing, how are you determining that the bird isn't moving?
Because the pixels it's subject to an overlay of layer, isn't it? The bird itself, the pixels of the bird are behind another layer. It's part of the whole image. It's not an image in itself. It's part of a whole image, which is subject itself to, I don't know, brightness, contrast, hue, saturation.
This is just bullshit, mate. And I don't think you would convince. I don't think you'd convince any reasonable adult of that whatsoever. I think it's total speculation.
All right.
I think Numi has. I don't think he has any experience in photography or graphics or anything to be able to make these claims.
The other points that you haven't addressed is the magicals appearing of the cyclist, which he did explain, but I don't accept because that's not.
He did. You know, he addressed that. You can go through. You can find the first frame that the cyclist appears. You can see.
But listen, Jem, that's not how a restoration of a bandwidth issue is resolved. You don't get high definition appearing in the rest of the image that's low res. You get the low res gradually increasing over the whole image.
But it's the result of using a constant bit rate. That's what it is. So that when you get a lot of movement, hang on a minute. Hang on, let me finish. Just let me get that. One sentence, well, a couple of sentences. When you use a constant bit rate in digital video, where there's a lot of movement in the video, in order to keep the bit rate at the same, if there's a lot of pixels changing in the image, you have to reduce the detail of the image in order to keep the bit rate the same. So that's essentially what's happening in that image, and that's why it goes all blocky. And then as the movement stops, as he gets to the top of the steps or slope or whatever it is, and he steadies himself, then the pixels start to get smaller again, and you get it back into full high definition.
But the problem with that is it wasn't a fixed rate pixel, was it? It wasn't a fixed rate pixel rate. It was a variable that he described as being lost and then regained. So that's not the same as what you're describing.
Well, it is. I mean, he said it was. I think he said it was a result of
loss of bandwidth.
Loss of bandwidth, which would amount to the same thing. You know, that would be the same thing. That's what. Yes, it does. I mean, that's what. If he's broadcasting live, then you know that's what YouTube does. It will automatically try and reduce the. To keep it running.
But listen, Jem, it's not going to put back that cyclist and the bike in high definition at the sacrifice of the rest of the image. It's going to gradually put the rest of the image back in evenly over the whole plane. It's not going to do it in isolation in one patch. And
well, that's not true, because you know the camera sensor works. It looks for focus in the center of the image and things like that. So. But I mean, if you're claiming it happens at different rates in different places, well, you know, that's possible in the way that, you know, frames are buffered and sent. Because you're getting interlaced frames, so you might be getting half of one frame and half of another frame that, you know, that you're catching as they run through. So it's, you know, it's anyone who knows anything about digital video can see what's happening in that. And to say a cyclist just appeared out of nowhere, and really, it's the nature of these arguments that I just find so ludicrous, that you honestly think you could go to a reasonable person and say, look at this bird, it doesn't move a bit, and this cyclist, you know, people would laugh at you, mate. They would laugh at you, and they would be right to.
No matter what evidence is presented to certain people, I will get laughed at no matter what. So it's irrelevant. That point doesn't deter me at all. It just.
And you don't think trillions of miles is laughable? Trillions of miles of light years?
No, I don't. I think I tell you what I think is laughable, Lisa. I think it's laughable that people just arbitrarily decide a large number is laughable. Jaron says this a lot. He'll just say, they say the sun's 93 million miles away. That's absolutely ridiculous. It never tells you why he thinks it's ridiculous. So I would like to ask you, at what point does a number become laughable?
when they say things like we think the sun might be several hundred miles bigger than what we actually thought it was. Have you seen that in regards to the eclipse?
Yeah, but that's minuscule in relation to the size of the sun. That's a
agreed.
tiny
But
percentage.
Agreed. But did you notice that they didn't say, "Oh, well, it might be closer than we thought," or further away, based on the size being wrong?
Well, no, because that isn't the what they're deriving from the data, is it?
Exactly.
Just
they can't
in case of it being closer.
But would you agree?
If you're really concerned about the size of the sun, why aren't you concerned about the fact that its angular size doesn't change during a day?
Well, it does.
Wait a minute, I haven't finished. According to how it should do if it's circling over your head on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but hang on. Right, hang on.
I'm not going to let you get away with the it changed a little. It's slightly taller because of refraction. I don't give a fuck about
but it does change.
If it's circling above your head.
Hang on, stop. Let's go back to basics. Let's start with the assertion that it doesn't change its angular size. Yeah.
Right.
Do we agree what the rate is of angular size change that it does make? It's 0.5 degrees, right?
Right.
Do we also agree that the moon does the same that it makes the same change, 0.5 degrees?
Oh, I'm not too sure about that one, to be honest.
Well, it does.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll take your word for it. If you're saying it does, then I'll go with that for now.
One's 93 million miles away, and the other one's 240. So they both can't have the same angular size variation when they're both at different distances away and different sizes, right?
But well, if they can, if it's due to refraction, what are we?
No, they can't.
Of course they can, because they're both going through the same amount of atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, but one is a lot closer than the other one, and it can't have the same value for angular size.
And to us, they both appear the same size because one is 400 times bigger than the other, but one is but it's 400 times further away as well.
You can't have refraction.
Well, I thought we agreed at the start that was what we were talking about, refraction. Now you're saying it's not refraction.
Hang on, you asked why can we
but again, my question to you, my original question to you was, if you're so concerned about these sizes of the sun not being quite as it should be in the globe model, but absolutely does nothing like what it should on your flat Earth, why isn't that concerning you? Why do you just ignore that?
That actually wasn't your first question. Your first question was, at what point does the numbers become stupid? That was
you ignored that and moved on to this. So we could stick with this and then go. Well, or you could just answer the number one. You know how big do they have to be before they become stupid?
How big did they have to make what? The sun?
Well, look, is a million a laughable number?
It depends on how big the sun is, doesn't it?
It's just the number itself was laughable.
Well, the number can be as big as you want it to be based on how big you believe the sun to be. So the bigger the sun.
Okay, well, that sounds like just a rabbit hole to nowhere. So let's talk about why you're so concerned about this 5% angular size change in the globe model, but you have no thoughts. You seem to have no thoughts at all on why the sun let's go with the moon actually. Why the moon doesn't change its angular size during a night, as we would expect it to if it was moving from a position so far away that we can't see it to a position where it's more or less above our heads or whatever. Again, to a position where we can't see it. Why does its angular size change accordingly?
I have two ways to deal with this. I can either do the cop-out way, or I can respond properly. I can choose to
do both.
Well, the cop-out way would be, it's just refraction. Or the proper way to deal with it is to compare and contrast what the moon does to the sun, and then challenge you on your assertion that it doesn't do that on the flat Earth. Because it appears Good Times for All has been doing experiments with a light and seeing how far away does it have to go before the glare starts changing its size. In other words, distinguishing. And it appears that when the light source is very close to you, it changes quickly. But once it goes beyond a certain point, the glare does not change. In other words, it doesn't.
Glare is entirely irrelevant if you're doing this properly. You just use a solar filter. There's no glare. So it's that whatever Good Times for All has come up with in terms of glare it's irrelevant. You would use a solar filter.
That's how we see the sun, isn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah, but we can't take measurements just by looking at the sun, can we?
Tell you what, Hank, would you like to chime in maybe? Only because we're short for time, and I'm sure Hank has some.
Sure, yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to say that it's atmospheric lensing that causes the sun and moon not to change on the flat Earth model.
Right, and what evidence do you have for that would cause that? Because there is no other object on Earth, and they're all in the atmosphere, but there's no other object on Earth that behaves that way. Every other object, as the distance between us and it decreases, it appears larger to us.
Yeah, but the other side to that is if you start asking for evidence of evidence of them two phenomena, then if you start asking for evidence, then it's only fair that we ask you for evidence of 93 million miles.
That's irrelevant to it. Why is that relevant to it?
Well, it's directly relevant because that's the assertion based on the distance of the sun. But what's the evidence that proves it?
Well, the evidence that proves it is measuring it through orbital parallax. You take a measurement at one time of the year, and then you take another measurement 6 months later, and you look at the difference in angles between the two. That way you can form a triangle between you and the sun.
But that begs the question of orbit.
Well, that's right. And, then we could go in and talk about Kepler, and we could talk about how we come up with orbital mechanics. But, if we want to do that, we can. But there is science to support these ideas. We can try and pretend that there isn't. But at the same time, this needs to happen with the sun, and it needs to happen with the moon. And I think to just assert that it's atmospheric lensing, that somehow for every individual on Earth, on every single day, regardless of the weather conditions, the atmosphere behaves in such a way to make the moon, despite the fact that it's moving in a circle above our heads, and should change in size by a huge amount. I think as much as 100%. I think it is.
All right. Well,
on every single day since the beginning of time, for every person on every place on Earth, the atmosphere has made it so it looks like this isn't happening. I think that is quite a crazy assertion.
Okay, so let's go with Nottingham as your hometown, or where you're living at the minute. The sun rises due east and sets due west, generally in the summer. So due east would be, let's think, you're going to have the North Sea. Do you see it coming? I don't know how close to the sea you are, but do you see it coming up from the sea?
What's the point?
When it sets, how far has it travelled in the land, over the land, before you can no longer see the sun? Is it travelling like a quarter of the Earth's circumference, or half, or is it just like it's like west? What would be west of Nottingham? Manchester? Because when I see the sun setting, to me, it looks like it's just going beyond my horizon, which would be like over towards Liverpool. And when I see it rising, it looks like it's coming just up from up behind the Pennines over at near Bolton Way, because they're my due east and west. And the point would be, if you're saying that the angular size of the sun has to change significantly, you would be expecting the sun to be disappearing far, far, far further away than what it appears from perspective. It doesn't. The sun should be disappearing way further away than, I would suggest for you, maybe Manchester in the west. I mean, when you see the sun setting, where does it look like it's over when it's setting?
What?
Have you ever watched the sunset?
Yes, of course.
Right. So where would you say that sun is setting in terms of the land that it's disappearing behind?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I haven't been up on a hill recently and watched a sunset or anything. So
my point is, it seems to set very local to us, and it doesn't seem to be anywhere near as far away as it should do if we actually live on a ball. In that, if it was a flat plane, why are we only seeing the short distance?
Well,
and
it sets at the horizon, and the horizon is dependent upon your field of view and your angle of elevation to it.
Yeah, but when you're watching that sun going down and you're seeing whatever city it is that it's going down on in the background, that city tells you how far away roughly it is that you're seeing. And my point is the angular size point that you made. If the angular size is supposed to be so prominent on a flat Earth map, yet the sun only sets 40, 50 miles away as it appears from your position, then how can you assert that the angular size will change a lot if the sun's only setting 40, 50 miles away? Because that is what it appears to do. You wouldn't expect any angular size difference at all if the sun was 300 miles away, if it's only setting 50 miles away.
What? I don't understand what you totally lost me. I don't understand what it is you're saying.
All right. How long's left, Issa?
So you're saying if I see the sun set behind a building,
yeah, where is that building?
and the building's 20 miles away, that what are you saying? Then I should assume the sun's setting 20 miles away?
I'm saying that if the sun goes down in your west and from Nottingham Way, just go run with me. Just say it's Manchester, for example, because I can't think of any big enough city that might be perfectly on parallel with you. But say if it's Manchester, if you're watching the sunset and you can see the Hilton Hotel in Manchester, for example, because it's the tallest building in Manchester, and you're watching the sun go down and you see the Hilton, that to me tells me that you're seeing not much further than Manchester when the sun's setting.
Well, it's difficult for me to say anything other than that would be completely idiotic. I mean, if you were looking at that hotel and you could see beyond it into the sky and you saw an aircraft, you would assume that that was about to crash into the building.
Yeah, but the whole point is you can't tell. But my point is it should be massive. It should be massively further away, not just 40 miles away.
How big you perceive things to be is irrelevant. In order, if we were doing this with the sun, we could just measure it. We could just use a solar filter and measure it. I mean, we wouldn't need to worry about glare. We wouldn't need to worry about how it looks if it was behind a building.
But with regard to angular size, if the sun's setting as it appears to set, say, Manchester from your perspective, and that's only 30 or 40 miles away, then what angular size difference would you expect if the sun's 300 miles away? It wouldn't change at all. What I'm getting at is
so what you're saying is then the sun shouldn't change size because actually the Earth's only about 30 miles across.
No, what I'm saying is the angular size of the sun should or should not change, and I don't know which way it goes, but you're asserting that it should not change because the sun's close. But I'm not sure.
Look, it's simple, Anthony. As things move away from us, they get smaller. And ultimately, they get so small that our eyes can no longer resolve them. We would agree that that's the case, right?
Yeah, with no atmosphere at all. I agree.
Right. The claim is that in flat Earth, the moon is doing that. It's so far away we can no longer see it.
Yeah,
right. Before it rises for us, it's so far away we cannot see it, and then it moves close enough for us to see it.
Okay.
And it continues to move closer to us, and then it starts to move further away from us again until we can no longer see it.
All right.
So if it's going so far away, we should no longer see it. We should see it get gradually smaller.
Right. Let me consider my previous point as I didn't articulate myself well enough, and I'm not going to try and explain it. I'll go back to my first point. If the moon and the sun are doing what you say they should be doing on a flat Earth, why is the angular size variation on both the sun and the moon consistently the same? Yet one's 93 million miles away, the other one's 240,000. They should not be the same.
Because it's the result of atmosphere, and you're looking at them both through the same atmosphere. So,
yeah, but the angular size of the moon should be significantly different to the angular size of the sun if they're both different.
This angular size change is caused by atmosphere. So, and the atmosphere is the same in both cases.
That's absolute nonsense. It's caused by the proximity of the planet or the ball to us. The closer it is, the more of an angular size change.
So you're talking about the seasonal size change now? Because I thought we were talking about atmosphere.
No,
we're talking about the angular size change in the sun and the moon.
But you're talking about there's two different theories for it. But yeah, you're right, because the idea is that you only measure a certain amount of size change throughout the year, is what he's talking about. And the point is that you're not really going to be. It would be like in regards to the distance, it would be negligible.
Is it not Jem's position that as the sun is or the moon is setting that it should get smaller?
No, it's just saying that we measure a size change in the angular diameter, and he thinks it's because the atmosphere and flat Earth proposes the possibility that maybe it does that because it's moving away. Neither one of us can really verify it. I think, whereas they think flat Earth is laughable, and I'm saying that 93 million miles away is laughable. That's all. It's all laughable.
I think the point he was making is that the angular size should change on a flat Earth.
No, it does.
Yeah, it should.
Right, and the point is that it does. And then they blame. Or, they say it's due to refraction.
Jem, are you breathing down your microphone?
Yeah, my neighbour just banged on my floor, so I have to get a bit close. I'll pull it away a bit.
My neighbour knocked on my wall as well.
I haven't had a neighbour for a while, so